PUBG Esports fans? I'm your PUBG Esports guide, Annie, and today I'm here with Toby.
Absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me on.
Today we'll wrap up the PGS 3, how it went on, and explain you guys how PGS 4 will look like. So PGS 4 will kick off on June 3rd until June 10th for 6 days, 3 days of group stage and 3 days of final stage, similar to PGS 3. Then let's move on to the PGS 3 recap. Our champion was Cerberus Esports. Congratulations! This is very meaningful because it's the first APAC team ever to win the PUBG Esports global event.
Yeah, it sure was. It was a hell of a performance, as we've seen all the way from start to finish. So many teams in the race. You had Cerberus fighting up against the likes of Twisted Minds and Sonics, and in the end, they came out victorious.
So Cerberus Esports was originally strong in the group stage, but didn't keep up that performance till the end. But now, in the PGS 3, they succeeded to do so and win the PGS 3. There was a lot of impressive plays, especially Hima's 1v3 and 20 kills chicken dinner.
I mean, last year PGC was all Tiger. This time around it was the Himas show from start to finish. The way that Cerberus played this game was so obvious that it was very much built around enabling Himas to play the way that he did. So while, of course, all the highlight moments were Himas, were Tiger as well, do not forget about Hayasaki and Salolti too. They were there along the way, helping out, making sure that Himas was always on his feet, always in the best position possible to get as many points as possible for the team, as we saw in the tournament.
So I think this team now knows how to play as a team. So we're expecting their performance in the PGS 4 too. Oh yeah, big time.
I would be very surprised if they don't come out, maybe not winning necessarily, but very much within the top 5 once again.
Sonics was the previous PGS 2 champion, but with the kickstart moving into the team, they didn't show a very impressive performance in the global stage. So I thought they might need more time, but they showed us.
They definitely did. Coming out of PAS, I think a lot of people had maybe some doubts on how they were going to be able to perform here in the global tournament. But no, I mean, as you're saying, finishing top 4 in the group stage and getting a second place in the grand finals as well definitely impressed everyone and just reminded us exactly of what the Sonics are capable of.
This time, it was not Tiggleton who showed off, but we found Shrimzy.
Shrimzy definitely had a lot of highlight moments. Instantly, our minds go back to the Miramar finish, a game where you think a lot of teams would die out with a lot, not really a lot of points, but he survived up on the Monte Nuevo hill for the longest time, able to get a lot of points for the team, a lot of extra placement points as well, and able to just solidify what ended up being a really good game.
So maybe Sonics can step up in the PGS 4, let's see. And next was Twisted Minds. This team was consistent throughout the whole event, but then like in day 2 and day 3 of final stage, I don't know what happened.
It's as if the globals for Twisted Minds have become the opposite of the regionals. In regionals, they don't get off to a good start in the grand finals, and then right at the end, they come up and win. In the globals, it's the other way around. They come flying off in the grand finals, and then at the very last day, it falls apart. It is the 4th tournament now globally where they have been in first place coming into the final day and not been able to bring it home.
Yeah, I thought I really saw the potential here in PGS 3 because they were always at the top and they know how to survive. Let's see if Twisted Minds can finally break this jinx in PGS 4. I hope they do.
One could hope.
Let's move on to the teams that had showed us the unexpected performance in PGS 3.
Yep, the first teams that comes to mind would definitely be both eArena and Na'Vi. Both teams playing phenomenally and playing similar play styles, which are usually not something you see from teams with lack of LAN experience. Na'Vi came in from day 1 and just instantly spread out. They took full control on the map, again playing very confident PUBG. Normally, when you have teams that have never played on LAN before, they'll be quiet, they'll maybe be a little nervous, don't really dare to do a whole lot. But this Na'Vi roster, they came in, knew what they wanted to do from day number 1, and they just delivered from start to finish. Very impressive performance by them.
Yeah, I'm sure that not many global fans would expect Na'Vi to play so well in the first global event.
Definitely.
Maybe fans would expect more from the next upcoming event. And as you mentioned, eArena was also the team that showed us unexpected performance, especially when it comes to Thailand teams. We expected more from Day Trade Gaming, but other Thailand teams have really showed us impressive plays.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, eArena kind of brought in the Therodon 5 playbook of using a lot of emergency pickups, trying to get center positions, and then when it came to fighting, I think a lot of people, a lot of viewers don't consider the likes of eArena a very dangerous opponent, but Lyrics and Jacob, they showed phenomenal performance.
I think those two teams are the teams to watch for in the next event. And then, are there teams that didn't perform as expected in PGS3?
I think if we talk about the grand finals, our first name has to be FaZe Clan. They had a very hard time getting things going. They were struggling to keep all 4 players alive throughout the early game, and it really hindered them a lot. Every single time they came into fights in the mid game, they were already down to maybe 2 or 3 players. And when you're up against teams of this caliber on a global stage, even if you're good individually, if you don't have the numbers to your advantage, you're gonna be struggling.
We'll have to talk about our PGS1 champion, 17 Gaming. They, Little Ghost was out and Show got in, and their performance was not as expected. Actually, they didn't play well in the PCL, but still, we thought they will do well in Global. But at the day 3 of final stage, Little Ghosts were in the roster, and I think they kind of show what 17 Gaming was used to be in the past.
Definitely. I think one of the issues that 17 faced when they removed Little Ghost initially, not to take anything away from Show because he's a phenomenal player, but Little Ghost and Show fill 2 very different roles. Show is a phenomenal fragger, really good individually mechanically at the game at taking out opponents. Little Ghost, while he's also good at that, is also exceptional, one of the best in the world at flexing out, getting info, scouting forward for his team. And when you then remove a player like Little Ghost from the roster to add 1 more shooter, it doesn't really matter that you have a lot of guys that are great at shooting if they don't have the guy to tell them where to shoot. But as soon as Little Ghost was back in the mix again, all of a sudden, as you said, here we see the former 17.
So next, there were 16 great teams in the final stage, but there were other teams that didn't make it to the finals, but maybe have a potential in the PGS4.
I think, in EMEA, we've been very blessed to see a Virtus Pro that played phenomenally when they played confidently. I think that was the main issue for VP coming into the global stage with a player like Nixie, who's a phenomenal fragger, but little to practically 0 LAN experience. It took some time to get the confidence going. It took some time to get the games going the way they wanted it to. When you don't get started early on, it gets too late. Finally, we see Virtus Pro get maybe 19 kills, the fastest any team has ever gotten 19 kills halfway through phase 4. But again, it's the final game, and if you don't have the other games before that to help you out, it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, I hope the PGS3 was enough experience for them. And overall, Korean teams didn't show us explosive performances. Having that, our previous PGC champion was Korean team, but I was actually surprised with GML.
I think everyone was. It's incredible what this young roster was able to do. The youngest team playing in this tournament, I believe their oldest player has just turned 22. They're very young, they still have many years ahead of them, and they played phenomenally. While they didn't go out and get first place, because that's not to be expected, they made it to grand finals, let alone that, I think surprised many people.
So we couldn't cover all teams, but if you want to get information of all 24 teams, you can check out the previous PUBG Esports news show. So today we covered some teams to watch for in the PGS4, which will kick off in June 3rd until June 10th, same here in Shanghai, China. So this is it for today's PUBG Esports news. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for having me.
Please tune in till the end to find out which team will rise above them all. So all the information about PUBG Esports and upcoming PGS4 is in PUBGesports.com, and you can also check the information about PGS merchandise. Please check that out too.
Exactly, and make sure to watch the tournament in multi-view, where you can watch your teams, listen to their teams communicating live during the games, and watch them throughout the entire tournaments from their POVs.
So make sure to tune in to PGS4, which will be happening in this stage in Shanghai. Bye-bye. See ya.
a brand new win streak challenge, a zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to an old classic. All this and more as we dive into the Update 29.2 patch report. Been a while since I said that. First up, we're taking a trip back to a fan favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Go Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days. Go Classic will be around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, the Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zipline back to the past. Because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
Besides gaming, do you have any other hobbies or interests? I have been for a long time a sport guy, but yeah, I used to skate for 12 years, skateboard.
Так, 2 лапы есть, 2 лапки.
Ну да. Какая-то игрушка круглая.
Oh, it's like half a fruit. It's durian? Oh, I'm a beast. I'm that guy. I'm him. Elmer's glue.
What is this? It's gooey. I don't know what it is. It's all over the place. Bro, it's icing. Is it icing? Slime?
Set up and they're very much so. Wu will find the double panzer. While you don't have them on the side of Weibo, Tick sure as hell has one for himself. Finds the second as well. High-Mass! A pull-off, a miracle! They're turned up on a line for him. Back the only safe spot, but wait, they lost track of Spaceman! And it's Esports also realizing there's time to pounce, and the time is now. Crates to plays. Yeah. Kwandon is just trying to get rid! In my denial. Okay, they're not going to deny anything. The Valentine logo creeps his way further forward. That's three right in front of him. It's on their feet!
Let's get it.
How do you feel right now?
I'm pretty good and confident for upcoming event.
I feel good right now. It's a beautiful day, and we're shooting some content outside. It just feels great to be getting some fresh air.
So what's the most enjoyable thing here in Shanghai so far?
We tried some KFC. It's actually the best KFC I've ever had. But I think the food overall is very nice. There's some of everything. It's very good food in China. I was thinking about going tomorrow to like an old town here and see some like old Chinese buildings and some old fashion style. Could be interesting. But we'll see tomorrow how good it's going to be.
Well, during the break, I'm probably going to explore China a bit more. We want to head down to downtown, the Bundi, I think it's called, and just explore that area and go see the city at night when the lights are on.
O que eu mais gostei aqui em Xangai é que eu achei uma cidade bastante iluminada, tipo, muita cor.
You know, we went downtown and saw the Pearl Tower and like went around that area and hung out and saw the skyline. But yeah, a lot of review, a lot of focus on the games, a lot of make sure we're ready for PGS4. I feel disappointed in how we played. Obviously, that's not to our standard. And for right now, it's like a rebuilding effort, you know? It's a feeling of like getting our redemption and putting the work in to make sure we show up in PGS4.
그 베이징 덕이 제일 맛있었어요.
I like Shanghai. I think so far I've enjoyed my time here in China. Obviously in the last PGS3 we didn't perform too well, but I'm still excited for PGS4 and we're going to bring our best.
I think now I feel much better. Already had some rest, so preparing for PGS4.
Not too pleased with our performance in PGS3, but we're trying to work through our issues and do our best in PGS4.
Untuk PGS4 kita bakal lebih maksimal lagi, lebih. A gente vai começar a jogar bastante mais agressivo, bastante junto e melhorar nossa comunicação.
2주 동안 이제 PGS3 그랜드 파이널을 가지 못해가지고 좀 4에 집중하려고 연습 많이 한 것 같습니다.
ตอนนี้รู้สึกพร้อมครับแล้วก็อยากทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็อยากทำให้ดีกว่าเดิมใน PGS4 准备肯定是改变首先战略的打法嘛，因为我感觉我们的打法还像去年一样，就没有很新的打法。后面肯定是改进打法，就是去融合新游戏版本。
因为我们 PGS3 打完之后吸收了很多不足的地方嘛，然后我们希望 PGS 能越打越好。可能有些地方对自己的一些路线准备不足吧，然后我们会加强这方面。
Cảm xúc em thấy vui tại vì được gánh.
Cảm xúc của mình thì cảm thấy rất vui vì đây là giải đấu lớn đầu tiên của bọn mình.
Cũng giống với câu trả lời của Hải Saki thôi ạ. Tại vì bọn em bắn cũng khá là nhiều nên là không có áp lực tâm lý gì nặng nề quá.
Thì của tụi em là top 15. Mục tiêu của em là top 16.
Còn em thì trong top 8 ạ.
Còn em thì trong top 20 ạ.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome one and all. This is PGS4, co-hosted by Crafton and VSBO. We'd also like to big thank you to our official tournament gaming chair Onda Seat for their great support during PGS4. My name's Toffees. I'm joined at the analyst desk for the first time in a long time by Matchroom.
Yeah.
How are you doing? What are you excited about?
I am just excited for so many levels. One, actually being able to do this with you. It's been a long time. Actually, in America we do it, but this is the first time internationally we've been on the desk together, so I'm really looking forward to that. Secondarily, this is the first international that we've had so close to another international.
Yes.
I am really excited to dive into this one because this is a lot of work for the analysts to have to look into, and really the players that didn't do the best, how fast can they react?
You're right. This is one of those first times I think the analysts who come with these teams and travel with them have probably really got to earn their bread, because it's the same teams, it's the same rosters, it's the same format here just a week later. So no more excuses. Teams have to come out and put up. There's no more like, I didn't get the circles and that cost me the game. Now you got to do what you got to do. And then when are you going to do it? Right now. This is the schedule. Group stages, 3 days of play, 1 day off, and then a 2-day gangbusters final to see who comes, 3-day gangbuster final, to see who comes away with that victory. Cerberus looked so good last time, but I know there's a lot of teams who want to challenge them for that. Talk about the format that we can expect.
Going to be just like what we just saw at PGS 3, but if you're not familiar with it, we have 3 days of group stage. Today we're going to be looking at groups A and B that has some bangers in it. Teams specifically that I know that we're going to be looking at. We're going to be really, really strong today. Then we're going to be moving on to B and C as well as A and C. Then everybody that does the best, our top 16, will be going on to our grand finals for another 3 days of matches. So this is going to be really, really taxing for our players to deal with. 3 days groups, 3 days grand finals. Yep. That's it.
And it's that traditional round robin style of play. You can see the groups right here, A, B, and C, and they are seeded based on their performance at PGS 3. So the fact that, say, Group A looks APAC heavy is just purely coincidence. And it will, I think, impact some of these games. Do you think the fact that Group A knows each other so well will impact this tournament?
You have to expect it in some fashion. Whenever we look at what was, let's be honest, some pretty wild circles inside of PGS 3, that means that there were some adaptations that you could play. Like if you know how Cerberus is going to be playing and they're just rocking everything, you know how they're going to be navigating the circle, so you can pretty much avoid them if you want to.
And you're going to want to avoid Cerberus if you take home the big prize. There's $300K up for grabs, but there's a huge difference between first and second place. $100,000 for first, and you gotta know, when you talk about the Sonics and Twisted Minds, who started so strong in the last day of PGS 3 and lost that $100K to Cerberus and went home with $40,000 and $20,000 respectively, that's gotta sting. I don't think Gunnar likes making less than Taryn did at the exact same time.
You're gonna bring that up right now?
She did great in Rivals.
You're gonna bring it up now?
It's more of a shout out for Taryn than a teardown for Gunnar. I still think he's gonna do great in this event. Now, let's talk about the other thing we're playing for, maybe more important even than the cash.
And that is going to be the PGC points. Yeah. This is going to be so massive. You can see, first, big point total, 300, then going to drop down to 180, 120 after that. Gets a bit more compacted as we move down the leaderboard itself. But while we're talking about massive prize pools for this event, everybody knows PGC is the way you make the most money for the year if you're going to be competing inside of PUBG. So PGC points, so vital.
Yeah, and it's not even about making the money. It's about being legends and making the statement that next year you're in consideration for a GPT spot. You see those on the left side? Those are the teams that have been chosen to be partner teams during this entire year due to performance, fan base, and everything else that goes along with it. We also see the teams that have made the qualifications over there on the right side from the various regions. And again, this is the best in the world coming here to battle, and I can't say this enough, just a week after they met the same people, the same place, the same everything. And that's what I think I'm most excited about. Now let's take a look at who's playing today, Matchroom.
Standing out, we're going to be looking at, yes, Cerberus, Sonics, a lot to be contended inside of this, but let's not forget about some of the lower end teams whenever we're looking through. Remember, a lot of this, there's going to be a lot of eyes maybe looking at Legacy for bragging power. 4AM also didn't necessarily perform to a lot of expectations, I would say, that people have for them as a historic team. TSM, though, definitely did manage to find themselves some good positioning.
Until the finals.
Until the final. That was kind of a reoccurring theme for a lot of our teams.
It was. Unreoccurring, E-Arena, I think, blew my mind, and they got to the grand finals, and they got to 6th place. I want to see if they can do it again, and I want to see how you guys are getting along at home in your fantasy league. Join us right now. Head over to twire.com and get yourself registered. You have a $100,000 budget to build what you believe is the best PUBG team. We're going to, throughout this event, track those numbers. We're going to be giving away some amazing stuff over on the website. And if you are super cheeky, the deadline closes 10 minutes after the first match starts, which means you can even see how to avoid losing those points early. But what is out for grabs if you're good enough at fantasy?
I mean, you got to be looking at some G coins. That's always going to be tasty for you.
Give me those schematics, baby.
But let's not forget also, you get yourself a very nice seat if you look over there to the right side of this one. So sitting in some comfort with the Twire GG fantasy seat. But I mean, a bit of mixed bag between which one of them you want more. If you got yourself a nice gamer seat already, G-Coin's always good.
Let's talk about the picks here. I'm going to go ahead and start myself off. Look, everyone's got Hamas up there, and that is because his valuation is insane. $35,000 is the cap in fantasy. He still is putting out an average of over 2.5 points higher than his nearest competitor, which is Shrimzy, which only I got him. Well, what are you guys thinking?
I was thinking about your strategy, but I went a bit risky.
Okay.
I wouldn't say to pick my team per se.
Blue Chills is pretty risky.
There's some upside to it, though. That's a lot of very strong fraggers. So there is the world where I do really well. But group stage, I tend to...
Let's see what you guys at home are picking right now. I think everybody else seems to agree that Hamas is absolutely killing it. I asked a lot of players here who's the best, and they keep saying he's the best in the world right now. The picks reflect that. Taggleton still up there on top, but I think Kickstar's going to be happy about this. To see him in the number 5 position, it's got to make him feel pretty good.
I mean, I'm somebody that picked up Tickleton as well, but remember the fact that he is now the entry fragger for the squad.
That's
so
true.
That doesn't lead to high survivability, as a lot of times trades are going to be coming in after your initial breach. But, I mean, people still have faith. Tickleton can pop off.
He sure can. We also have a couple of other teams, players down there. I think a lot of hope that Cerberus will pop off and maybe get a cheaper member of the team if you can. Now let's talk about what to expect to see today. The map rotation is Orangle. Then we get our 2 fun wildcard matches over on Tego and Vikendi. Then off to Miramar to wrap this thing up. I love that we're starting where the players are most comfortable.
I mean, Erangel is how we almost always have to start this. This is like PUBG core, right? Whenever we're looking at it. Then we've got our, I guess, the new spices that have been added in with Tego and Vikendi coming in. I'm really intrigued to see, though, because we were kind of alluding to this as we've been moving through, that these two events are so close to each other.
Together.
So I think that this puts a lot of pressure on teams, one, that performed well, like Cerberus. I mean, we all picked up Mas just because we know that, like, he's a really good player, and he had a stellar performance inside that last round. But can he replicate it again? That's a huge amount of pressure to put on a team like Cerberus that has had finally their first big step into the international.
But they're approaching it the right way. They're having fun. In fact, in their pregame interviews, they were like, our goal is top 16, right? Like, that's a trolley answer. But I think during the warm-ups, they seemed relaxed. And we're going to see very soon who is ready to take home the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. PGS 4 about to get underway here in beautiful Shanghai. We're going to sit back, we're going to watch game 1, and then we're going to have 2 of the best casters in the business, Saga and the Cammy D, taking over. I'm excited. Let's head over and get started right now.
Don't need your money, just give me respect. Told you before this, you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah. In other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. Yeah, we out. Yeah, we out. Looking at the view from the top. Get into the band, don't stop. Get into the band, don't stop. Better catch up, cause we outside.
Welcome back to Shanghai, China PUBG Esports fans. I'm your host, Lydia, here to bring you another incredible week of attention here at the PUBG Global Series 4. At PGS 3, we saw Cerberus hold the trophy for the first time for the SEA region, but we also saw many teams failure in both the group stage and the final stage. PGS 4 will be their chance for a fresh start and the final stage. PGS 4 at the same time, it's another chance at the share of the 300,000 prize pool, and of course the ever important PGS point. Today marked the beginning of the group stage, which will see 24 teams battle it out over the next 3 days to claim their spot and become one of the top 16 point earning teams participating in the final stage, which will be held over 3 days from June 7th through the 9th. Will Cerberus hold their place atop the PUBG Esports world, or will someone else race above and claim redemption? Let's find out right now.
Your PGS 1 champion will be 17 Gaming. I am a soul man, I am a soul believer, and congratulations to him for that MVP.
The heart
lose.
Make some noise for your PUBG Global Series 2 champions, Sonics!
19 kills after 21 minutes of this match. We say goodbye to day trade. Cerberus Esports to win a major title in PUBG. Victory, welcome to PGS 1 champion stand tall, but from the ashes of defeat, another will rise.
ก็ตอนที่เรารู้ตัวว่าทีมเราไม่เข้ารอบไฟนอลเราก็คุยกับทีมว่าเราจะไม่พักแล้วเราก็จะมานั่งดูทีมอื่นแข่งกันว่าเขาเล่นกันยังไงแล้วเราก็มีความมั่นใจมากขึ้นจะกลับมาได้ใน PGS 4
We discussed the games a lot. We went over all our mistakes. We realized what we did wrong, and now we're doing a lot more prep for this one.
So much damage! VP is really doing
That last match at PGS 3 was just a bunch of emotions combined, and I feel like everyone just felt it at that moment that we're gonna do good that game, and that's the VP that's gonna be seen at PGS 4.
지난 3년간 세계대회에서 이제 한 번도 파이널을 떨어져 본 적이 없는데 그래서 그 감정을 못 느끼고 있었어요. 근데 이번에 한번 느껴보니까 더 이상 느끼고 싶지도 않고 되게 짜증나고 좀 그랬던 것 같아요.
PGS 4 for Falcons is going to be much different than PGS 3, and we're going to be a real threat this time.
Vocês não viram nada que a Legacy é capaz de fazer. Na PGS 4 a gente vai amassar.
You saw the three-headed dog stand on top at PGS 3. Now, it's time for the polar bear to rise.
GNL started creeping over in this direction. Sonics, they had to stop down to try to get the revive.
네, 아무래도 첫 세계대회이기도 하고 이 대회 오기 전에는 조금 더 모든 팀들의 수준이 이제 저희의 실수들만 없으면은 조금 더 높은 성적을 낼 수 있다고 생각합니다.
我觉得 PGS 3结束后我们做的一些调整吧，可能就是一些配合交流方面。我觉得我们以现在的实力，对 PGS 4的冲劲是很大的，然后我们也很有信心拿到那个冠军。
I have already built mechanically the strongest PUBG team in the world, and now we just have to win the mental battle against ourselves. In PGS 3, all of us were thinking too much of winning, and that's why we lost it. In PGS4, instead of thinking of winning, we're gonna focus on how to win it.
We just like to stay humble. We had a pretty decent performance in PGS3, but we know that we could do much better, and we could definitely win first next time.
As they are just pressuring once again. 1 knock, 2 knocks, Petrichor Road.
看到 CES 夺冠的时候，我第一反应就是很不爽嘛。但是回顾全程的话，就感觉 CES 打得特别的完美，他们的整体状态也远胜于我们，所以说感觉他们很值得这次 PGS 3的冠军嘛。在 PGS 4的话，我们会更尽全力的把这个冠军留在上海。
Trước khi bước vào giải PGS 3 thì tâm lý bọn mình rất là thoải mái vì bọn mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức giành được top nào thì được 2 top đấy, nhưng mà không ngờ thì lại vô địch. Nên là qua PGS 4 thì có lẽ trọng trách sẽ nặng hơn vì bọn mình phải bảo vệ ngôi vương. Nếu như các bạn muốn chiến thắng tại PGS 4 thì việc đầu tiên các bạn làm là đánh bại chúng tôi.
Immediate trades coming through, and New Happy is just sitting back smiling at all of this as Ming Ming gets the heel off. He's going to peek across the side. High Mass! A pull off a miracle 20 kill win!
Welcome everyone here to PGS for the first ever PUBG Run It Back Championship, as we do have the repeat teams, repeat rosters, repeat everything from PGS 3. Let's see how it's going to work out. Cameron Davis, Saga here to take you through the 6 matches that we have on queue today. I mean, it's going to be a good time.
Hell yeah. We're in Shanghai, tensions are high, but the feelings, the mood is high, the spirits are high across these teams. Everything is really high out here. We've got some amazing teams. Yep. They've displayed everything that they have capable to perform on a global stage like this. For the most part, there are a very few exceptions, but the week off, that contributed heavily. Yeah, spirits are high because of it.
Yeah, so the fact that there is a whole week break between PGS 3 and 4, that gives more than enough time for not just the teams that failed to make it to the grand finals, looking at Falcons, looking at VP, looking at Armory Gaming, etc., Legacy, but also the teams that maybe made it to the finals but failed, whether it's like TSM, who are like lower on the board than we expected, than they expected, but even teams like Twisted Minds and Sonics, who, when you look at their final day, that has to be a failure for both of those teams for Cerberus to be able to come up. Now, Cerberus definitely played well throughout the entire tournament. They put up a bunch of numbers almost every single stage that they were in. But Sonics and Twisted Minds, can they put up a better fight here this time?
Stage like this, you've got varying levels of success, you have varying levels of failure. A lot of teams came into PGS 3 with low expectations of themselves, thinking, we make it to the grand finals, that's good enough, we've proven that we're there, and then we can build on that for PGS 4. But unfortunately, that was not the case for so many of the teams that came into PGS 3 and didn't meet their expectations. They have a mulligan, they have a second chance, they have to grab it with both hands.
Well, the other interesting thing about this, and this isn't the first time you guys are hearing about this is the very unique situation that we have this year with the PGS pairings, as Alo is looking cool as a cucumber heroes. We're about to get into game number 1, and we get our first look at Erangel for PGS 4 and what changes will be made. It's the same teams. The groups are different.
Yes.
But there is room for adjustment, room for adaptation. If you were surprised at PGS 3, there's a little bit of a reasoning, a little bit of like an excuse for that. But here, what changes are you going to make?
The first thing, we've changed the groups, as you said. This is, according to the desk and just about everyone else, APAC heavy. Every single APAC team at the event is in Group A, and that means that they're going to be extremely familiar with one another. Right. And, well, just throw a couple of curveballs into their group, and that might be all it takes to sort of even things out. Cerberus, comfortably the best team in APAC, and potentially even the world at this point if their PGS3 performance is anything to go by. But now you've got a whole nother group of other teams ready to try and claim that away.
Keep your eyes on Shelter. I had a hot drop report earlier today, and it looks like Armory Gaming, despite allowing Weibo to take their spot on Erangel, they got 24th in PGS3. So they're going to switch it up. They're going to try and go for something different. They're going to commit to the hot drop. They're currently fighting over a vehicle. Yes, indeed. Red circle pointing it out for us on the map. They're just going to send it. They're not in the same group, Armory and Weibo. So there's only 2 maps here on Erangel to try and see what can come out of it.
It's just a full commit straight into the compound. No one's even going for the hard spawn. Shen's got an AK in hand, and he's got targets abound.
Oh, no. Spaceman's the first one to go down. But Shen with a double goes for a triple. He's going to get all 4 of them. The very first game we have here at PGS4, and he is setting things up for an amazing performance. Cold is going to be there with the final nail in the coffin, but Armory Gaming barely lasted a minute.
24th place in PGS3, 24 seconds in Game 1 of PGS4. Armory Gaming, welcome to the big stage, my friends. Shen is here to greet you with a 3-piece with the AK.
So fast they got Spaceman picked up so fast. This is hardly going to adjust their rotation timings, their loot timings, and we do see phase number 1. There's a little bit of Sosnovka that it's teasing at. There's a little bit of that water to be worried about.
Yeah. Cameron, teams haven't even made it to their loot spot. DK's not even got to North George, and we've already lost the first team. They're not even the only team as well to have some shenanigans in the early game. Daytrade got forced off their loot spot in Primorsk as Legacy decided they want to stake a claim on a slightly stronger position to make sure they don't have the same repeat failure from PGS3.
And also remember, guys, we do have multi-views, 6 teams every single day. You can go and watch their perspective with microphones. So it is really, really good, informative, not just entertaining, but also how to improve your own game working with your teammates.
Weibo is one of the teams.
All right.
So just click on that, scroll back about a minute, and you'll get some excellent content. You'll hear the boys screaming. It's so loud in here. Everyone is within audio range of each other. They touched on it in PGS3, but it adds that extra layer of mentality to the game, and sometimes that can be all it takes.
Currently looking at North George as D+ are looting around, and I mean, for Seoul specifically, we saw this in the beginning before the game started on the video broadcast. This is Seoul's world champion, and his team didn't make it to the grand final here. So, I mean, I think you can say for almost every single team here, the expectations are at least to make top 16. That's kind of a minimum, but especially for D+.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were talking about the physical 100, a lot of very strong Korean men out there and women, but here it's all about the strong mentalities. The mental 64 is what we've got on display for PUBG, and Seoul, he's been at the top of the game, he's had his low point, potentially the lowest point in his career, failing to make the grand finals for the first time. It's all about the bounce back, and it has to start right now.
Wally Tai also looting up just southeast of Chopsticks Dumplings, getting their rotation on. This is an okay spot in this central circle. There's a lot of field around Pachinki that the teams need to be managing. Naturally, Sonics, who looted in Pachinki, taking this nice hill, though, of course, Tiggleton does, of course, flip his vehicle. But
no fancy points.
It's fine. They're here. This is where they wanted to land anyway. Who cares about UAC?
But down there, Shrimzy, he's got the Panzerfaust in hand. Latte is completely unaware, but it doesn't quite connect, but the Org Spray will. Big pickup for the Sonics.
Really good grab. It's not just a defense at this position, it's an early point, so who's going to say no to that?
It's allegedly an early point. Shrimzy's a little bit hesitant to overcommit to pushing out with the rest of Wally Tai in the compound, just keeping tabs, but it's a very early move of Wally Tai. They wanted to try and claim the position, but unfortunately, Sonics just made their move out of Pachinki, uncontested, no 17 in this group, back to home territory, and already potentially on the board if he can secure this flush.
Shrimzy just moving his bike inside the compound. He's not running out to try and go get the confirm on that. Tiggleton has the angle for it, just because we saw all of Wally Tai were there on the west. They could have easily shot him in return. But this is an interesting, sneaky approach by Heaven. They're sort of getting a little bit of a spread of their own around to the west of Pachinki, looking to see if they can't find. They certainly heard the shots, so they're just going to be looking for information and seeing what they can't find, what opportunity they can get for themselves here. And one big thing, and I've talked to a couple of other teams about this as well, is that the meta of these global events specifically is only moving faster. And so I think we're going to be seeing even fewer splits than before. I mean, because just look at that, Trims, you got that simple, easy one and done from just half a second of being away from your team. That's going to happen for anyone and everyone.
I mean, Wally Time made the move very quickly to get towards the center, but Sonic's just that few seconds quicker can make all the difference. The most minuscule of margins can be the difference between life and death in a game like this. One slight margin that we haven't yet touched on, and I hope we never have to touch on it again. Military Island is a potential, but first of all, let's just admire this from Shen.
Yeah, what's watching another time? Let's go check it out. Oh, I didn't even realize that the last one they got was just cowering in the toilet with not a single weapon, so very unfortunate start. Couldn't even put up a fight.
Wow. You hate to see it. You really do, for Armory Gaming to come back from a pretty disastrous PGS 3, and this is their opening game. Not the most effective of ways to really try and stamp their name on the map, especially if they're coming in with the mentality of, we're going to have to fight for what is rightfully ours in the regional series, and it goes so badly wrong so quick.
Well, we'll see how much space that opens up in the early game. It's only one team, 1 to 16th. Usually doesn't really affect
someone has to come last.
Yeah, but what I mean is that it usually doesn't affect too much. Hey, tire pop, let's go! Look, whenever you have an opportunity to shoot tires, shoot tires. I don't know why we don't see it more often.
Huge.
There should not be a single tire on your screen.
I mean, there is certain compounds, and I'm pretty sure the one where Shrimsy is, that is specifically called no tires, because if you park a car outside, you ain't leaving, which is why he's there with a bike, making sure the door's closed, keeping himself safe so that KDF can't just gank him like that and just hamper his mobility.
Star-Lord rolling on up. KDF, they did, as I said, they set up their spread on the west of Pachinki. Good sightlands across there. Do not get the knock on Starlord, and good covering fire for Americano to keep Guman from being able to get that knock on the open, because if Starlord fell there, most assuredly be a full confirm.
One or two teams, PGS3, their big downfall was having just a little bit too much of a spread in the early game, maybe looking for information, drive scouting riskily, and getting punished for it. So it's good to see that those teams that need to have a comeback are starting to adjust and making sure they're covering.
PGS total kill rankings, MS is way far and ahead of everyone else with Shrimsy and Example hiding behind. Will that maintain? Honestly, probably.
And Example's going to remain 1 point away from 150. Unfortunate, he's not in today, but I'm sure, 100% certainty, he's crossing that benchmark tomorrow.
By the end of groups.
But by game one today, surely, but Himas is so far ahead of the competition. It's been such a huge turnaround for him over the past year and a half.
It really has. Cerberus, I mean, honestly, watching groups, how well Cerberus played, how well Himas played, I was telling people publicly there is no way that form continues into the grand final. Sure, they're going to continue to be a good team, but at that level, and I mean, I was wrong. I was wrong.
Oh, RBN getting a little bit close to E-Arena. They were holding one of those wide spreads. In fact, almost a kilometer between this two-man and their teammates all the way over, almost pushing into Cerberus territory, but just about getting out of there in time without any blows coming towards them from Legacy, who themselves are holding a very wide 2-2 split across the western side of the map, but it's forcing E-Arena to regroup.
Yeah, that's a wide separation. I didn't even realize that it wasn't the full 4 stack of E-Arena in that one compound. Now, they were coming in an area that is less threatened because of the wall, air quotes here, heavy air quotes here, the wall of the water and Sosnovka. You don't have to worry too much about those angles to the south of anyone on the coastline, because even though Sosnovka is about a quarter of this circle, the chances of it going down that direction are very, very little.
Oh, okay. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Did I just ruin it? Did I just curse it?
The one thing that definitely played into E-Arena's favor is basically all of the military looting teams are in Group C. So they're not playing today. FaZe Clan, Falcons have been down there. Na'Vi, usually over towards Novo. So they didn't really have to worry too much about their backline, which is maybe why they felt so confident to take that split. But the second a threat shows up, they're not taking any chances. And they've always been risk-averse throughout PGS3, and it's paid off massively. They had a fantastic result.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 a.m. now, coming into the north of Pachinki. That was semi-recently left by Sonics. There is Petrichor Road towards the south, right along that sewer road that goes to the south of that direction, which is, I mean, one of the most uncomfortable positions to play in this game. It is so open, but like you don't have any other backup there. And Howl now rotate through very, very similar area. We'll see if potentially Petrichor Road and Sonics might have angles onto this as we're watching the map. Phase 2 is about to reveal. Please go south.
I'm so happy that our only EMEA representatives are living up to their standards and pre-driving straight towards the center on the Phase 2 pop. But this time around, Legacy, they've regrouped their split somewhat. An amazing position that they've managed to get themselves an early grip on by forcing the arena out of that compound. The Phase 2 shift, so much space around them that's practically unplayable unless you're sitting in a shack, and let's hope that Howl finds something better than that.
Observers want to pull attention to not just that one little crossroad that Howl drove through, big open space, but also the South Pachinki Hill that Sonics already took. Petrichor Road are now arriving on top of it. It could be a very, very powerful position. It's only Phase 2. There is not a single spot here that is objectively priority, but this could be an important one because of all the field that is in play around it. If it continues to center up or maybe just go a little bit towards the east, as long as it doesn't go too far west, it could be a good spot for either of those teams, which they might want to fight over it early, but so far no blows have been exchanged.
Yeah, I can tell you objectively what's not priority. Howl is in a shack. They made it to their target. Wide wraparound from GNL, a little bit separated, not quite the convoy that we see from a lot of, particularly like NA teams have got really good at staying bumper to bumper on the rotation and making sure that they're not losing out players, but it's working out for GNL. They've got themselves some free space around Gatka.
Yeah, I mean, is it that free though? TSM are right next to them. And there's also DK to the north, Chopsticks, Gatka area. It's the weird, like, is this building separated from this spot, or is it the same part? How do we divide? Where do we set the line of scrimmage there? But hey, again, talking about this is probably one of the highest field to non-field ratio of all of Erangel.
Yeah,
so
like
it's not surprising. Well, yeah, but anyway, it's not surprising that we see Bleed go on a big wide wrap and rotate out and about. They're coming in late to the zone anyway, and then Weibo is going through Ruins, just trying to avoid that death field. If they tried to drive straight, basically backfilling behind Howl, they could be shot at a lot by teams like Sonics, like Wally Tai.
And we've had a lot of practice while we've been out here in Shanghai with our chopsticks, and there's a good chance if this zone shifts anywhere towards TSM, Wally Tai, DK, and even potentially Weibo, depending on how far they continue this rotate, chopsticks is going to play a massive part. And teams have been opting to make that send very early and holding on to that position for a long time. So we'll put a pin on that, potentially return on phase number 3, but 4 AM making a move through very unstable territory right down outside Kwangdong Freaks.
KDF, another opportunity to take a kill, take a little knock here, but they are not landing the shots that they need to. 4 AM are, at the moment, sending their way through. But what is their final destination? The hill in front of them is free, but it is quite open, but it also will not be free for so long. We see Daytrade just now arriving from the south side. This could be an early fight as both teams not expecting for there to be resistance here.
Well, Daytrade, they were holding on to the compound just towards the south. TSM is 2-2 splitting with the western compound. So Daytrade haven't heard any gunshots from this position. They've seen no vehicles. They're starting to just probe their way forward, flex out a little bit up towards the hill, but they will have definitely heard that 4 AM convoy straight towards the middle.
Checking back in on the Pachinki Hill situation. Petrichor Road is now breaching over the top side of this. Shots out towards Kickstart. Kickstart still at 100 HP. Vehicle took a couple of shots, but they should be safe. They're all going to be grouping up on Shrimzy's compound that he secured just a few minutes before, and then we were about to reveal phase number 3. Bleed are all the way out in Boatyard going for a wide route. This does go towards the east. This does center up right on Sonics and Wally Tai with Petrichor Road. The high ground angle, this is potentially a round that they could farm damage, farm kills, and on the left of that circle there,
that hilltop.
A lot of teams around that hill.
Yeah, that hilltop now becomes one of the prime real estate positions for teams to go in towards, but there's already teams there. You're going to have to fight them, so of course Weibo going to actually use a couple of brain cells and make the smart option, rotate back around and not make any crazy sends. That has been their downfall quite significantly throughout PGS 3. When they get positions in the zone, they're great, but when they make crazy sends, they just commit to a fight, and sometimes it's an overcommit. Let's hope they don't run into Bleed on this push.
They might. They just might. There is also still KDF, and they're all driving through D plus Kia. Americano hopping into the vehicle because this North Chopsticks position is not in the zone. GNL danger close. TSM potentially danger close. These teams have been avoiding fights for so long. Well, except for Armory Gaming and Wave. But everyone else, they've been avoiding fights for a while. It's got to pop off at some point. And the open sight lines is only going to make it sooner before teams see each other. And yes, this is the Weibo collapsing in onto Bleed. And Bleed are pretty separated. They've been way separated from each other on their own rotate. This could give an advantage to Weibo. The Bleed are aware of it. They're watching for it. They're going to make sure that they do not enter into an engagement that they have a big disadvantage on.
Emas making a push through, but Chewy is there to respond. That treacherous position, that valley paying off now for Pero as Cerberus have to try and make some sort of push, and they're going to get the trade.
Salalzi out in the open there. Ixlep surely is going to find an angle to take him out. And this is the openness of this position that I was so aware of. But Tycon and even Shen all chiming in, all getting eliminations, but Ixlep and being still left standing for Petrichor Road. Salalzi's gone down.
This is why you said this position's so scary. There's hilltops on either side. Even if Cerberus comes down from outside the zone on the east, Pero is still there to punish.
Ixlep trying to remain dominant in this position, but with both Summer and Chewy knocked, suddenly the agency that this player has is not looking too hot. There's an opportunity for Hamas to get revived here.
Oh, but there's also opportunities to wipe out the defending champions. E-Arena is starting to make a move in from the south. You can see them in the distance, DMRs in hand, looking at these smokes, looking for any opportunities to put Cerberus in their place.
Shots at range. I think E-Arena is getting involved here. Hamas takes XF down. Stolen by Zizzy. Not too happy about that, but Summer also gets confirmed. I think it is only Mean left driving away, but where can you retreat to?
How has that fallen apart? They got the opening pick. They had the high ground position. Cerberus just winning their gunfights close range yet again. This man seemingly cannot be stopped.
It was so close to falling the other direction, though, so it's not even a terrible fight for Petrichor Road, but that's just the nature of things. That's why you see teams avoid early game fighting, because of how insecure it is, and it's another hardship down south. Sonics are still winning. Howl are happy with this too, but a bunch of open field, and Petrichor Road, who, after losing that fight, don't have control of that hilltop. That's good for Cerberus.
Good luck, Weibo. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult to make that push. Howl made it work, and I don't know how they're doing this every time. Shout out Martin, that's his favorite. But they got themselves a shack. They don't have to leave. It's huge because no one can play anything around them. Sonics have the compound that right now is one of the best in the game, which is crazy. But now the push coming in on that hill, it had to happen eventually. But you're going up in a grenade battle against TSM. That's risky, boys.
Yeah, and at this point, like how can you be secure that you're not going to have third-party shots from halfway across the map spot you from this position still? Stella is now looking around. Nyang has been confirmed. Again, as you say, TSM grenades, they're a meme within themselves, but they're a meme for a reason. Luke's gone down, a nice strike from Hammer.
And a third party from Flash as well. Daytrade is still present on this hill. They haven't left just yet. They've seen the opportunity to get some points, get aggressive in third party, and clean this up entirely.
When it's all field out in the open, what other option do you have? A good win by TSM to at least try and stay and limp into this, but everyone is still collapsing on all of these fights. No one wants to enter the circle yet because of how open and precarious it all is. Cold takes some shots, has to back away, prepares a grenade.
Even Kwangdong Freaks, they've had to leave the safety of their compound and make a push in. Huge grenade from Cold. It might just be his parting gift, as he will be going down relatively soon. He's surrounded, and he is gone. Bean answers back for KDF.
TSM also eliminated, Weibo eliminated. We are losing players by the second, losing teams by the moment. And I'm looking at the map. I'm seeing like one or two teams that have maybe gone inside, but again, they're just going for fights because it's all open field. The teams, whether they know who is in the middle or not, they know that it's not them, and there's going to be a team there already. So might as well go for points that you can guarantee at least an option now. But D plus Kia, how are they going to send it in? They're driving through Bleed. They could pick up a kill or two here.
They saw the smokes. They were thinking about the shack, but they saw it's occupied. There's no other options. There's a couple of shacks out in the field, but Kickstart's going to dome Americano before he can even get there.
There's a rock. Soul's going to be playing around this. Carfort, back to 2017 style. It's a retro meta that's developing here, at least in this first game. The rest of the squad is going to roll up. Very vulnerable to the south, but at least at the moment, H1 cannot quite find that angle. It's Legacy running into Bleed. Bleed are eliminated. A couple of points for the Latin American team.
is this even a position?
No!
There's nothing here but smokes and maybe vehicles. That's all the cover there is. And they're still fighting here because there's simply no other options. I was tempted to say, 15 minutes, apart from that hot drop, it's been a slow game. Only one other player had died up to that point, and now we've lost half of the lobby in the past 3.5 minutes. This has been insane.
So many smokes in play and a lot of frag grenades, trying to find the targets in there, trying to go redneck fishing. Circles continues to favor the Sonics here. They're not getting a lot of kills at least, but still they are gearing themselves up for a nice late game fight, but the fight on the west side is going to remain explosive. Daytrade are just keeping the pressure on. A great knock by Chills. Good counter by VHD, at least making it 2 for 1, because LFP is not the last one standing as Sonics are getting involved into this. Big open sidelines, big angle, pushing into a member of Daytrade. It's now down to a 1 versus 1, but LFP is trying to confirm all of these points while he can.
Daytrade, how have they fumbled this? There was no pressure on them from up the hill. Belmoth will pick up the pieces, but it's a costly push, over-aggression, not quite on the same page. Oh no, they've lost half their team for it, but thankfully they will be able to get the revives, but it's so rough from this position now. There's very little to play. I mean, that rock might just be one of the top 2 positions in this zone.
Cerberus now, still 4 kills from earlier, most of them being from Petrichor Road, gearing up towards 4 a.m., but it seems to be Sonics again picking up those long-range shots. And being last one from KDF, trying to survive in the blue. 4 first aid kits, so can probably stay alive for a while, but really going to be looking for an opportunity onto 4 a.m. as he's backfilling that team.
Might just be the best you can hope for at this point. There's zero chance of getting down the hill into that zone. Sonics, when they made the push down the hill, I actually didn't mind it when they made the disengage from Petrichor Road, playing maybe the percentage game, the hard shift back towards the hill. Maybe they might have been kicking themselves a little bit, but watching Pero in the kill feed get rolled by Cerberus and then seeing the zone since, they'll be very happy to claim that spot for everyone else.
Absolutely.
It's so unfortunate. There is no way down this hill, and for 4 a.m., the longer they delay, higher chance that Bean stabs them in the back.
Yeah, that's the problem. But at the same time, delaying what? Delaying sending out into the open?
It's pretty much their only chance.
Flash comes out. They seem to be aware of each other at this point. Grenades are flying through and through. Bean with, I think, down to 1. No, that was the last first aid kit available. Has to stay in front of the blue at this moment, but is going to try and keep the defilade between him and 4 a.m. Is going to opt to run out in the open. We'll see if Raleigh Tide is going to spot them out. Sonics might have the angle there because they are going to be paying some attention to the west, but it looks like I think they're actually taking shots at 4 a.m. now, but it is. Bean goes down to Kiss. Now we are in placement points.
Vehicle-less. Hopeless. There's no way you're getting down that hill on foot. Smokes or not, I mean, you might get to a shack, but it's not going to last at this point. But thankfully for 4 a.m., they dodged the threat that was coming in from behind, but there's still 7 threats that lurk in front of them, and they simply have nowhere to go.
Only 1 kill for 4 a.m., 1 placement point now that we've hit 8 teams. And Tycon looking towards the west, trying to find all of these angles, and there it is!
Okay.
Easy does it. Himas and Tycon both chiming in. 4 Angry Men eliminated in 8th place. That's going to free up, I suppose, some space for Cerberus.
Yeah, okay. That's the thing that just blows my mind about this Cerberus team. Every time they take a fight, they're in a position where you think they should lose this fight. Taking the fight in the valley when Pero is split up the hill, E-Arena third-partying, and somehow they're 3 alive on top of the hill, cleaning up their edge of the zone, and that is a send that they're gonna have to have vehicles to make, surely. Right. And if they don't, then it might just be game over.
Yeah, I mean, I think they do still have some vehicles saved there, but everyone's gonna have to go into the open field. That's what these lines are showing out. Yeah, I think Cerberus, they do have some vehicles. They could try and maybe send it in through the Sonics, maybe past them. I don't really know how it's going to work, and I don't know how Daytrade are going to make their way through this. Howl haven't really had to fight until now, and they have all this utility. Chills has gone down. It's all into Belmoth. Trying to deploy more smokes, but not just to the east, but also to the north. And here is the Cerberus send, taking some hay bales to try and block some lines of sight. Jacob runs out of ammo, gets knocked by Himas.
Just has to be a send into a fight, and it just has to be Himas to get the opening knock. But Lyrix is there to trade. The numbers steadily in the hands of E-Arena and chipping down away at Cerberus, but you got to finish them off. Someone's got to start killing them.
Oh, they're trying! They're trying!
He's got no bullets.
Running out of ammunition. Smokes coming out, stuns coming out as well. The smokes would be a good wall to block the center of the zone, blocking from D+, blocking from Sonics, so they can at least try and confirm this team wipe, perhaps even get Jacob picked back up. But at this point, this is the most vulnerable team for them to go up against. They only have 1 kill point, only 1 placement point. It's a very low-scoring game at the moment, but Haisaki strikes. Zizzy gone down.
They've just expended so much of their utility to get into grenade range. It gets them a re-knock, but They're not even going to be able to secure the point. Potentially, if Hisaki can grab this revive, it might have all been a wasted effort. Tigger, meanwhile, is sort of anchoring towards his own, getting knocks on Sonics and DK, maybe just giving us a slight chance of hope for E-Arena, but they've left Cerberus alive. They're still 3 up. I don't know how they keep doing it.
I don't know how anyone keeps doing this. It's 7 kills for Cerberus. People were saying, naysayers were easily saying there's no way they repeat that performance. And it's only 1 game, but still, it's the only game that we have so far.
They've slipped through the fingers once again. Tigger is elsewhere, putting shots into the back of DK. He's getting points for E-Arena, but Cerberus back in first place on the leaderboard, but Sonic still have what is the only hard cover remaining now that DK have been dealt with.
Who's going to take that center spot? That's the big question. Throw a couple more vehicles in the mix, and maybe you have something that you can actually defend. But yeah, Sonic's only hard cover. I think they're going to be sitting really, really happy. It's them and Howl that are the only 2 teams with 4 up still. And Howl's position is looking a little precarious, especially with the Mad only just now arriving in from the blue. Kripa trying to spot out the slightly wounded, maybe limping if we really stretch that definition, Cerberus, but shots from Sonic still. Again, they have sight lanes on everyone.
Oh, win! Where's that from? Opposite side of the zone, running headshot on Tycon. Thankfully, they might just be starting to put an end to that reign of terror, but Howl, they've been in the shack. They've had no pressure on them the entire time. They're still rocking a ton of utility, but Tycon has been confirmed. H-Win will secure it, and now the Sonics and Wally Tai both have to move.
Observers seem to think that they're going to be fighting over that hill. I actually think Wally Tai is going to wait for Sonics to move, or vice versa, and they're going to fight outside of the zone, partly because they don't want to open up any third-party opportunities, but I don't know how many teams are going to be available as Howl are continuing to deal that damage to Cerberus. Sidelines towards each other. Sonics are going on the aggressive. They want to take care of Wally Tai first. Good grenades come out. A lot of damage, ruining vehicles. No knocks yet, but the health is chipping down.
That's so good from Sonics. They knew if they made that play first, Wally Tai is going to shoot them in the back. It's going to make this game unplayable. Uniques is doing what he can with an ace knock from close range.
Good knock on H-Win. Kickstart's trying to answer back up close. Got stunned for a brief moment. 3 versus 3 now. We saw Tickleton on the roof looking for the sight lines. Damage is coming out. Shrimpsy's gone down. Kickstart's trying to answer back. Gets 1, trying to go for the second. Doesn't quite land the knock just yet. H-Win does get confirmed.
It's Ruin from long range. He's dealing the damage. He's third-partying on towards Sonics. They've committed to this push. They tried to clear their backline, but Tiggleton's out of there. It's just Kickstart left to try and deal with what remains.
Flashes himself. Unfortunate grenade there. Smoke line could allow Kickstart to get back.
11 smokes.
Right, yeah, but no frag grenades. That's the unfortunate part.
Right.
And now Howl are taking center zone, center stage to try and take this win away. Naturally, we were all looking at the Sonics, but now that everyone else is wounded, Howl are in the perfect position now. Shots coming out, a good knock from Tig.
It's a big angle to hold. He's running very low on ammo remaining. Megvalos lands the headshot, and Tiggleton, nowhere for him to go. He might just about be revived. Kickstart can at least confirm the point. Is that what's more important? It will be. Now that Phase 7's coming in, Tig has no chance, and Megvalos just has to shimmy and shuffle to try and make his way towards the zone.
Took a little bit of a dink from the blue. Kickstart hopping back out to reset the smokes. Ruin does take Megvalos out. That is going to be Wally Tai confirmed, but it is Kickstart now in a 1 versus 4. One of the best players in the world, one of the best players in North America, but a 1 versus 4 might be too much to ask. And with Code Marco right up close, ready to catch the send, Howl with the very first win of PGS 4.
And they've done it in the most Howl possible fashion, pre-driving on Phase 2, directly into a shack in the middle of a field, and somehow they come away with a victory. This is PEC Spring 2023 Howl in full effect, and they were the champions at that event. So that is a name to remember.
But listen, with not a favorable position with those fields, Cerberus got a whole bunch of points from their own play.
Yeah, it's huge. I don't know how they keep doing it. World champions for a reason, right?
Well, we'll see what happens next. We got a lot more games coming up.
Because, my lord, there was just no cover to be had. That is such a hard circle to play.
Tough circle, and we're here to talk about it. Welcome back to the analyst desk. My name is Toffees. I am joined by Matchroom as we break down the after-action report and what action there was. It was a very tough circle. Once we got to that phase 5, the shifts, you know, sometimes circles, they always have a big impact, but when there's just no cover and no option, teams have to make hard choices, and that's what we saw. Maybe not the Sonics. The Sonics didn't have to make a lot of choices for a while in that game. But you take what you get.
I mean, they were also kind of trying to hold that hillside whenever Petrichor Road did force them down. But it's, you are correct. Sonics had the, I guess, the eye of positioning to see everything that was going on. They were kind of the eye of Sauron that was kind of refereeing a lot of what was happening inside that fight. Well, almost every fight around there. But at the same time, they weren't capable of picking up a lot of the kills that they really wanted to, because all the teams that were kind of forced to play along the edge were just massacring each other. Just they realized there is no survivability to be had. Let me get what I can and salvage here.
And there was a lot of teams that I think were worth mentioning. We saw Petrichor get the drop on Cerberus. Hamas goes down right away, and the pack responds. They say the Alpha cannot die, and they push to get that res, and he gets back up and fighting.
Twice that happened.
It's wild.
Twice. I would say thank you. My fantasy team appreciates the sacrifice Cerberus, so that way Hamas can stay alive.
And they end up going deep. They get 4th and plenty of kills off of that. Then we see some really smart plays later on. Esports Arena, okay? This is a team that I think a lot of people at E-Arena, they said they're not going to, I didn't think they'd make it necessarily, I'm not be mean here, they'd struggle with getting out of groups. Then they go ahead and they get a massive performance in the finals, and it's because they're willing to take a fight. And we see that when they push Cerberus, that smoke, that willingness to say, you know what, we don't have a lot to work with, let's go out there and try to get these kills on a team that is going to be challenging in the first place.
I'll be honest, I was sleeping a bit on E-Arena. I've been very, very impressed with the way that they've been reading, specifically how to navigate the midsection for fights has been really, really astounding. This was just a very solid opening game for what I'm looking for, a great PGS4 so far. I mean, we started off with a hot drop fight for contestant position on Erangel. That doesn't happen a lot.
And you know, I asked some of the players, I said, what is it about E-Arena that's working for them? Because I didn't expect this. Based on their regional performance and sort of what they've done before, how'd they get to 6 in the final? And multiple players said, you know what, they're winning fights. Like, they are playing mechanically better than a lot of players here expected, and I think that that may continue. They're getting the macro down, and they're winning fights that nobody's expecting them to take, and I gotta respect that. Let's take a look at the top 4 teams from that match. Howl coming in 1, Sonics 2, Cerberus 3. 2 of the top 3 teams I am not surprised to see finishing top 3.
Yeah, and with high kill counts on top of that one, that is a big game for Howl. I mean, you can see that they had a distance that they needed to manage to make it to get inside the circle, but also with the fact that they were playing that southern area, they had a lot more maneuverability that they were having to contest with.
But also, I mean, take a look at that damage. We got Sonics at 1,800 damage with 7 kills. Howl did just about 1,000 and walked away with 10, which tells me that they're playing that Howl format. They're waiting for the right moment, they're picking off a few steals, and they're making the most of what they get. Now let's take a look at their chicken dinner stats. Big kill count going the way of Code Marco.
But look at damage taken in that circle. In that circle, you managed to walk away with 47 and 89 damage taken. That means that you were just controlling that territory. Nobody could come near.
Or it means you've got an old school tank like you're playing an MMO.
You're throwing somebody in front. You eat these bullets so I can hit the shots, man.
Quepa, you go. I will follow. Either way, though, they come out with the win. They come out with a good kill count to go along with it. And when we're only playing 12 games to make it to the grand final, at the end of the day, that's what we're looking at. Do you make the top 16? You don't have to finish in first. You just can't finish in last. This is going to be a great way to start that statement.
I mean, also, we talk about it a lot, early momentum and the comfort it gives you. This is a big game for Howl, as we're going to see 20 points to 13 with Sonics right back behind them, and just so much more comfortable moving in. As now, you talked about it, they're essentially, what, I guess like 8% now done with the group stage, and they have some like playrooms. That way, if they have something not necessarily go their way, they're not sweating as hard.
I won't comment on the math. It's probably right, but we know that I'm not allowed to do math publicly. But the match leaderboard does speak to the value of Howl's performance. 20 points walk away. Sonics and Cerberus already poltergeists in this lobby coming out with huge points to start this one. It's going to be a good day for them.
What scares me the most is how, I guess, let's be honest, how bad the early mid game was for Cerberus. And they still made it that far and still got that many kills.
Other things to talk about as we go back to Erangel one more time. We saw for a good hot drop here. We saw Armory go head-to-head with Weibo. they decided they were willing to take that fight. They did not do that in PGS 3. They went elsewhere, and I heard rumors that maybe there's a consideration when it didn't go well for you, leaving, you just stay and take the fights anyway. It didn't go well for them again. So what do you think they do in game number 2?
I mean, you have to make some modifications, right? If you're going to be committing into something that's not working repeatedly, at some point you just have to say the strategy isn't there. Let's try a secondary or a tertiary.
But the tertiary didn't work in PGS 3. So at this point, what else can you do? Just
win a firefight.
Press F and go for the best.
Get a
Either
kill.
way, it's time for game number 2. Let's hover to the dulcet sounds of Saga and the Kamadi.
When in doubt, get a kill.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, we joke, but at the end of the day, to sound like John Madden, like that is how you win games, is getting kills in Armory Gaming. If they do want to go for that hot drop again, at least fight back with it. Is okay. To be fair, even the best teams in the world, when you enter a hot drop like that, you are banking on finding a weapon before your opponent does.
Right.
We saw the last member of Armory hiding in the bathroom with not even a pistol to his name. So like there is a level of randomness to that, but you are actively opting into it. It's only one more Erangel, so
Yeah, I mean,
I could see them repeating the hot drop.
You don't get to a global series by being a dang quitter. Of course they're going for it again. Look at them. Same place, exact same setup. Armory Gaming and Weibo going in for round 2.
Same compound, why not? I was going to say maybe take the vehicle and leave, but at the same time, this is an ego play. This is to try and strike fear into your opponents. And for AG, can only go up from here, but instantly, Weibo had the first weapons in hand. Multi-stream, go and watch that. It is Weibo. Let's see how they manage this fight. Shots coming out. Initial damage and knocks and flushes. No counter damage yet until now. Shanks, the first knock for Armory Gaming.
This feels a lot like I'm watching a replay, except Shanks this time is allowed a weapon. Up to the top, the flick doesn't come through in time. Nothing for Shen, but it doesn't matter. The rest of Weibo Gaming get the job done. 2 for Mamu, 2 for Cold, and 2 for Weibo. Nothing for Armory Gaming's Erangel.
And regardless of where these zones go, where these rounds go on Erangel, they are happy for the 4, shall we say, free points. They're not free, but like, they were really straightforward for Weibo to get. So good management of them. 2 hot drops in a row. And this zone, it's quite favorable for them. We do have a whole third of it taken up by water, but the fact that that hot drop didn't last long again means that it doesn't disrupt the rotation timings as much as you would fear.
Barely any impact for Weibo whatsoever. I mean, they have to run for 4 seconds to get to the hard spawn vehicle, but the fight's over before 2 minutes, twice now. So all in all, they've lost a grand total of 45 seconds on 8 points at the start of these games. And Armory Gaming, they've got a lot to think about.
That's more than E-Arena got off game 1, and they were there for like 25 minutes.
Crazy.
So as far as efficiency goes, Weibo, they were up on top. But this is going to be an interesting early game, I think, for a lot of teams. We have the Far East plane path, so a lot of teams secondary dropping into Sosnovka Island. We do... We'll see if it happens, but we do have an interview from Cerberus, the winners of PGS 3. Really good performance in the previous match. Let's see what they have to say here.
Mình cảm thấy mùa giải đấu này khá là quan trọng dành cho các team phải giành điểm để đi PGC và mình rất mong chờ ở tại giải đấu này. Sau khi mà bọn mình giành chức vô địch tại PGS 3 thì bọn mình đã có một tuần nghỉ ngơi, thì bọn mình cũng đi trải nghiệm Disneyland và ăn những món ăn tại Thượng Hải. Bọn mình đã tập trung tinh thần cũng như phong độ để bảo vệ ngôi vương của mình. Nếu như bọn mình thi đấu đúng phong độ cũng như tâm lý vững thì mình nghĩ sẽ có.
You walk into PGS 3, underdogs, you walk out global champions. What's the first thing that crosses your mind? Disneyland, let's go ride some rides. Let's just enjoy the time that we're out here because you're only global champions for a very short period of time before you got to come back and defend the title. But the pressure not affecting them at all.
No, not at all. They're looking good still. Right on time, 3.5 minutes. Teams are fighting over the central position. 4 AM and Bleed contesting for it. We also have Pero not too far from this position. shots at range. Happy, unfortunately, slotted with the M16, but they wanted to get into position early, so they had to do with what they got within the first couple of minutes. That's the downside of getting the first phase, is that you don't actually have as much time to loot as teams that are dropping way far away.
And you'll definitely get the benefits of the team streams. Obviously, you get to hear it when they're playing from Edge, but one of the big things that you heard a lot from Sonics, and particularly FaZe, on all the angles at PGS3 going to the military island was, whatever, get terrible loot, let's make a move, but terrible loot. Armory Gaming twice in a row, the only gun they picked up is a pistol and a shotgun, and that's not enough against Weibo.
And Weibo have a barrel. That's not a fair fight, but again, you are actively opting into it 2 in a row, and Weibo, they picked up weapons instantly, so I think just as far as the mechanics of knowing how to land before your opponent, it's a small thing that it doesn't really find an interaction for most normal players like us who aren't in these competitive moments, but for them, where every single percentage chance makes a big difference, is something that you need to be aware of as a pro-level player.
It's those margins again. The very few seconds that made the difference between WildlyTie picking up the kill on Sonics or Sonics getting the kill on them in game 1.
Right.
Twice in a row, Weibo Gaming, half a second is all it takes for them to hit the ground running, get the guns, and win the fight. Bleed Esports didn't have too much of a chance to get their looting done, but they've got the position, whereas D plus Kia starting to make a bit of an entrance now off the military island. They were down towards Nova, one of 3 teams at the start. TSM barely escaped a bridge camp by E Arena on the western bridge while we were watching the Hymas interview, by the way.
Yeah, Howl now rotating up. Legacy just parked right in front of them. I think Howl are recognizing that, not playing into a fight. It's way too early, don't want to take that risk. Look what happened to Petrichor Road in the previous game. LFP gonna try and spot it out. I don't know if it's valuable to take shots at that range. If you do get a knock, you might burn some smokes, but they will likely get the revive there. Honestly, just let them go past, get the information, and maybe they can try and deal some damage to a center team, or in this case, just find a crate.
Yeah, and it's pretty sensible to make this move. You know, if there's a team heading to Lipovka, they're going to have made a move. They're just going to ignore that crate. They don't want to take the risk to head out of there. It's fairly sensible to make that move. It's only a FAMAS anyway. Like, come on, it's not a P90. Why even bother?
Yeah.
But yeah, fair enough for Howl to continue on.
Wait, they're turning around. Are they actually
They're
going
coming
for
back?
it? Are they going for it?
All right, well.
Hey, Code Marco.
Just don't sink the vehicle, Code Marco. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Hey, it's on the coast. You know the water. You know the circle's going to pull away from the water at some point. But when they pushed through, they spotted. They took the little bit of shots that were sent their way from Bleed. They said, you know what? Let's not contest for a center position. Let's play on the edge for now. It's only phase 2 that Howl sent for the center.
Just checking the city was free, probably. Making sure. Oh, they spotted it. They wanted to make sure that no one was just going to sit there lurking. Knowing it's safe, they will grab the FAMAS and make a bit of a move.
Sonic's now on the rotate. North of Razak now. Again, trying to make a safe rotate up, out, and around, looking like they're going to be following up around Yasnaya Lake, coming in from a more northern trajectory, which us looking at the map, we are aware that that is actually one of the more stacked angles. It was a weird thing about Battle Royales where there are 16 teams. Sometimes everyone tries to outthink the expected move, and so everyone is actually in the position that you think is more free. But hopefully they can. This is why teams, it's important for them to have their scouting prepared, where they don't just send it in. They can stop every couple of 100 meters and really set forward. Like Hiss is stopping now for half a moment, seeing if they can't spot anything unusual before they continue their own rotate up and around Milta.
It's a fairly late entry into this zone. It's expected, given that WildlyTie was looting on military base. They knew there was teams in front of them on either bridge, so they had to take it very slow, make sure that they would be safe to make that push. Well, meanwhile, in South George, TSM is still looting, like they're just barely starting to make their move, but this is now the 3rd team that's pulling up in towards the southern reaches of Lipovka.
Yeah.
But if they're not checking their backline, which thankfully Starlord is doing just to the north of Milta Power, WildlyTie could have posed a threat.
Here comes TSM, they rotate right in front of the blue. They should be the most kitted team here. It did take them a bit to leave the plane path because, again, it was so far east.
Right.
But they are just saying, you know, we're going to come from the edge. TSM tend to play edge anyway. They like to be able to gather information and make more decisive maneuvers where plays are more limited, which is what edge play usually is, whereas if you're holding out the center, you more have to just swat away flies from every single direction.
I love what I'm seeing from Cerberus. If you've got the map feed open, they're setting up for a potential rotation camp on the dirt road above farm. There's no one within like a kilometer of them, but they're going to hold that just in case. Sonics, though, there was a potential chance that they might have run into some trouble with a wide split from GNL, but keeping the convoy tight, as we mentioned, those American teams love to do it. And it's going to force a bit of a regroup from GNL. They can claim some far northern space, but it's highly unlikely that that's going to be anything that you could convert into a home circle by the time we get a Phase 2 shift.
Yeah, if it sends up there very aggressively, that'll be, I mean, they will love that for sure, but I think for the Sonics and even for GNL here, the high ground is going to be the big advantage because there is a little bit of elevation difference, especially for the Sonics on like halfway up Stalber Mountain to be able to look down, find the center of the zone. But Roy lining up a shot, deals some damage, but doesn't get the knock onto Shrimzy. Very fortunate for Shrimzy because you would have think that could have easily been a double tap headshot.
Yeah, maybe just couldn't quite get the angle for the team shot. Stella and Hammer just on slide off angle. And actually, that Cerberus camp will somewhat come to a head, but E-Arena not taking the path that Cerberus had hoped that they would take. They took the low ground option. It was shots from range, a little bit of damage onto Zizzy, and maybe just a warning shot for now to say, hey, those shenanigans you tried to pull on us in game number 1, we remember that.
And it doesn't really harm Cerberus because they're still in the zone, they're still on the edge, but again, with an entire third, more of a third, maybe even half really if you squint, of being water, you know it's going to go at least somewhat to the west, and it's actually going to be a hard shift already. E-Arena, dead center, going to probably do a 180, maybe send it into prison, probably going to be taking the rocks to the west side, but no, they're going to be, are they facing up against Legacy?
It looks like in Lipovka, D plus Kia and Howl getting dangerously close to one another. Bleed Esports regrouping their split as well, so a bit of free space for 4AM to make a move into. Yeah, TSM just going to have to make that wide wrap, as are Sonics. But Weibo Gaming, they'll be very happy with the fact that they've got Heaven for free. Once again, they picked up a win from that position towards the later stages of PGS 3. They'll be more than happy to claim that as well.
E-Arena do go to the high ground. It's a little bit more towards the south, not quite center, but again, the center, it's not quite a field exactly, but it is a bit more out in the open, so very valuable position for E-Arena to rotate through. 4AM now, is this Narnia? Is this, I think this is, yeah, taking this position. This is a very difficult position to get out of. They do have vehicles, so the rotation is fine, but it's defensible. They can hold on to it for now.
It's that forest that, you know, when we came back with that Erangel Classic, I was really hoping that would just be an open expanse of just nothingness and death once again. But those trees are still there, and thankfully for 4AM, they've got some cover to work with. There was a potential chance they might have just sat in the compound, but they've kept themselves a little bit maneuverable. You can move around in that forest. You can put some pressure onto Pero, who've moved across to Mansion, holding that basically 4 corners, making sure no one's going to commit to any sends just yet, but there's always potential in the future.
Here's TSM. We just saw them do a little bit of a wrapping rotate round the Razak bridges to avoid the Asnaya trajectory, as we did have a more south-favored circle shift. KDF are in a spread around this position.
Yeah.
TSM should be taking it slow. They have over a minute and a half before the circle is fully closed. They want to try and find that information. And Sonic's now pushing it down south towards Yasnaya, but I think GNL are setting up a trap once again.
This sucks for both of the NA teams. They're both getting corralled into the exact same spot. Those yellows south of Yasnaya. TSM trying to find an angle forwards, but KDF is forcing them north. Sonic's trying to find a way in through Yasnaya. GNL is forcing them south. Thankfully, TSM have taken the wise option and continued their wrap. They might take some blue damage, but the southwest of the zone is completely free, and they avoid potential disaster against their NA resident team.
And that's twice now that GNL missed an opportunity. Granted, you can't; these aren't free for them, but still, at what point are Sonics going to be able to be in a position to strike back if GNL keep that pressure on here, though? KDF versus TSM. TSM are trying to send it forward. They're actually able to go towards the south now. Salute looking forward, trying to find an opener, but he is alone. He is by himself. If he can get a knock, he can maybe convert for the kill. Shots coming out. Can't quite land the second. There it is. But the counter immediately strikes back. I don't know if Striking is going to be able to get full killed.
No, it doesn't look like he will do. Salute is healing, and Luke 12 is lurking about 600 meters to the north of this, still in the blue zone. There's potential that he might have an angle towards this, so if Salute and Gumin remain in this position, they might be in more danger than they realize, and Alo's pushing up close to try and take the fight.
Luke is taking long-range shots. The smoke already on Sparking's body for Kurt to get the revive, and Alo trying to spot things out. Salute and Gumin backing away.
I like it.
It's a good decision. They put just as much of a commitment as they could safely do so, but they were able to retreat and no harm, no foul. This was on the edge. Very little, if any, chance at all for anyone else to try and third party and come in this direction. But phase 3.
Yeah, huge anchoring from Luke to give TSM a chance to push up and force KDF back. Sonics popping an emergency parachute a couple of seconds late after the zone pop, but I mean, they're going to have ample options if they look towards the southwestern side of the zone. The north side is a total death trap. Weibo Gaming have the dip. They might have to give up Heaven, but first they're going to wait for the teams to make a move around them. 3 teams now in their vehicles making ascent towards it. 4AM's about to pop an emergency parachute. They're not going to have many options either. Or make ascent.
Shots coming out from Petrichor Road. Don't get the knock. So Daytrade still sending it forward, but it looks like they might just be crashing onto Weibo.
It's only 2 men.
For now, the rest of Weibo are arriving. Cold gets a nice knock, follow up by Shen. Buchos gets the confirm on the Belmont. It is all going upside down for Daytrade. And again, a second instantaneous wipe for Weibo. They are getting all of these kills delivered on a silver platter.
That was unbelievable timing for Weibo to make that regroup. They tried to hold their nerve. They were able to hold the high ground on Heaven and wait for rotates to come towards them, but they made the move just in time to get the reinforcements in position for the Daytrade breach. And unfortunately, Puchil's running over Belmont at the end spelled their defeat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there was any other option. Belmont was dead at that point. Regardless, for Angry Men now not feeling comfortable with any of the open fields position, which it should be said, a second Erangel, 2 in a row, that it is a lot of field in play, but they're going to send it into prison to at least find a moment of safety. Soul with a nice immediate knock onto Code Marco, hops into the vehicle, can't confirm that because they need to get on the move. Howl are lurking around the area, Soul needs to get out.
This was a fight that was threatening to come to a head in Lipovka itself. They were definitely aware of one another, but the second that the zone shifts away, they have to make a move. It's going to come to a fight, but Latte is there, watching over the whole thing from Lumberyard, and he gets a couple of shots into the back of Americano, a potential lifeline for Howl.
A knock by Latte, that's going to wake you up. Remind you that there are more teams in this game still, and this is also quite wide. It is not flat necessarily, but the tree cover doesn't give you much actual visual cover, so Howl and D+ looking to try and get themselves out of this position.
Confirmation was the flat and wide coffee reference again. Claim it is intentional. That was so good, Cameron. Wow, the puns. Toffee would be proud. But no, Latte is still looking over the top, and now the Howl are in their vehicles, as Howl will tend to do, and they're trying to make a push, but they're going for drive-bys, and Guion just gets the better of the Mad on the spray.
Just barely missing the first target, but the drive-by by Code Marco is looking good. The FAMAS that we found in the water, but Starload is answering back.
A level 1 helmet ain't going to protect you against a FAMAS, but no helmet for Starlord. He still has the off angle, though. The spray is good. Ruin trying to do what he can, but those colorful smokes just blocking all the vision. He just needs Valley Tide to once again pop up and do him a favor, give him an opportunity. He's got no vehicle. He's really running out of chances.
They got Quippa coming up behind. Could get in, but they want to take care of D+. Do not send it through until you take care of this first team. The drive-by doesn't land. Starlord trolling in the smokes, gets more kills, more damage. Soul can still get revived, and a nice headshot is going to make that spray look really, really good. Howl get annihilated.
Huge.
They got a win on Erangel before, but this time around it's almost the exact opposite.
Yeah, it's huge from Starlord. Getting his APM up with those sprays on towards Howl as they made the move, but it's still a very costly fight for DK altogether, because Wally Tai's still up on the hilltop, still putting shots in, and now Megvlos has an angle. He's confirmed the knock onto Soul, and Americano's gone down as well. Starlord last man standing.
I guess just send it into the prison rocks, but Wally Tai have a great spread, an E-pickup from KDF very late into the game, but they are going for some safety. They were not comfortable with ascent on vehicles from the west side, but 4AM, they were already here. Damage from the high ground, now running into damage from the low. 4AM are looking to try and pick at least a couple of kill points. They already have one on a Bobo. Let's see if they can't grab any more. Grenades come flying in. Salute goes down, gets confirmed.
Kiss was up on Pride Rock, ready to receive the guests. Bit of an unfriendly welcome, but KDF for the most part will make it far enough to touch ground, but it's not going to be any easier by the time they get into here, and certainly if they need to leave, it's not going to happen at all, is it?
No. You can't ever send it to prison with an expectation of leaving.
Yeah. You're here for life.
Basically, life sentence no matter what. Doesn't matter your crime. Your crime is running away from fights, I guess.
Yeah, taking emergency parachutes, pretty illegal. Ooh. Well, that's a lot of kills in the kill feed. None of them in prison. That's elsewhere. You could have possibly guessed it's in the wide open field. You'd probably be right. There's so many of them all across, but this fighting in prison, it's still just as busy.
There it is, Petrichor Road and Weibo. They both dealt major damage to Bleed, but now they're going to be fighting against each other. Chewy now rolling on up. Shen with a grenade in hand, looking to try and take this flank position out with the covering fire from Aches left. means that Weibo do not have a lot of health to play with, but a third-party shot, did that come from Cerberus all the way on the west side?
No way is Weibo getting away with this again. They're under assault from multiple angles again in this dip, but it's that just wide open area, that field, giving Cerberus the space to make a move and get off angles. Weibo might just survive this as well.
Petrichor Road is going to revive on the north. The grenade's coming in. Summer is just barely alive, and I think the Blue Zone grenade is going to do it. That is it. It's actually going to be a nice frag from Shen. Sonics are annihilated by Legacy, so America's on America's action. More fighting in Prison that you can see in the picture-in-picture, and Mamu for Weibo is the last one standing. Petrichor Road pushing in. Aches left, trying to find some semblance of room to play with, but Cerberus with the long-range shots just cleaning everything
Oh, long-range grenade. Oh, not quite getting under the car in time. The first aid comes off just quickly enough for Aches left to survive, and Weibo, their run might just come to an end as they try and make it out of the dip, but not before. Aches left gets sat down by Mamu seconds before Hisaki deals with him and claims the entire north for Cerberus.
That was one placement point for Weibo because of that half-second survivability before being taken down, but a hard shift again, southwest. It's not a quite open field, but it's not a lot of cover still in that zone. E-Arena are looking good, and Prison, this is the big question. Now it's shifted away from. They could hide in the corner perhaps for one more zone. But at the same time, you might look for an opportunity to leave. But we saw Legacy already take care of Sonics. Really good fight won by them. They could be looking to gatekeep any other refugees towards that north exit of Prison.
And there's a slight opportunity as well now because E-Arena, they took it personally that Cerberus tried to bridge camp or dirt road camp them. They're committing all their forces forwards towards Cerberus, but Sololzi's got a special surprise for them, lining up onto the Wizard Tower. This could land very well on towards Jacob, who's holding onto the position, trying to troll down on Cerberus. Did it hit the roof?
I think it did.
It looked pretty accurate, but unfortunately they had to cover.
Ooh, Haima's gone down to Luke 12. Good angle found, and now they got to immediately adjust and respond, and this is a big question. Do Cerberus, do they send it into TSM or into E-Arena? I think we see the choice that is being made. No revive yet on the Superstar MVP player. But I don't know if they can, because again, it's just so out in the open. The blue is already coming in. TSM actually retreating from this spot, leaving this area, giving it, conceding it to Cerberus, but not really any space lost.
Yeah, there's really no other option. There's no way they're getting Hamas back up once he gets knocked in that spot. Cerberus, they forced TSM to back away once again. They exchanged a couple of grenades, underhand tosses over the side, got some damage in, but once again, Luke 12 is playing the anchoring position from that slightly elevated dirt road, gives him an angle to fall back to. Now Sparking looking to try and find an angle, but elsewhere, oh, E-Arena, they pushed forwards up towards the road, and Legacy wrapping around the northern side of Prison, getting across the entrance untouched. It's found an angle.
RBN is making sure that 4AM do not get a free creep up behind Legacy, but the rest are just paying attention towards the west.
Right.
Trying to find more openings, not just on E-Arena, but also onto Cerberus because of these long sight lines. It's basically one big giant tunnel here.
And RBN's been talking somewhat about the way that they've adjusted things coming into this. And one of the key things that's always so crucial is to make sure you don't get stabbed in the back from behind when you commit to a fight. Always be aware of your surroundings. They know there's a team in Prison, and while LFP is looking forwards and putting the pressure on E-Arena, they're going to make sure that 4AM doesn't hurt them from behind.
That could have been a really good knock on that top-level player for E-Arena. Not found. And again, really at this point, it's just about making sure that 4AM can't damage them. If Legacy take care of 4AM, even if Walitai do also get involved in that fight and they kind of share the duties there, that's still going to be an okay round for Legacy, and I don't see a favorable opening for them to make it further into the zone, just because E-Arena's sightlines, Walitai's sightlines, Cerberus' sightlines is going to try and cut them off, but the shift towards the north, it gives them some extra space because they don't need to move too far.
Yeah, this is actually quite a rough one for Walitai. Yes, they can move a little bit further forwards and claim that position towards the southwestern side of Prison, but right now they have control over it, basically the entire southwest. It's pretty much impossible for TSM to push up that hill, but as soon as they have to condense a little bit further to the north, there is opportunities for TSM and Cerberus to start making some moves.
How do 4AM get out of this? They have all four up. They have all four into what is now, I guess you could call the late game. I'd still refer to it mid-late, but with only 6 teams alive, I guess we are on a bit of an accelerated schedule here.
Hopes and prayers is basically all they have left. And maybe a few smoke grenades, but I really don't think they're going to do all that much. If they try and make a wall of smokes, Legacy is borderline in grenade range. Walitai definitely is from up above. It's going to be very, very difficult. maybe just grouping up together and just committing to the push, maybe just taking the honest fight up against the man on the high ground. He can't knock all three of you before you knock him. Surely, that might just have to be the way they take this.
The problem is, no way that 4AM get out of this will be an angle that they won't get shot from behind. That's the problem. They're looking for an opening knock, but no one is revealing themselves.
Like you say, you know, you don't come to prison with the intention of leaving, but Kiss does cup a little bit of damage. He was holding the angle, maybe had the opportunity to drop down Godfrey. The grenade bounces a little bit too far. He tries to answer in kind. He gets nowhere even close. So grenade range maybe out of the equation. But the line of sight actually broken. He's made it to a dip, and HSM gets the knock they're looking for.
Arena also fighting Legacy. Legacy have given up on this. They said, you know what, I'm not waiting around for 4AM to come in our direction. They're going towards the south. Let's try and breach towards Arena. But this is a very difficult tower to break through. The damage is coming out in a huge way. RBN trying to answer back. A good frag, but Lyrics hopped out of the window, avoids most of the damage, or at least enough to stay alive.
Yeah, it's huge. 4AM, they've got into grenade range. How's Bobo done this? He's made his way up the hill, and now, oh, Jacob still holding that top line. Vest and helmet completely obliterated. One nade from RBN might just get it, but the headshot from VHC gets there first.
And the follow-up by the grenade doesn't confirm the kill, but still the damage is there. Tigger is the last one up for Arena, trying to put the final nail in the coffin of Legacy. Cannot quite get the crosshair onto VHD, and 4AM, they've made it onto the high ground. The smokes helped out, the grenades helped out. Godv is down on the ground, but Megvalos with the FAMAS, close range, can smell their breath. He needs to strike. The shots are coming out. But 4AM hold 8 kills for them, and they're still alive. But a lot of wounded players, and now Tigger is pushing from the north.
This might just be the final push from 4AM, but there's no way they should have even been allowed to make that play. Walitai fumbling the hold from the high ground, trying to control towards the western side as well, keeping tabs on TSM may just have cost them as 4AM slip away from underneath them and win the close range exchange.
Cerberus very wounded. GSM potentially all 4 up, and we have a couple of solos, a couple of duos on the west side. This is a potential TSM win, but with this many teams still up, well, now we're down to 4 as Tigger does get found by Bobo. 4AM, they're still holding on. I don't know how.
Have we even brought that up? Bobo came in as a sub for Wangzai at the start of this tournament. He's got 7 kills. This is an amazing sub. 10K on the fantasy, and this guy is performing just what 4AM need.
Luke got a knock on a VHZ. Only one member left standing in RBN. I don't know if you can go and get that revive for free because VHZ was pretty out in the open. Revives came through for TSM. It is a 4v2v, potentially 1. And again, with Cerberus eliminated, Cerberus taken care of. Unless 4AM, snowball, momentum, whatever is just too hard to deal with, this is looking like a TSM win. The ball is in their court.
For sure. With Walitai gone, the control of the southern side of the zone is almost entirely in their hands now. 4AM have to just stick to the east. They've got the tiny remnants of the prison ridge, and that's not going to last too much longer by the time we get to Phase 8.
The problem is, look at the minimap. You can see here, TSM still aren't in the zone. So, arguably, terrain-wise, 4AM do have an advantage here. They have their sights set onto RBN, but RBN also with that window towards the west. TSM, they have the main advantage, but positionally has a lot to be desired.
Yeah, it could still go either way, but it's going to take something special from TSM to really not be able to pick up the win here. They're going to have to try and overstep, maybe just get caught off by an off angle. The maneuverability that 4AM has does have the potential. Right. If they're using trees or rocks or maybe even vehicles for cover, there is the ability for 4AM to find angles, but Purdy Cody is going to be watching that like a hawk with that AWM. Yeah.
As long as TSM play for trades, they should be able to come out with the win here, but RBN not going down that fight. Dealing some good damage, dealing some good shots. We saw a broken vest there onto Alo, I believe it was, and now 4AM now paying attention towards the south, aware of the threat of a flank. Kurt ran up on foot. I don't believe a vehicle was used. It was Luke 12 that used the vehicle to get more towards the center of the zone. So it was a silent roll-up, but again, 4AM, they know that there's another full squad, or at least a lot of players on the west side. They know the threat of this terrain, that there could be a wrap towards the west. They have RBN essentially anchoring for 4AM on the north side, so they just need to keep their attention on that trajectory, on that angle, but good shots coming out from Luke 12. Don't get the knock, but it at least provides more pressure.
So we spotted Zipian. He's ran back towards the north, but I don't think they know that Bobo is still committed so far to the south. Kurt has come down from this high ground position. There is potential that Bobo could continue his run of dominance and be able to maybe find an important knock onto TSM.
With this shift, Legacy are not in the zone. RBN is not in the zone. Needs to leave the tower. TSM are aware of this. Sparking should be watching for that exit. Luke 12 should be watching for that exit. And as long as Alo keeps feeding the information about 4AM's own movement, TSM, they're pushing it later into the game. They're keeping the advantage as an advantage. And they're not letting an opening for a steal to come in from either of these other squads.
Risky from Sparking, though, to be holding this angle. One tap to the head is all it takes. He's helmetless. Well, one tap is all it takes to the head with this gun, though, regardless. So RBN, I mean, he's playing with fire, but it's all that he has left. He's done very well to get to the top 3 from this position, claiming that spot away from E-Arena when they took the chance. And now with the shots coming in from Zipian up the hill as well, he knows his days are numbered.
Ooh. Tried to pre-fire the peak. Again, just holding the angle. And I think 4AM now, they're going to say, you know what, we're going to commit to this 2 versus 1, try and take RBN out, confirm second place, because TSM didn't give them the opening to try and steal the full-on win, so this is definitely a more efficient use of their own resources. The problem is, it's all out in the open, but a bunch of blue zone grenades thrown on in. RBN is avoiding them for now, but it's going to stack up at some point. Smoke's in play. First aid kits need to be used. And the blue is closing in, inching behind.
Had to happen eventually. You're fighting against TSM. They will start throwing nades at you, and they will get the job done. The jammer pack saved him for a little while, but the chip damage was enough for Sparking's nade to finish the job.
9 kills for Legacy, but also 9 kills for 4AM. TSM 6, they're not going to beat it, even if they win this game. But again, this should be the chicken dinner for TSM, 4 versus 2. But as you say, Bobo especially has been farming damage, farming kills this round. Will it continue? Will this final boss of Prison come out on top?
That's a bold fight to try and take. A 3x barrel spray against a hard-peeking AWM. Level 3 vest or not, from that sort of HP range, it doesn't matter. He hits the headshot. Kurt's been holding this angle. Bobo, I beg you don't peek, but he does! And what is that from Bobo? The Orc spray getting the better of Kurt.
Looking to confirm the kill because it's still a 1 versus 3 that Bobo's going to try and win. Could try and get the revive on Zipian, but the rest of TSM are pushing forward. They're stacking the blues on grenades. They're stacking the damage. They're stacking the frags. This is going to be a momentous moment, but Bobo cannot do it. The damage is enough. The utility is too much, and TSM do come out with a chicken dinner. Game number 2.
Yeah, the overlap of blue zone nades towards the end. TSM never really came under too much pressure. There was a bit of a sketchy moment with KDF on the western side of the zone earlier on, but coming in so late pays off in their favor. The wide wraparound to the south of the zone, coming in with so much control.
And listen, Legacy, they started off this whole round winning a full fight against the Sonics. Second place in PGS 3. Legacy didn't even make it to the grand finals. And they got 9 kills total. What a huge turnaround for that squad.
It's massive. It's huge. It's a wrangle. That's all we've done.
TSM reaches a high as they come out with a big win on a very tough final circle. Welcome back. It's Highlights. I'm Toffees. This is Matchroom. Let's break it down.
Oh man, that was a very slow-paced game at the end coming out for them. But TSM, remember, they did have to bump into Cerberus all along that western front. They're the ones that actually took down the raid boss that is has right now. And that kind of opened up their pathing to get control over the west and slowly creep their way in. Legacy, though, they were the ones that instantly just popped up on Prison, took down Sonics, and started taking so much control over the eastern front of that. And I was just, it was kind of like a sandwich where everybody was kind of stuck between these two squads as it just approached in.
I'll tell you what, I love seeing 4AM. Is this a new team? This is not a team that finishes 20th in the group stages. Bobo is not clowning around. This guy came out here He's a fresh add, and he is putting in points. And then on top of that, Legacy, sure, they didn't win, but they took the fight to the Sonics. They threw the knuckle sandwich out there, and they kept on battling.
I am just so impressed with 4AM fighting their way up out of that prison positioning and managing to get in. Sure, yeah, it got really bloody once they got to the top of the hillside, but that's just going to be the way it was. You can see a lot of these teams did a great job on navigating, trying to make sure that they were dancing around the outside of prison itself, and then just kind of catching these later rotations.
Woo, but Bo, my goodness, as he comes out with beautiful shots, beautiful play. But the story here is TSM. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Toffees. This is Match'em, and that game was all about TSM. Now, they did great in the group stages last time around, and we saw some struggle when we got to the finals. They told us they went back to the drawing board. They sort of rediscussed it. But, you know, today we had another pregame chat, and Sparking said it's the most professional team I've played with. These guys have their head in the right place, and they know how to deal with the bad games. And I think they seem like they shook off that final performance, and they're here to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very difficult game. Sure, yes, they had the man advantage towards the end of it, but it was technically a 3v4 that they were having to contend, as they still had, I believe it was RBN for Legacy that was alive, holding down inside that Wizard Tower position, and just really pumping out a lot of damage to control that area. And we just saw a very frag-heavy 4AM fight their way out of a position, so it's not like it was just an easy pickup for TSM at the end of it.
And on the opposite side of that, I mean, again, Legacy coming out, 9 kills, putting up a huge fight. 4AM and 9 kills. I mean, Weibo coming out with 10. Like, this is phenomenal for these teams.
They wiped the first 2 squads off of this one, and they are farming right now. Just those early drops with Armory is just helping Weibo so much.
Right? I'm sure when the first game started, Weibo hated Armory, but now they need to take him out for a dinner. 8 points in 2 games is a very nice boost, just like the WWCD team stats we're looking at right here. Nice even kills. I love seeing an IGL in that first position. 500 damage, 3 kills, 4 knockouts, and an AWM. Love seeing that.
Man of the match, Purdy Curdy himself. And yeah, I mean, we see him a lot of times put himself in a dangerous position because he just has faith in the rest of his squad and realize the fact that they're going to feed him the information, and he's executing. You give him a bolty in his hand, and he can exploit.
He is a decorated veteran. This is a man who has been on the grind, who knows what it's like to be at the top. He knows what it's like to be chasing that top as well, and he knows what it's like to be struggling. And so I think he has the expertise and the mastery to come to an event like this, especially so close together with the last one, and lead his team to a great spot. And that great spot is 18 points off the back of that match. But look how high the kill count was for those top teams.
I mean, 4AM, Legacy, Weibo, all stellar performances, picking up a massive amount of kills. Cerberus still just can't be silenced. Can't silence them out of that one. But yet again, it's going to be Esports.
Yeah.
EA, they just are so consistent right now.
I mean, if you need some advisory, follow that rabbit, because he seems to know exactly where they are going. Now let's look at the overall leaderboard. Cerberus up on top. The Dogs leading the pack yet again with 22 points. TSM right behind them, and the Wolves in third at 21. Legacy, though, up there, 4AM at 6, and I like to see that there are some new competitors here showing up, putting up, and making a big play in game 1 and 2.
I just also got to give some respect. Weibo, they've been hot dropped on 2 different games and are still presently sitting in 5th. Like we were talking about, technically at this point, I don't think that the hot drop is something they're as concerned with, because if anything, it's really helping them at this point. But, I mean, we see a lot of times some teams can get frazzled. Very, very good teams can get frazzled off of a hot drop because it throws off all of your rotation times.
All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back after this. Oh, no, it's not yet. In fact, we got an interview coming, but first we're going to chat a little bit longer. And I think a big portion of the conversation here is Weibo, okay? They are putting up points. My question is, when we shift to the new map, they're not going to be getting this, I hate saying free points from Armory, but eventually it is. They haven't had a hard time. They're going to lose those free points. Can they continue putting up those point averages that they need? We're going to find out when we get a chance to chat with them shortly. Right after this break, we'll be back with game number 3.
Besides gaming, do you have any other hobbies or interests? I have been for a long time a sport guy, but yeah, I used to skate for 12 years, skateboard.
Так, 2 лапы есть, 2 лапки.
Ну да. Какая-то игрушка круглая.
Oh, it's like half a fruit. It's durian? Yeah, it's durian. Oh, I'm a beast. I'm that guy. I'm him. Elmer's glue.
What is this? It's gooey. I don't know what it is. It's all over the place. Bro, it's icing. Is it icing? Slime?
A brand new win streak challenge, a zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to an old classic. All this and more as we dive into the Update 29.2 patch report. Been a while since I said that. First up, we're taking a trip back to a fan favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Air & Go Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days. Air & Go Classic will be around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, the Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zipline back to the past. Because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
Your money, just give me respect. Told you before this, you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah. In other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. Yeah, we out. Yeah, we out. Looking at the view from the top.
into PGS 4. Groups A and B have been fighting over Erangel. Now we move to Tego. So if you thought that we had enough field, well, there's a big chance of more fields happening because that seems to be maybe not half of it.
Yeah, and to be fair, if you think Armory Gaming has played too much PUBG today and they need to take a break, don't worry. They're hot dropping on this map as well, most likely. This time up against 4 AM, so we'll have to keep an eye on whether that comes to a head. Or they might have actually reconsidered after just how terribly it went in the first 2 Erangel.
I mean, they could try and spin it that compound just like didn't work for them, because I think the hot drop that they're doing here is more of an actual like city.
Yeah,
yeah, east of Tego. So we'll see. That could potentially give them more options. Land in your own building, grab weapons, then take the fight. But still, there is the big question there. Armory need to try for something to get any point at all. But TSM coming off of a really good, really successful win for them, and they actually did not have an easy path into the zone. They had to manage far travel back and forth through KDF, through Cerberus.
50,000 kilometers, meters. Is an insane distance to travel in this game, but no, coach is hard at work, reminding TSM to pick up grenades, it helps. Howl coach telling them to look for shacks because that works out for them. It's really, really insane how the teams that have won the games so far in Erangel have done it in such a almost stereotypical fashion for their own playstyle. It's almost like if you come to a global event and change your playstyle, it doesn't really work out in your favor. Ain't that right, Falcons? But don't worry, we'll see whether or not they made the right adjustments tomorrow, but we've still got 4 more games left to go today for Group A and B.
And there is still Cerberus. While they didn't make as big of a splash on the previous game, they're still the PGS 3 champions, and they still were in the mix, and they probably could have easily run that fight with TSM multiple times through. I think there's a chance that they come out on top there. But 4 AM here, making it out of prison. They got second place. We sort of clowned them, not clowned them necessarily, but like we called out the downside, the con to sending into prison early. Granted, the circle shifts that kept prison in, even though just on the edge, did help them out. But regardless, it is a new map, new zones, new placements. Tego begins now.
Oh boy. If they can make it out of prison, make it into Armory Gaming's head, or they make it out of the hot drop.
Busan Sa, which if I'm not mistaken, Petrichor Road and FaZe have never stopped hot dropping here, so we'll see what happens when those two
Eyes
teams.
on that tomorrow, for sure.
Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Beautiful waterfall. You never really pay attention to the landscape when you're playing the game.
Yeah, not unless you're standing close to it and you can't hear anything else.
True.
Then you really pay attention. Then you notice it. But usually the hot drops, particularly between Pero and FaZe, are on the eastern side. But first of all, a different hot drop because, of course, Armory Gaming, they will not be deterred by only having a combined 3.5 minutes of playtime in our first 2 matches. They're going straight for the throw to 4 AM.
Well, Itai not far from them, and they could actually be taking vehicles because they're going to be rotating likely through airport into shipyard, and the lack of vehicles left behind could be a factor whoever comes out on top in this hot drop, and it is going to be a full set. Again, it's a larger position, more buildings. They're separating initially. They could actually get fully looted even. I don't know if you want to be able to fully split. You're probably going to go for a little bit of a fight.
They might see the in-game timer get to 2 minutes this game. That'd be crazy for Armory Gaming. But this time, at the very least, they've got guns to work with on their side, but they've got to make sure you can't give up the opening knock. You can't lose the advantage this time around. It's all about the mental battle now.
They have weapons. They're putting weapons, ammunition in those weapons, and look at this phase 1. Barely touching the plane path. The plane path towards the south, circle all the way towards the north, northwest, Kodak Island. But the shots coming out in the hot drop.
Yeah. Gonna have to start the fight eventually. Every other team, more than likely, just gonna have to start thinking about ways to cross. There's limited options, limited bridges. Emergency parachutes might be an option if you can get your hands on one, but first, Armory Gaming have to worry about getting out of this position alive and taking 4 AM down with them.
Don't forget about the multi-view. Go check that one out. 4 AM. We're going to keep you in on the hot drop action with our own little comms if you want to go check that out. And Jane, we just saw, went for a sneaky flank. Could have potentially found an opportunity onto a member of 4 AM, but it's going to be ZP on, but they spotted each other. Good damage traded back out, down to 36 HP.
Yeah, that's a Dragunov into a level 1 vest. That's practically bolt action damage. M24, basically enough One more shot would have got the knock, but James dips back into cover quickly, but he's so separated from the rest of the squad. It's going to be difficult to make any sort of impact for him now.
The Panzer fast in play for Angry Men as well. And James needs to really try and stay alive. 4 AM, if they're trying to get the surround on the one isolated player, get that quick little knock and flush before Armory Gaming are able to respond, that will give them a huge advantage in this fight. But at the moment, looking at the minimap, the rotation is coming through by Riz, by Shanks. They should be able to try and answer back, find an angle of their own, but look at HS lurking around, setting up the crossfire. Covering by Dimas, waiting to see if anyone wants to cross the road.
Because they know James is isolated. They know that 4 AM are going to want to try and punish that. So Demasti is sat here watching the cross, just to at least try and give the information, if not some tags. Thankfully for both of these teams, Walitai have moved on. They didn't sit around and look for third-party opportunities. They've just gone straight to the north and started looting up around airport. So they can take as long as they like on this commitment. If HSM wants to take a very risky, wide-wrapping rotation behind a ridge over the road and stab James from behind, he might just get away with it.
And Dimasi pulled away from the roof angle, even though he saw HS peek initially, briefly. They paid attention to each other. They're spotting to the route. Even though Armory Gaming have been struggling today as well as in PGS 3, they're still top-level players. They know how these hot drops work. They're not going to have that many blind spots that they're not aware of themselves. So we'll see if they are aware of HS's run. I think there's some other players that could be joining. God V is now spreading out that direction too.
Look at him go. All the way in the background, he's getting over the road. He's seen that James is playing outside, but he's been spotted. Dimasti holding the angle. Huge. He can't get too much damage done, but the information is there, and that's all they needed. That he's done his job.
The full commitment gets punished. Nothing found by it. That was a commitment by time. It's going to take a bit for HS to try and get back if that is what happens. But everyone else from 4 AM does seem to be leaving. They could be looking for vehicles. I don't know how much of that is going to be left behind by Wally's own landing. They might have no option with vehicles other than to go in that one coupe that's in the middle of the road.
The double rotation over the bridge. It's very unusual that you're going to see teams this close together on the minimap not going to blows, but thankfully there are two options to take that bridge.
Right.
The rest of Legacy's already made their move. E-Arena's just going to separate off towards the west. And I think, yeah, for 4 Angry Men, there's no reason to go back. It was maybe looking for that flank, but it also signals the mark of the disengage. Yeah. It's going to be a struggle to find any vehicles, but at the very least, they know that they're not going to be committing to that fight. Petrichor Road, they found themselves an emergency parachute in Buksansar, popped it very early, and they're now the most northern western team on the entire map.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single team that had a comfortable rotation. I think 2 teams, KDF and GNL, from the plane, took advantage of their position close to the circle and actually went to go loot up in Kodak and around those areas. But the timing on that still, I don't know if they have 100% loot of what they'd be comfortable with, but they need to establish their positions, and everyone else also need to loot fast because they need to get onto the island. We do have an interview coming in for Weibo Gaming, I assume, in just a couple of moments.
Gonna hear about the hot drops.
Yeah, probably. But regardless, just this island, it forces teams to make moves that they wouldn't otherwise have to. But the bridge access is very limited, very weird, and it's in your best interest to cross as quickly as you can. But here's that interview.
Here with the Weibo Gaming Spaceman. Ni-hao, Spaceman. Well, in the first 2 matches, you contested the point with AG and won both times. What strategy and agreements did you make for this? And how do you feel about now?
之前2次比赛中，其实都是跟 AG 有一个 roll 点的情况，然后都获胜了。那么其实对这个有没有什么战术分享？现在有什么心情呢？
其实没有什么战术分享，就是我们跟他们直接 roll 的，就是我们3比他们都快。
Not really strategy to share, but we just do the road competition, and we were faster than them, and we just get the point.
Well, thank you, Spaceman, and also we look forward your next match's performance, and good luck to you. 祝你好运，希望下一场比赛加油。Thank you.
They landed faster.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what it comes down to.
It just got the kills, I guess.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt. They listened to your advice, but no. I think this is the 3rd time we've said it, that this can be a game of millimeters. Getting to the ground just that half a second faster can make all the difference, and doing it twice in a row, huge for Weibo Gaming. and they've started to make their move over. They've made their way to the Northern Island. There are very few teams that haven't. Howl, unsurprisingly, not one of them, as once again, they're in their vehicles looking for something to pull upon towards the center of the zone, but they're going to find a wide spread of GNL.
They're pulling up on Roy, caught out in the open, hiding behind a tree, now has to prone down suddenly. Vulnerable for GNL. Howl don't seem to be too aware of it. We'll see if Stella can't answer back and set up a crossfire, perhaps cause a distraction to allow Roy to either get out or strike in a much bigger way. The Mad doesn't. Maybe spotted something out. They're cresting around here like they know something is up. Perhaps a vehicle caught out of place. A leaf bent in a wrong way, but look at Stella. Stella's finally causing a distraction. The knock doesn't come through. Kwepa turns around on that.
That's huge. That is a huge, huge pickup from Kwepa. They were completely surrounded, and he's bought them an opening. They can now fully focus towards the south, but Hammer has made the rotation in to draw their attention back to the north.
Oh!
And Roy does get the better of the Mad, but it was close.
17 HP, needs to heal this one up. Grenades flying overhead. Damage isn't found by that, and the rest of GNL are trying to respond. Stella does get confirmed. The first kill of the round for Kwepa for Howl. But can they get any more because the knocks are starting to fall in GNL's favor?
Yeah, the numbers advantage, though, heavily in favor of GNL, and Roy's going to push it as far as he can. Ruin will be taken down, and Kwepa, last man standing in a 1-versus-1 up against Hammer, and it's the shots in the back line that will sit him down from Neong. GNL, they lose one, but they capitalize with all 4 points.
Very, very rocky start. It almost looked like they completely missed the opportunity there, but they do salvage that in the end. And now Legacy, E-Arena, they cross over the bridge together, and now they're facing off. I wonder if they will stay as allies temporarily, or if they are going to go for a fight. I do see shots coming on in. E-Arena don't seem to want to be sharing space at all. Smokes in play for Legacy. They could be looking to retreat to get out of this. They do have 2 other members towards the south across the field, across the farmland. They could group up there, but they could be caught on that cross.
And for those of you on Hot Drop Watch, they did fully disengage. They found vehicles. They're making a move now. Armory Gaming heading over towards the bridge by Yongchon. They should be able to find uncontested space. They may have to wrap further north, and we'll find out in 15 seconds whether or not the zone will be favorable for them should they do.
Finding more vehicles, always good, always useful. I believe Armory are going to be up to 3. 4 a.m. also have 3. So, good amount. It could have been a lot worse for them.
Phase 2 coming in, pretty confidently say that this is going to the North Island, and it does. Just to the northern side of Godok, the widespread of KDF, that was their loot spot. They've claimed the position, and they went unpunished, which is relatively rare. You've seen a few teams get pushed for that.
Observer identifies multiple teams that are right next to each other, but with the northern shift, a lot of space towards the top side there. There is a huge chance that most of them will be separated from each other. Legacy could try and gatekeep Cerberus, while Itai also could be facing off against Sonics, but again, it is just so early. You rarely see teams full commit to the fights like this.
I'm wondering if Shanks has spotted out Zipian behind them. He might have heard the vehicles, and they might just continue the hot drop into a bridge camp. We'll have to keep an eye on the kill feed, but TSM once again making a very late entrance into the zone. Under pressure from Puchills. A little bit of damage dealt, but nothing too much more.
This does continue to push GSM towards GNL if they want to keep going towards the north, but instead they're going to be stopping in the farmland. It's a common spot to see teams position here initially. It doesn't give you a lot of agency in fights, but it's cover. You don't usually get taken too much damage, and if this sends it towards Kodok, it gives you more opportunities towards the late game. And with the blind spot that TSM and a lot of teams have towards the north, if you can find a spot that's safe for now, it's a good idea to sometimes take it.
It's one of those weird spots where it sucks right now, but 10 minutes time, it will be an absolute god position.
Right.
Should the zone keep that in play. Maybe TSM is just hoping to play for that, but coming in so late, they've not had a chance to scout for any information. So maybe they've kept the vehicles safe enough that they might be able to make a push and put some pressure onto GNL once again.
Bleed coming across the bridge to the west of Fishing Camp. Trying to find some information. One of the later teams to arrive. I think it's only 4 a.m. that is also only just now escaping from the blue that has also started to close itself. It's all about finding that information. Armory also deep in the blue. Not deep, but they're still in the blue. They're riding from a deeper position, trying to make their way inside. All 4 up of Armory. This is an opportunity for them to try and actually get some points on the board. They're sitting at 0. Them and Bleed 2 games in. They need to get those points, whether it's kills, whether it's placements. You got to put yourself on the board and try and get that confidence boosted, because confidence can play so much in fights. You hear players talk about it all the time.
And that was the benefit. Again, it's those little margins. Dynasty spotting out the wide rotate of HSM. Giving Armory control of the city means they get the vehicles first. 4AM had to run about a kilometer south to find any vehicles, so they're somewhere way off the screen all the way to the east. It's going to be probably phase 4 by the time they make an entrance into the zone, and they didn't get to loot that many meds, so we'll have to keep an eye on how that goes for them. But Armory Gaming, free reign for the entire north, and we've seen a zone that went all the way up there in PGS 3. It's not out of the realms of possibility, but teams definitely not playing for that on the current status.
Yeah, there's still a lot of space up towards the north, but we're looking now towards the south. Cerberus still holding gatekeep, still seeing if they can't catch any late rotating teams push through. Bleed trying to circumvent around that area, but Hamas with an angle gets a little bit of damage, but not too much. Oh, that headshot, that's going to deal a lot. That could stop and force the first aid kit, because the blue, it's only phase 2, but I don't know, it's going to be enough that I think Green is going to want to go for the heal.
He's got a ridge, and I'll tell you what, he's not very happy. You will recognize the name Teddy, though. He has rebranded to Happy. I asked him why. It said it's because he's got a brand called Happy Jelly, which is interesting. Might sell jelly beans or something, but that explains the name change. It is a recognizable player who's been at this level before and actually had a really good Nations Cup in 2022 in Bangkok. This time around, they've got to start picking it up, though, and that zone gives them a chance. If they continue to wrap into Wall Song, they might be able to find some lines into the zone.
Yeah, so in a way, Cerberus pushing in that direction might actually end up being a good thing for them. A lot of teams rotating around each other. KDF and GNL bumping shoulders, bumping vehicles to make their way into the zone. It is still so much free space with how north all these shifts have been committing towards.
TSM did manage to make it out of their dip. They almost got tangled in that Korean sandwich as well, but they backed it out. They've gone all the way back into Godok, the very northern side, and 4AM, yes, they didn't find the vehicles in time, but they've got themselves an emergency parachute, and that's just as good, if not better. They are going to be tanking quite a lot of damage from Yongchon until they get into this zone, but hey, if they can survive that long, on top of that mountain is prime positioning.
Depends how long it takes them to get there, because there are teams that are slowly rotating around that area. They're boosted up, they should be able to be mostly max HP by the time they land, but this late knee pickup, there's a chance that they lose maybe even the entire team on the parachute down. But Sonics up against Day Trade. Grenades passing through. Blue also crossing over.
Looks a lot like Sonics came in late into the blue zone and just weren't expecting there to still be a team this far away from the safe zone. About 600 meters to the eastern side of Godok. The zone's gone to the northwest, but they're happy to take the fight. But Tiggleton answers back after Norians opens the proceedings with a grenade.
Chills with the off angle. Flash on the opposite side. They're looking to keep the damage onto Sonics. Sonics are playing on the low ground. They're inside of a pit. Flash with another frag grenade, trying to get a second knock here for Day Trade. Norians is bleeding out. H1 had a jammer pack, as I believe most of Sonics do, so that is going to give them at least a slight advantage here. Norians does in fact bleed out. That's the first point for Sonics this round, but the fight has stalled out. It is on Day Trade to try and commit or not. Sonics don't have a lot of room to maneuver around. They need to hope that Day Trade want to get out.
And if they do commit, then they know they ain't going anywhere else in this game, regardless of whether or not they win the fight. But it's this off angle from Belmont that's keeping them just about tempted. He does do enough to get the knock on towards Shrimzy. Popping the vehicle tires should just keep him in line for the bleed out as well. Himas, though, still doing work as DK tried to make an entrance. They've gone right into the middle of Cerberus, and he's going to sit down Americano as Lyrics drops Starlord from afar.
E-Arena as well. This is not looking great for D+ at all. One player left standing. It's all in a Curon. And Cerberus is pushing forward. Himas is confirming all of these kills. So he has been knocked. We'll see if E-Arena now keep their attention put onto Cerberus as D+ has gone down, eliminated in 15th place.
Yeah. Let's not forget, Haisaki spent about 3 years as the top fragger of Vietnam before shifting over to the IGL. Humble man he is, but he's still damn good with a 3x Org Spray.
Absolutely. Bit of a stack up on the mountaintop. 4AM have landed from their E-pickup. They have all 4 left standing, and they're dealing the damage to Wally Tai. The frags are coming out. The damage is coming out. Can't quite get another knock on the rotating vehicle. Perpetual Rotor also looking in the area. Armory Gaming also looking in the area, and then looking at that map. So many teams need to continue to push towards the north. There's about 3-4 teams here in Kodok.
It's so rough. It's so rough. TSM holding on to their position for now, but Day Trade knew that they were committing to that fight. Belmont's gone down. Weibo, they're making a send. This is the problem for them. If they don't have the zone, sometimes they run out of options, they run out of ideas, they drive straight to the middle, but it's working out because Wally Tai wasn't in the prime position to defend against it because of 4AM's emergency parachute.
Right. Volley tie, ping-ponging between multiple different teams, but Shen is the last one standing for Weibo Gaming. Spaceman seems to be the first knock, so the bleed-up timer isn't that short yet. Shots come out. Ready to take advantage, pushes forward, gets on an off angle, catches Megvalos, caught off guard, but HS with the final shot onto Shen. That is Weibo eliminated. Latte has the option, potentially, to go for the revive, but with 4 AM on the high ground, that much pressure, not going to happen. Megvalos does get confirmed.
Yeah, getting up on that mountaintop worked out wonders for 4 AM's emergency parachute. They got a pick onto Valley Tai, and now they get the chance to third party, and even Armory Gaming wrapped into the northern side of them. So if they shift south, they can gatekeep the team that's hot dropping them, and it's just an extended hot drop, essentially. But oh man, TSM, they're going to be struggling to make an exit out of this position, but Kickstart gets caught, and as does Tiggleton, as Legacy find them from deep into the city.
Only one player left standing for the Sonics. TSM still 4 up, like what we were talking about. This position was bad, now it's okay. It's on the edge though, they need to make some moves, but they got a couple of kills, or at least one on the exit, as Sonics also exit this lobby. Rough rotations for them, certainly, and Daydream still fighting from deep into the blue. Look at that chunk, 3 damage per second onto Peel Chills and Flash that need to heal on up, and the great counter shot by Luke.
Puchills was really doing his best to try and prank them, pop the tires as his final goodbye, but Luke makes sure to keep that safe. Not sure whether it'll be enough to grab the revives. It's not looking like it will be, and it might just be all that TSM get to do in this game. There's no way they're making it up this hill through GNL and Legacy, who are currently getting dominated by Cerberus once again from the high ground above.
5 kills, all 4 left standing. They are ready to fight, they are ready to party, they are ready to frag on. Now the shot from Haisaki, looking at the second. Can't quite get the full spray down onto VHZ. Swaps to the Mark 12, that's going to be it. Yep. Cerberus annihilate Legacy, out in 12th place, 8 kills for them. They are ready to keep dominating Shanghai.
These teams that play on the edge are so good at controlling their space now, and anyone who comes anywhere close to Cerberus either gets sent packing or sent to the lobby.
Keeps going north. We keep on going north, and that's going to keep these teams fighting here on the south. GNL, do they push through KDF? Do Cerberus stick around, or do they just go and take a position on the edge towards the north? And we also see a lot of teams stacking around the northeast, around this hill. 4 AM still, I would say, priority position there.
One notable exception to the observers' little circles is Bleed on the west. They wrapped for so far, for so long, and now they have full control over the western position. They will have the pick of their choice of where to look for a third party when the zone forces all of these teams together under the watchful eye of 4 AM up on the mountaintop.
Cerberus now picked up a kill on a Sparking, as we also saw Day Trade go out. Bean lining up a shot with Heaven and the rest of KDF onto GNL. Nice little spread, looking for the opportunities, but they need to get the fights. And do Petrichor Road, do they separate themselves from 4 AM's mountaintop and third party down this direction?
It's going to be tough. I think just getting out of the line of sight of Godv and Zipian up there, it's borderline impossible on a zone like this unless you commit a lot of smokes. But TSM, they managed to make it out of Dodok just barely, and now they're coming in late. They've got themselves completely surrounded. They have to try and fight out, but they are landing the shots. But Haisaki catches Kurt healing from behind, and Luke 12, there's nothing he can do to prevent it this time.
And they get the revive. Himas was almost confirmed by Kurt, but now still 4 up, 10 kills, ready to keep on partying. E-Arena did get in front of them though. E-Arena and Latte are gatekeepers of this south end, but I don't think Cerberus are upset about that at all. There's still more kills available for them.
They definitely know that Latte is 1 up. Zalolzi's already starting to make a move in this direction to try and deal with it as Kwangdong Freaks. They really considered maybe looking for some sort of third party, but they weren't able to find anything. They're going to back away. Sololzi will sit down Nyong before he can disappear. And now Roy and Luke 12, the only solo threats that remain, just having a bit of a heal-off battle into the blue zone. Roy gets spotted behind a tree. Just ducks down to get the heal.
Latte finds Sololzi. Rory goes down. GNL are eliminated. Cerberus is still partying. They're looking for more kills, looking for more frags. Trying to find out where Luke 12 is. One more bullet would do the trick, but Luke 12 does go down to the blue zone. It's a deny. Not necessarily an intentional one, but it could come to be a big factor on qualification. Though I don't think Cerberus are too worried about that.
They had the opportunity to do this in game number 1. They get a second chance now. Cerberus are weakened. 2 of them are knocked. They've got pressure from the northeast. They have to fully commit to clear out this team in the way that they failed to do so on Erangel.
But look at Petrichor Road, they're also getting involved. Bean and Salute both going down to a nice frag grenade by Exleft. E-Arena, only 1 kill for them. But can their resource advantage here give them some eliminations? As the blue pushes in, Tycon, last one up, Himastikov down to Jacob. I mean, it's a huge point game for Cerberus no matter what. But going down this early before any placement points, or rather just one right now, would be a bit of a loss for them. But
he's not going down without a fight, though. He's got an extra placement point out of it, as well as that long-range spray. KDF did not outlast Cerberus, but E-Arena did their job this time.
3 kills for them. They have a lot of space to play with now on the low ground. But Petrichor Road, they circumvented 4AM, got below them, and helped take care of GNL and KDF and Cerberus, which means that the threat of third party to the south and southwest not as strong anymore. So they can focus on 4AM to the north. And with Armory Gaming also collapsing from further north of that, Petrichor Road suddenly were in a weaker position about 30 seconds before, looking to be in a strong spot now to try and catch 4AM off guard on the cross.
Now we've got the opportunity for yet another attempt at the hot drop between these two teams.
They're back at it!
They've been scrapping all the way from Kangdung, all the way to the northern side of Godok. HSM is very, very low on ammo, though. And that is a team on either side. If this fight kicks off one way or the other, you can almost guarantee the third party will be swift. And no doubt, it will be extremely punishing for 4AM caught in the middle.
Look at James once again trying to be the X-Factor player. Looking to find an angle. See if anyone from 4AM walks into his crosshair. As Shanks, you can see, still playing towards the north, making sure that no one does a wide wrap flank towards counterclockwise, but the spray comes out from James. Finds the knock, doesn't get the confirm yet, but the frag grenade should be able to do the trick.
Zipian had to dip out of there real quick. Standing right next to HSM when he got double headshot and taken down. Bobo now playing the close range angle. Latte's been dealt with down towards the south. E-Arena have taken control, but Bobo again, close range, gets the better of Riz. James should surely catch it.
Oh!
What just happened, James? Thankfully, he cancels it. Oh, he just got the better of Bobo. He almost caught him out with that sneaky little prone.
Oh, and there it is. Shanks frag grenade takes Zipiani out. 4AM are eliminated. Petrichor Road looking to get into the mix, looking to get into the fight. Weren't able to pick up any of those 4AM body kills for themselves. But are Armory aware of their approach now? 4 versus 4 versus 4 versus 4 in the end game here on game number 3 of Groups A versus B.
1/4 of the lobby still alive, and, well, 3 of those teams are stuck outside the zone on the TDM spot on the rocks, and Orca with that M249 that he's been holding on to for so long finally activates and wraps in behind, but Riz gets the better of Summer.
Still 2 left standing, shot in the back. And it's too late now. Timothy last one up. Ace left Ming. Still trying to stay alive, and E-Arena are just soaking up all of this space that is virtually falling into their lap.
Yeah, Bleed. They've sent a couple over to try and third party onto it, but they didn't commit fully. But it does not matter. Perro will go down to the blue zone, and now it's a 4 versus 4 straight split down the middle of the zone.
High ground for Bleed, but are they aware of all of these separate, desperate positions, disparate rather, for E-Arena? Happy does spot Tigger out. Ooh, nice little headshot to at least keep Tigger honest. Get some information. I'm looking at lyrics, though. Look at that minimap. Look at that wide flank.
Yeah,
could wrap up behind Bleed if enough time passes.
E-Arena, particularly towards the northern side, they've got a little ridge to work with. Bleed doesn't have the best in terms of lethal utility. They've got 1 Molotov and 3 frag grenades across the board. Couple of blue zone grenades potentially, but really the X factor for E-Arena has to be Lyrix. He has to do something onto Simoy and Happy on the western side. They're paying full attention up towards the northeast. They're not even considering the prospect that they might get stabbed in the back.
Teammate looking for a high ground angle. Vehicle rotate. Lyric spotted out. Good damage coming out from Trick.
That's big.
That's huge. And now this, I'm looking at this M249. I am looking at this M249, my favorite weapon in the game. 150 bullets in that chamber, ready to just mow down E-Arena if Jacob and Zizzy are not aware. And they have their attention towards the center. The blue is closing in behind them. Happy is giving that information over, feeding the info, as well as feeding bullets, sending it that way. None of them land. But it just continues to keep E-Arena from being able to establish themselves in the same way that we see Bleed holding nice solid crossfires through the center.
I wonder if it was the reposition from Tigger down towards the south that gave Trick the information or the idea to check towards the south and spot out Lyrics on that potentially lethal off angle. But now that's been thwarted. They've had to commit back up towards the northeast. Tigger is doing a similar job of holding the position next to the shack, but the angles just simply are not there for E-Arena. They're going to really get forced to be congested in a very, very tight space.
Ooh, wait a second, out in the open. Jacob also has an angle, but it's going to be Tigger that was pushing up from the south. Almost caught Happy off guard. Wasn't able to really get into a position to confirm the full angle just yet, but still the damage is being thrown out. Is still trying to find an opening for E-Arena to break through. They have no other option but to just push down that hill.
But Bleed have used more than 10 smoke grenades in the previous zone alone. The one where it looked like they had the better positioning. They just really did everything they could to cut the angles off on the northern side of the zone, but they weren't able to use that to find anyone to the south. So yes, E-Arena's position sucks right now. They're really stuck right on the edge of the blue zone, but they've got the smokes to try and make some maneuvers work.
Phase 8, mostly center, a little bit southwest. But yeah, the positional advantage that Bleed had, they weren't really able to convert any of that into a single kill, not even a single knock. And at what point does the timing, does the door open for E-Arena punish Bleed?
First smoke has been thrown from E-Arena. They know the time is running short, 35 seconds until the zone shifts. Happy tagged down with a headshot from the Mini. About half HP with a level 3 helmet, but it's that little bit of time that he has to take to heal that might just signal, okay, E-Arena, you got to make something happen. Get those smokes down. Start creeping their way in towards the zone, but be warned, Okarin is off to the side, but does not matter. Jacob lands the headshot, but there it is. The off angle from Okarin answers back.
There's the trade. The blue is about to close on in. I don't know if Zizzy has time for the revive, and I don't know if that were to even come through, if Jacob has the time for the first aid kit. The grenade misses by Tigger. Jumps to try and realign that one. It's the wrong tree. That blue zone could be good, but Trick is watching for it. He's on the high ground, but Zizzy holds the angle. It is falling apart for Bleed. They're having center position, but it's the high ground that E-Arena continue to have in their favor, and they're getting the knocks because of it.
And Bleed have used almost every single smoke they have. They're down to just one. E-Arena have committed a lot, but Tigger getting that knock. Okarin almost caught on the run as well as he tries to dip back. The grenade will take down Simoy, and Okarin is the last man standing, trying to hold the angle up north, but there is no way out. E-Arena dominating them in the 4 versus 4.
Bleed only had 1 kill that entire match, which would have been fine if they could have converted the 4 kills plus the 4 extra placements of getting the chicken dinner, but it was not going to be the case. E-Arena didn't give them a single opening. There was only 1 knock that went Bleed's direction. They held on tight to that zone. They came in from the south. They took over the space that was left by the dominated Chinese teams of Petrichor Road and 4 AM, not to mention Armory, and they come out with the win on Tago.
7 points is better than 0, though.
True.
So Bleed won't be all too unhappy with their performance getting second, but E-Arena with the win has to be a big performance boost for them, and finally pushing out, taking care of Cerberus as well.
We are halfway through Group A and B combined. We have Vikendi and 2 Miramars left. It's only day 1 of groups, but it is going to be establishing a lot.
E-Arena as we follow the White Rabbit to that victory. They played so well in the finals of PGC3, showed up here on day 1 of PGS 3, and played just as well. I didn't know that they had the best position to win that 4v4, but my goodness, they hit every shot.
Yeah, there was a couple of, I guess, awkward moments that we could look at as far as positioning went. But, I mean, we were talking about this. E-Arena has been doing a really good job in the mid-game to get positioning and finding very pivotal kills to push them in the later stages of the game.
Right.
That time around, they managed to play it in a position where they could sweep back down, get control of the later stages of the game, and this is a squad that's becoming scarier and scarier by the second.
True.
I think that whenever we're going to be looking at this, they're going to be at least second in place, pretty close to first.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there is sort of a benefit when you talk about this endgame that it was a 4v4, not just between two teams, but two teams that are from the same region, two teams that play each other on a regular basis, and to a certain extent, that's got to give you a boost of confidence if you are E-Arena. Because looking at the way they had to set up here in that final 4v4, they didn't have as much space. You heard Saga say it, that Bleed had used 10 smokes before we got to that sort of Phase 8, and in Phase 8, they still had 8 smokes in their pocket, and all they had to do was hold their spot, keep the vision smoked out from E-Arena, and try to hold, but every time that they peaked, they took damage.
And I also want to give a shout out to AG, who managed to find some points inside that game, managed to make it in the later stage. I'm not trying to be toxic, but it was starting to look like they were in some real trouble, and they managed to pull something together. They did land right on top of 4 a.m., but they separated out and managed to make it in the mid-game, picking up a couple kills.
Perhaps they won their first hot drop of the evening. It didn't happen during the hot drop.
I guess it's a moral victory.
It's a moral
you didn't
victory.
really win it.
They finished the fight later, but ultimately they are the ones that killed 4 a.m., right? So
Yeah.
that's something to take away from it. I don't know if it's going to be enough. 4 a.m. still looking pretty strong. Bobo.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Right? Sub comes in. I mean, he's a pedigreed player. We know that. But he seems like maybe the secret sauce that 4 a.m. was missing in the last round.
It definitely feels like they're more comfortable in their firefights in comparison to what we were seeing go on beforehand. And just an overall stellar performance. Also, Petrichor Road managing to stack up some kills inside that one, getting some damage out as well. But Cerberus is just a beast, dude.
Absolutely. Cerberus unstoppable. Petrichor looking good. EA looking good. Armory Gaming, I think that's a 400% increase on their previous survival time. As well as significant increase in kills. So good for them.
I mean, 400.
I don't know. I just made up a number.
I would say, I think it's higher than that.
It's got to be way higher than that. Because, again, they did not do great in Erangel. Maybe this is the turnaround point. Either way, it is all about the White Rabbit. E-Arena has been playing very, very well. I think they've shocked a lot of their protractors, or I don't know what the word is, the people who said they couldn't do it. They came out here and they put up numbers.
And a big part of that is Jacob. We have to make sure that we're looking at that. While it's not necessarily, like, the kills are pretty, like, dispersed evenly across the team, Jacob has just been putting in a massive amount of damage inside their firefights.
Nice.
Sure, it's not like, so we've seen, like, big, huge, massive numbers all over the place, but he's really kind of the key that's opening up a lot of these, like, pathing options. Just getting in control of territory for a squad to be able to move in that midsection.
Yeah, I mean, I think really this team comes down to they've got a good handle on the macro of this lobby. They made the most out of the last event. They made the most out of sort of PGS 3 learning everybody else. And you can see that. And the other big one is they are winning fights. They are hitting those shots because, again, that's what happened with Bleed. Bleed gave them very quick peaks. Bleed had no intention of truly taking those fights. They were hoping to hold their position, but they couldn't because every time they went for information, they lost a player.
One of the things I like about E-Arena right now is they're hungry. You can see the fact that they're starting to find their groove. They know that they can get it. But they're not being a glutton about it all. They're making sure that they're only taking what they need to take inside of it and executing very quickly when they decide to make a move.
Look, Cerberus, 1 placement point, okay? This is the thing about Cerberus. 12 kills. Cerberus went, okay, this is not a game that we're going to win. Let's just get as many points as we possibly can.
Ooh.
Wow, total leaderboard. Because E-Arena has been so consistent, they are going to take over that first place spot. It's a tie, but they're winning on the tiebreaker. Cerberus right there behind them. TSM in third, good for them, and 4 a.m. showing up in a big way. But this has to be a big boost for E-Arena, knowing Cerberus, who every team has told me is the team that everyone is scared of. Here you are as E-Arena ahead of them at this stage.
And it's really a tale of two different play styles, right? We've seen a very frag-heavy Cerberus that knows that they can take a fight with everybody, but there is some attrition that happens in every single one of those firefights. E-Arena's playing the mid-game a bit safer and trying to make sure that they navigate and get those placement points and then try to execute, not getting the same amount of kills, but making sure to, like, usurp it back just in that placement that Cerberus isn't finding right now.
There they are right now. They've already got the maps out for the next match. They're seeing what it is that they're going to be up against. They're coming in confident. They're smiling. You love to see it. Now we're taking a quick look at Legacy. Also going through the same studies. These teams, that's what they do before the match starts to get their head in the right place. Legacy told me that they have changed things up. RBN said he's going to change the way that he leads, and he's going to take more feedback from his team than he did in the last event. It sounds like they had a bit of a come-together moment and maybe fix the way communication works there.
Yeah, I kind of been bumping into them. They seem really excited, really, really happy. I mean, they always are. So it's kind of hard to say. Like, you never really see that team demoralized per se. But you can see on Erangel, it's had a significant impact. They already feel a lot more maneuverable and very aware of what's going on. It feels like there's been some type of comms change that's happened inside of Legacy that's allowed them to be able to make the smarter choices.
Yeah, I think it's, and they're willing to take some of those fist fights, and that's what they took Sonic's a fist fight early on in that second game. It was a great fight for them, and I think that is something that they will continue to do as they go forward. And we're going forward into our 4th match of the day as we head to the snowy slopes of Vikendi with Saga and the Cammy D.
Back again for Vikendi as we enter the second half of this day. And I do believe we will see yet another hot drop. Not Armory Gaming, so they do get a break there, though, of course. Who knows? Maybe they'll miss it and they'll find some hot drop to send it into.
Yeah, they got to find somewhere to go, right? Someone to fight. It's interesting. You would maybe expect that, like, given the fact that all these teams played literally 2 weeks ago, they might have settled their differences there, but no, this is new groups, new seeding. That means new feuds for us to iron out, and day one has certainly had its fill.
Yeah, we'll see if 4AM and KDF do both commit to that Narrows position there. I'm also looking up at Core Road and Weibo. They're a little close to each other. It's essential. They're not going to be fighting over vehicles, so probably nothing to come out of that. But this plane path, it's pretty okay. A little bit towards the northeast, but it's nothing too wild.
Cameron, it's happening again.
Is it?
4 Angry Men, Guangdong Freaks, up over by Naros. Got another contest on our hands. 4AM, well, they might just choose to back out of it once again this time around, but yeah, they didn't get the hot drop they wanted on Tego.
Yeah.
They're going for it this time.
See if they can come out on top. Armory Gaming passed the baton, passed the torch of the hot drop to 4AM. We're now potentially passing it to KDF, but there they are. They're landing under the roof. They're actually landing in similar buildings. Bobo with the micro Uzi. Takes some shots in return by Gumin's MP5. Who's trying to keep a lock on this high side and salute with the Scorpion. Okay, picks up an SKS. Reminder of the multi-view once again, but Bean with an initial knock onto HS. A good start for KDF.
By some power of foresight, once again, you can get the comms view of one of the hot drops teams. 4AM has their perspective being broadcast right now as well, but that's not going to help HSM. He has already been knocked. Godv's holding the backline with G36, but no helmet and half HP. Oh, it's a treacherous position to be in.
These, like, they're not even lukewarm drops. They are pretty warm drops, but they're not immediately collapsing and immediately finishing in the matter of seconds. And this makes this sense of, like, do I hold this angle or do I use this moment to find a first aid kit? I want to loot while we fight. And, like, you can never be 100% certain with your timing because you don't know what the opposing team is going to do. But HS is bleeding out, trying to crawl around. Salute confirms that. Iron Sight SKS at this range, though, shouldn't be too big of an issue without a scope.
Yeah, Salute had to be very careful peeking that window. He wanted to confirm the flush, make sure there was no chance he could crawl out of there, but not having a helmet meant it would have been a little bit risky to hold it down. Fortunately, GodV couldn't quite get the timing to land a headshot towards it, so he will confirm the point. They are within the zone, so no major rotates have to happen once this is all said and done, if it does eventually end, but that just means they get to stay in the hot drop for longer.
The problem is, though, they could potentially be surrounded by other teams once the hot drop finishes and not a lot of space for loot. So I think they would actually prefer to be outside of the first zone in a hot drop like this, especially in the way that it's stalled out. But D+ wanted to get involved in early game action as Starlord pushing towards TSM. This is also towards the center of the zone. This is around Dino Land, just to the northeast. And Starlord does push Luke 12 away. We see another rotate early on from Howl, again moving very, very quickly, very, very fast.
It's pretty gracious of Starlord to give some warning shots to Luke 12 just to make him back away, hop in the vehicle, and make a move. I wish GodV had some warning shots of what's about to explode in his face should Salute round this corner, though. He's got no backup, no chance to escape. The Panzerfaust will sit him down immediately. And Guangdong Freaks with their second knock really starting to come out ahead in the hot drop.
4AM looked lost in this hot drop. They allowed for KDF to do that group up. No one caught them on the cross. No one with an opportunity to even get a single trade with GodV going down. So KDF are coming out very, very strong in this fight here. However, it is not done yet. We have seen many fights in cities, in urban areas, in many hot drops completely get flipped.
Yeah, they didn't get their practice on Tego for the hot dropping, unfortunately. So didn't quite get the cohesion on point this time around. Had to separate somewhat. Maybe, again, the parachutes for KDF just converging all in one spot slightly more effectively. But they're just holding, looking for any sort of angles because 4AM could have dispersed anywhere in the city. And if they don't go as a squad, there's always a chance they could step on a snake.
And if they exit, say, towards the south, that they should know they have clear area of, where do they exit to? They want to get that loot. There's teams that are already rotating around them, like Howl here taking this ice position, but they're really close to DK.
Yeah.
They found an island. I don't think DK have their sights set on this position. But Kwepa seems to be separated from the rest of the team as we tune back in on the hot drop. No reset on the Panzerfaust, but they still have multiple strong ARs in play to try and breach through and clear every single room here. Zipiani does get a knock and a full confirm, full flush. So there is damage in return onto KDF, at least 1 point for 4AM, but the rest of KDF are going to be getting on the roof here.
How has he crept up onto the roof like that with KDF just sweeping the building completely, just completely catching Yumin off guard, and now he's playing the angle behind the boxes, and they've got cover. They've set up a crossfire. This is what 4AM needed to do earlier, but now they've got the opportunity to really make it hurt if KDF commit to this push.
Was that a smoke? What was that KDF tossed out? They have a grenade ready.
Oh, that's why they delayed.
For having to get into position with this frag grenade in hand. Looking to cook it, just needs to get that line up perfectly.
I think he had the wrong read. I think he thinks he's on the same roof, trying to look upwards and get the grenade into this corner. No, it is going to go across. It will get some damage, but barely any. Zipian, he can still hold that angle for a little bit longer, and KDF now, tough decision to try and make. The shotguns are there. They can commit to the push, but you gotta be ready to flip on a dime, and now they've got to be ready for Hymas to rock up with an 8x MK12 and watch over it as well.
Ooh, spots someone through the window. I think Heaven might have found the information in return. Going to be peeking back on out. Himas is expecting that. Sends a little bit of a pre-fire that way, but pulls off. Doesn't want to get too involved here. It is still early game, but it's such a safe position for Himas. Might as well just keep looking for opportunities, perhaps to get a knock, maybe even steal a kill. Any damage is good damage.
Yeah, Sololzi doing classic Sololzi things, watching the back line because E-Arena is still out there in the blue zone. They've run into Cerberus a couple of times already, but they're making a bit of a wider wrap rotation. So no real pressure onto Cerberus. They can sit on this hill and watch this fight as long as they like. That's not going to be for too long. They will disengage as Kiss did get caught out once again. Petrichor Road making a move down towards the center of the circle out from the fields. Weibo a little bit close to them, but they backed away.
Ooh.
And now the push has come through. Zipian activates the off angle, and it's huge.
I told you it's not done until it's over, and Bobo could go on the push. Knows that if he gets inside this stairwell and goes down, the trade is not going to be available, but 2 bleeding enemies is very, very tempting. He's teasing forward. Heaven is holding the angle. Heaven is expecting it.
And third-partying shots as well, landing behind him on the roof from Himas up on the hill. They've dropped a couple of smokes, but that's all. DBS in hand for Zipian.
Sun comes out. 4AM grouped on up. 2 versus 1. The cross through. The stun in play as well. Heaven is holding the angle with the ace in hand. They're destroying the door, trying to find the angle again for Zipiani to use the shotgun. Heaven finds one. It's now to go 1 versus 1. Heaven has no HP, no ammo, had to roll out the VSS. And that's going to be 4AM somehow coming out on top.
4 kills for Xiaopian, playing from the opposite rooftop, getting both of the knocks as they tried to come in onto the push for Bobo. And Bobo very sensibly just teasing the fact that he might have gone for the peak for the flushes or to finish the fight, but delaying crucially for that all-important DBS to get involved in the fight.
And only 8 points total. 6 before entering this game. KDF are very disappointed with that. They had such an advantage. And even Hamas, who rolled on up and threatened to get involved as a third party, didn't do too much.
He's in the town now, though, so let's not rule it out. He could do some weirdo stuff.
Yeah, but that's not going to help KDF.
Finish them off.
That's not going to help KDF, though. It's just an unfortunate start for this group stage. It's an unfortunate continuation of A versus B for KDF.
Well, DK, they made their move away.
PGS3랑은 다르게 조금 더 단단한 모습이 보여질 거라고 예상합니다. 사실 PGS3랑 4랑 간격이 얼마 차이가 나지 않아서 다른 팀들이 크게 많은 걸 준비했을 것 같지 않다고 생각을 하고 뭐 달라진 점이라고 생각을 해보면 이제 PGS3 때 잘했던 팀들은 자신감을 좀 많이 얻었기 때문에 조금 더 과감하게 플레이하지 않을까라고 생각하고 있습니다. 일단 PGS3랑은 조금 다른 계획을 가지고 있고요. 최대한 많이 포인트를 모아서 파이널로 가는 게 저희의 목표이기 때문에 좀 실리를 추구하는 방향으로 게임을 할 것 같습니다.
Good game plan. Get as many points as possible and make it to the final. Get some kills along the way is probably a good one. They've regrouped towards the southern side of the river, maybe a little cautious now that Howl has pulled up in between them. But they've got themselves a nice little 2-2 split towards the dead center. But Cerberus, they don't care about placement points anymore. They sniff the opportunity for kills, and they're pushing in. Xiaopian is knocked.
The rest of Cerberus, or at least most of them, have grouped up on that knock, trying to confirm the full wipe of 4 a.m. Haisaki is still holding out in the zone to just make sure they have a position once that fight finishes on up. E-Arena coming in from the north, probably backfilling through Howl.
Right. I mean, you can't go northeast. That's what the observers are showing. Valley Tai, Cerberus, and what remains of 4 a.m. just claiming all the space on that side of the open fields. E-Arena are going to have to find another way in.
There's oh no, it's a replay of the initial fighting between KDF. First knock, follow up, gets more damage. Huge shots coming in from that barrel, and then the DBS, the shotgun. And the celebration.
Huge off angle from Xiaopian, getting all 4 kills for himself, despite the fact that KDF picked up the opening 2, and they cheated a little bit by bringing a Panzerfaust. But all in all, 4 a.m., they do win that hot drop after committing to it. Not quite what went on Tego, but they managed to just about sneak away with Bobo alive, but I doubt that he'll be able to do too much more in this game.
Yeah, Cerberus, they decided just to call it quits on Narrows. Haisaki maybe calling out like, hey, I'm feeling a little lonely, there's monsters all around me, come pick me up, mom, I'm scared. And so they group away. You don't want to waste time chasing down one solo player. Yeah, exactly. They didn't know where Bobo was. They were trying to see if you could come and attempt to revive. But at some point, you just call it quits and focus on the real game, which is, in PUBG, getting into the zone.
Pero doing what they can to try and prevent Cerberus from being able to do that. A good bit of tags on towards Haisaki as he crested over the hilltop in his Zima. Had to dip back down to grab a heal. But he's scouting out, getting that information for the squad. A lot of IGLs do tend to take that role of being the one to do the scouting, but sometimes you'll have those more aggressive IGLs that get involved in the fighting and call from the front lines. Haisaki, more than happy to be either of those roles. Very versatile player, but for now he's doing the scouting for Cerberus. And, well, he knows where Pero is because they shot him a few times.
Sonic's here, making sure that no one crosses over that open ice field. They're looking at Howl, who are also in a bit of a spread position around this northern edge. There was E-Arena in this area earlier, but they've actually decided to rotate clockwise around Narrows, maybe potentially into Lumberyard, but they just don't want to push through this open area because of the vulnerability of the cross of the vehicles. And here they are indeed. Let's see how far south they go. There are a number of teams that are lined up on this direction. There's not a single trajectory that is 100% free. And the downside of wrapping in the blue like this is that you come into an area with virtually no information.
Sure. But the upside is Orcarin has made his way a long way away from the rest of the squad, looking at some loot crates, and if you're in to spot it, they might just be able to pick him off for free with no real threat of an answer from the rest of Bleed Esports. But this has been something that E-Arena has been praised for all the way throughout PGS3, is the way that they're relatively risk-averse. They spot the chance that, okay, if we go this way, it could be risky, so we'll take the safer approach, and they almost get that opening knock as well.
Oh,
he did!
He goes down! Lyrics found the angle somehow, even with Orcarin dropping off from the high ground. He got headshot by a drive-by by E-Arena. Such a good approach. And they get a free kill, and would you look at it, a multi-drop as well to pick on up.
That's crazy. How he got that from, like, 600 meters away in the blue zone. And Orcarin dropping down still was not enough. But all the way to the north now, the zone is giving us the opportunity for Dino Land to make an appearance in the endgame. TSM won't be upset, but Sonics and Howl, they got to struggle to get their way in.
Might have to fight their way through. We also might have a couple of teams going into Dino Land as plan B. It's only phase 3. It is quite early. It's close to the edge. You can't guarantee, even at this point, that it is going to remain a key position, a key point of interest.
Bold from TSM to still commit to this 2-2 split.
Right.
They've got the warehouses on the eastern entrance towards Dino Land and the compound outside. But right now, they're going to take their chances. All the teams on the edges, maybe someone will make a send, but they're likely going to take damage on the way in.
Bobo now, last one up for 4 a.m. Still in the blue, still trying to stay alive. Wide wrapping rotation to the north.
He's a long way out.
Yeah, at this point, it's a salvage game. Already 4 kills. That's not bad. That's an okay start. Any extra placement points, picking up 1 or 2 stolen kills here or there before going down would make this a good game for Bobo. But Bobo has been a key position, a key player for 4 a.m. so far, so we could see a lot more from this one.
Big knock from Wally Tai pushing forwards towards Petrichor Road. Ike's left will be picked up and put in the vehicle. He's going to have to fall back to the cable car station up north, so Wally Tai creeping their way forwards. It's not enough to get them into the zone just yet, and Cerberus really piling on the pressure, but Bleed Esports once again getting caught just a little bit too wide, and E-Arena making that late rotation to the south catches Happy out as well.
More 15 G at least gets a trade. Roy goes down. Doesn't expect Hammer, at least doesn't spot Hammer. A stun, frag, or what utility are you going to use? Comes on out to peek over the high side. Hammer with the trade, able to get the exchange back as Jacob does steal Happy. Hammer confirms at least 1 kill to go their direction before going for the revive. It is all falling apart for Bleed, and E-Arena now inserting themselves in the conversation.
They're getting dangerously close to finding the res that just came through from GNL as well. Zizzy and Jacob leading the way. They'll definitely have heard the smokes and any grenades, shots that were exchanged between GNL and Bleed, but now Weibo enters the scene as well to the side. Sonics, they made their exit up towards the northwestern side of the zone, now making their way northeast underneath the watchful eye of Petrichor Road. And they did manage to get Ike's left back up, a very important player for their squad. And they're going to need him if they have to take a fight against Sonics.
Still in the blue on phase 3. It's about to clock into phase 4. I hope Wally Tai have enough meds. They're going to be coming in from the east, and anywhere that Cerberus can spot is a huge threat range. Tycon actually gets a knock on a Weibo Gaming. But of course, that's because it's Cold, who has been so separate from the rest of the squad. Second point for Cerberus on the board, and the shift centers up on Kurt and Sparking's position. Now we see Alo and Luke immediately grouping up with that one compound. Could have to defend from multiple crashes, as we see Armory also able to pick up a multi-drop if they want to stall out and waste time. And I do say waste because Howl are on the prowl on the north. We could see Legacy, but Daytrade on the south as well. There's a lot of teams opening, and it's another field ending.
Look at the Cerberus split right now. They're just 2-man holding teams on either side. Haisaki pushing down towards the south with Tycon to third party to deal with Wally Tai. As Himas and Sololzi push up north. TSM split. Bold, but it's paid off. They've got themselves the compound. They know they're pretty safe in this zone, but everyone on the edge, it's just a TDM from now on.
This is looking very similar to the northeast hilltop that we just saw on Tego. Sonics and Cerberus now fighting around it. We'll see if Petrichor Road are able to grab an angle, though Pero have lost a player. Summer got knocked. Should be confirmed, but a mortar kill. Trimsy goes down. That is huge for Sonics. Very unfortunate for them.
And there's more coming in as well.
Oh no. H-Twin, watch out!
Oh, another one from Guyon. All the way over at the train station on the opposite side of the hill as well. Hit them blind. He couldn't even measure the distance, but somehow pinpoint accuracy twice.
Tiggleton grabs the in-game leader, runs away, but the blue is going to do good damage. You got to put him in the ambulance and just try and send it into the zone before you go for the revive. We'll see if Cerberus, Petrichor Road, or even D+ try and cut that cross off. But back down here, southwest, Hallow rotating through.
Yeah. VHC couldn't get the smokes up in time. The vehicle explosion will take him out. Gizera holds the line. Unfortunately, the car doesn't sandwich him in between those folded shields, giving him so much cover that he desperately needs. He might have his flush stolen away by Daytrade, but he's still alive and still with a chance to try and hold the line in case any more of Howl commit to this push. But it's Norins from long range with a Dragonov to sit down Code Marco.
Did see Sonics go down in the kill feed. They were fully eliminated, attempting to make their way out of a really rough situation, but multiple rough situations still on the south. The Mad from Howl trying to rotate around, get away from Daytrade, who are just outputting so much damage from this position. And Flash with the P90 is a very, very scary force to try and face off against.
GNL caught in 2 minds. They've got a third-party opportunity on either side. E-Arena taking the fight against Weibo, but over on the west, Howl getting ran over by Daytrade. Belmoth takes a tumble, but Flash finishes the job with a P90.
Shots from Legacy could keep Flash from getting the revive. E-Arena also falling apart. It's a big collapse of multiple teams, multiple players on the south, and the circle pulls just to the north. TSM still sitting pretty.
The sidelines are disgusting. Tycon shooting into E-Arena from like 500 meters away up north. Again, while the rest of the team pushes up, wipes Petrichor Road off the hilltop, forces them onto the low ground, and takes the fight up against D+ Kia.
E-Arena are eliminated 11th place. 10 teams. They're not in placement points just yet. But with the amount of space that is not available in this zone, we're surely going to be losing a couple of squads until we get to the close of Phase 5. Cerberus facing off against D+. Starlord is getting revived by Americano. A lot of smokes in play. Petrichor Road did bail from this high ground position. There was no one really in the area to third party.
Yeah. If I were a gambling man, I'd probably put money on TSM winning this game, but they're not going to have that many kills to go with it. There won't be anyone left by the time all of this aggressive pushing on the edge of the zone is coming out. Another grenade over the ridge from Americano. DK with the explosives have been so on point.
Tycon trying to hold it down. Lands a headshot, but doesn't get the knock. And this means Starlord could still start to get revived with the blue closing in. It's going to make this difficult for either of these teams to manage because the fight is still going on. And the top of the hill still is outside of the next zone. They're going to have to run out to the open once this fight finishes. But speaking about in the open, we still see rotates through. Daytrade, Armory Gaming, Legacy are eliminated. Xera has gone down to the blue, but you can tell there wasn't really a lot of options for the rotate because even Daytrade, Flash goes down. Alo, TSM, they're getting involved. The sightlines are starting to get revealed.
Yeah, there's just nothing on the south side for the teams to play, and there's barely anything on the north either. Cerberus is going to have to come down the hilltop, but Daytrade has no way to get into this zone. Armor Gaming, they're pushing up, they're backfilling the position. They want to get aggressive onto GNL as well.
But the damage is not there for them. Roy is dropped low, but has the space to get the revive, at least get the first aid kit on, but DMSD as well. The Vigil and the Ridge and the Defilade, all they have for cover at the moment. Frag grenade being prepped. Needs to land well behind that rock. I don't know if it's going to go far enough. Hammer peeking out. The double up on the frags could do it.
It's going to be tough to get them to go around the side of the rock as well, but with the off angles, the position they have, the slight ridge that provides GNL cover from TSM gives Roy all the opportunity he needs to take 2 knocks onto Armory Gaming. Dynasty dancing in the smokes, desperately trying to avoid the spray, but it's Roy again with that Mark 12. Absolutely on point.
James trying to make something happen from us, but it is not there. GNL, 11 kills for this team. Killing spree for the squad, and they have a lot of space now to the south. We'll see where Phase 6 goes, but Cerberus and D+ have actually separated themselves from each other, and it goes to the north again. 4 AM Bobo is still in the mix, ready to climb placement points. So Lolzy, the rest of Cerberus, still standing. They've lost Haisaki, but they're still in the fight.
I don't understand how Cerberus keeps surviving in these situations. They pushed down the hill. There were so many teams that had vision on towards it, but they managed to get to a relatively safe spot down south. They've still got a lot of fighting to do to push forward. And Ike's left hitting headshots onto Sololzy like that ain't going to make their job any easier.
It's good, but he's the last one left for Petrichor Road. Ming does get confirmed, does get flushed. But how much damage can this one player do? When do third-party angles start to really come into play against Cerberus?
I feel like I've seen this before. Himas, 3x AUG, Unvikendi.
A little bit of infighting there on Hal. You don't like to see that at all, especially for a team that won the very first game. But Cerberus are eliminated. They got a good number of kills. They are still a huge threat. They're holding down first place for now. But let's see. TSM, 4 up in the mix. I don't know if we can count on Bobo to try and win this game and put themselves above Cerberus. But hey, that's still points to try and climb up. About to hit top 4.
But they are 2 unknown solos now on the map.
Right.
GNL has no idea that Latte is behind them. They're not paying any mind to the potential opportunity of getting stabbed in the back. That they're just purely focusing forwards. I mean, they know TSM's in the compound. That accounts for 4 of the 10 remaining players, or 14 alive right now. But those solos, oh man, a huge opportunity for Latte to be a deciding factor onto GNL as well.
I mean, it's all looking TSM advantage. A significantly greater advantage than we saw from their Erangel win. Because it's Bobo to potentially find an opening knock. Well, okay, never mind. GNL spotted them out all the way across the zone. That's going to be Bobo going down. Survive till now, and Latte goes out immediately after. So the solos, never mind. They're accounted for. It's 4v4, V4, assuming Hammer does get revived. But 14 kills for GNL.
But Latte poked some holes into Hammer before he went down to the blue zone. There's a possible opportunity, but no one's capitalizing. TSM, makes sense, they're not leaving the compound, but it gives Stellar an angle to get one knock.
Yeah, the problem is they had to get the revive on their own teammate, so the timing wasn't really there for them to capitalize on that knock. But Gion's gone down, striking with the confirm, using the bolt action here.
Maybe this is just a case of they moved very early on. They got into this position. Maybe it's a case of we're in the late game now. DMR spam isn't that important. Not too many targets to aim at. Just go for precision. But sparking does not matter. Put a bolty in his hands. He's hitting the headshots. And it could potentially be a big one as well. It's now DK losing a member that would have given them the space to flex out position on the northern side of this train track.
Where is the end game going? The west? Out in the open? No, it's northeast. It's playable for everyone. Not so much for D+, but GNL don't need to move much. And, of course, DSM, they still have the hard cover. They still have multiple buildings. Could even get on the roofs here at this point because they can limit, once the blue closes especially, but even now I think they should know that there's not going to be anyone towards the south.
It's kind of been off limits up until this point. There's just too many teams on angles that you can't get cover from everywhere. But now all the high ground surrounding, especially towards the north, is out of the zone. It's definitely a possibility that Luke 12 is going to explore. He gets up, checking meticulously every single bush, every single rock behind him to make sure that there isn't one more sneaky solo out there. There could very well be, but unfortunately for him, there isn't. So he will be safe playing the rocks for now.
These teams at this level are usually, you have to expect that they're good at reading the kill feed, but you can never be 100% sure. Sometimes, especially if you're in the middle of a fight where there's another fight happening across the way, you just can't hope to have the mental bandwidth to track every single one. So you always want to make sure. Always want to make sure. And Luke 12 is doing just that. Before V4, V3, where do the teams move in? The thing is, the dominance, the oppression by TSM really disincentivizes GNL and DK for going moves of their own because they want to move later. They want to try and play for second place. There's not really any available moves to give them an option to Hail Mary for first.
But now that TSM has the chance to get up onto the rooftops, it really hampers the mobility of DK in particular. They've got a ridge to work with, and if they stand up, if they even crouch behind it, they're in line of sight of Alo. They have no choice but to remain prone and just hope to all that they have that TSM gets shifted away from. But GNL are taking the opportunity while TSM are putting shots the other way to start making moves of their own. Potentially dangerous terrain, but goes undetected for now.
For now, surely Luke or Alo is going to see this shield is going to do some good work. As again, GNL just putting all of their attention, trying to throw some resources towards DK to again confirm second place. They would need to have 2 knocks against TSM, I think, to have any sort of semblance of a chance to send it into their building and take them out. And at this point, with only 5 seconds remaining in Phase 7, even that's not a good use of timing and resource because you don't know where Phase 8 is going to go. It's likely going to go center enough, but it could maybe inch north. Nope, I think it's just nudged down south.
Well, DK really can't move from where their current position is unless TSM are forced to move first, which that zone has done them no favors in making that a reality. So unless they've got a wall of smokes and they don't have a single one, there's very little that they can do from this position. It might just be a case of stand up and try and take the fight while you can, or at the very least try and outlast GNL, who also have 0 smokes. Both of the teams outside the compound have used all their utility just to get to this point. TSM still has so many, but they just don't need them. They have the cover anyway.
Yeah. Looking at GNL on the map, and they're still keeping an eye on the TSM. They're looking, you know, in case there is an opportunity that comes their way. They have Hammer anchoring in, still in the zone. And both TSM and GNL, they're just waiting to see what DK do. And honestly, I don't really know what option they have. I don't think a deny is on the table at this point in the group stage, at this point in the game. But what's the alternative? Just vehicle send it into TSM? There's smokes coming out in play. We'll see what maneuver that does, but Hammer's starting to shoot now, but Sparking with an angle as well. Oh, and the shot with the bolt action. It's not a heady, but it's a knock regardless.
Yeah, you'll take it. The folded shield left a slight gap, an opportunity, and Sparking will absolutely make the best of it. Starlord, though, catching out Alo as he peeks up over the rooftop. Kurt has to quickly turn back. He was considering pushing out, maybe getting into grenade range, but has to turn back, prioritize keeping his team alive.
Temporary 3v3, but Young with a knock onto Starlord with that Americano still looking to try and confirm that kill, or at least confirm the knock on a Hammer into a kill, turn it into that way. And Stella pulled off of the revive because of the pressure. Blue Zone kind of uses the smoke, I guess, but hey, it allowed Stella to get the revive anyway.
That's innovative. I'll give him that. It doesn't completely obscure the vision, but I mean, it makes it more difficult to see. Soul now within the line of sights of Luke 12, and the game is over for DK. They did all they could. They crept forward slowly, but into the range of TSM they go, and TSM have held onto their position. They've held their grenades, and now they've got a chance to take a 4 versus 4 against a GNL who've come prepared with 14 flashbangs.
Yeah. Not too many frags for either team, and TSM is the only team with smoke, so they have the option to choose where they want to place those. Kurt with the opener, Sparking with the immediate follow-up, and suddenly it is significantly TSM favored right now, but Cello's not going to allow a fight, gets the knock and a full flush on the Alo. But Cello now goes down, there's only one left standing, and it's a surround, the wraparound by Hammer.
Timing on the peaks just wasn't quite there. He got one more, but Purdy Curdy will not allow visitors into the compound. They've been holding on to that thing since the game started, and the game will end just outside with a second win today for TSM.
Good win for TSM, but a really great game for GNL. You see them happy there with that one. Even if they couldn't convert it into the full chicken dinner, they still did so much work, so many kills, and unlike TSM, they weren't given that many favorable shifts.
They really weren't. They had to absolutely scrap their way through chaos down towards the southern side of the zone, but they make it work. So many kills picked up, but TSM, 2 wins on the day. Massive start for PGS 4.
That final 4 versus 4 was not a guarantee for TSM to win. GNL did put up a good fight. I don't know how many kills TSM ended it with. You gotta win the games that you gotta win. 2 wins on the day, 2 wins on the board. We got 2 Miramars coming on up. Are they gonna get a third?
TSM comes out with the win. For a moment, it looked like it was going to be hammer time, but Purdy Curdy says, can't touch this, as they come out with a second chicken dinner. At this point, they need a chicken dinner. They need a Zynga. They are the kings of winning in 4 games. 2 wins. Love it.
I mean, I just love what we can see coming out from TSM. We know that they're a points per game team, right?
Yes.
They really like to play in the averages. They lean into making sure the fact that, they're always going to be looking for the bright side in every single, shadow situation that they get into. And now we're starting to see them get more comfortable. Yes, it wasn't the hardest game for them to necessarily navigate the end game for, but this was a mostly just a slow push into a center of just Neuron openness. I love the fact that we did get the train going through the end fight, though.
It was a nice cinematic. It also worked strategically well, and hopefully we get to see that grenade from Luke 12, because I do think he used that train very, very well. But again, as we get to that end game, there wasn't a lot of options for those teams. They had to fight for the hill, and it sort of came down to a war of attrition when those last 3 were left alive. But this is something we saw. You saw that argument from Howell. Some of our teams, this is where you start to come apart. We're 4 games into a 12-game series when everything is on the line, and it's looking like some of our teams' comms just aren't where they need to be.
I'll be honest, I was starting to also be pretty nervous for GNL, right? But they managed to really string together some good, solid team fights, pick up some kills in this one, got all the way into late games. You can see already sitting at 14 kills at this stage, and then this hilltop fight. This is just really, really hard to navigate, but Hammer in that sneaky position almost managed to turn it.
It was a smart play, and that circle that led into that final fight was a tough one. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Matchroom, and that one was a tough one, I think, because that last shift had all three teams sort of in a spot where they could wait and watch each other.
Yeah.
And then D+ Kia was put in a position of I have to move. And I did like watching that waiting game. And I think for me, the biggest moment, Luke 12, he saw you move the car. He wanted to get that high ground look at them. And then when the train passed, the only thing that was stopping Luke from getting that grenade onto the cover area was the oversight from GDL and GNL. And the thing he did when the train came by is he went, oh gosh, they can't shoot me anymore. And he used that timing to get that grenade out there, take D+ Kia off the board, and open the door for them to make their push.
Yeah, I mean, it was really just about you could see that TSM was kind of hunkered down in position in the compound for a while and was just kind of waiting to see how the storm was going to go. Once they started deciding to move a bit further forward and asserting some authority, I mean, yeah, it was a quote-unquote quiet game for them, but you can see TSM still managed to put out a ton of damage because they were just reining it in, and Luke 12, my lord, 752 damage with 0 damage taken.
Ooh, the roof was on fire because he was putting out as much as he could. But and I love this idea, 752 means that what he was doing is he wasn't walking away with the kill points as much, but what he was doing was making the game impossible for GNL and DK. They could not make a movement without being assaulted by this man on top of the roof who has earned the man of the match, lives to the end, and puts up a huge damage count.
And just a solid nade as well.
Yeah.
Somebody that was, you can see that there was a duo that was lined up back behind the shields, just managed to cook it, toss it in perfectly, as it was pretty much him that was in control of the entirety of the western side of what TSM was trying to control in that compound.
And that's what it was. The team put their confidence in Luke. They said, you're in charge of keeping these two under wraps. He waited for the right moment with the train. He erased them from existence, and that opened the door for TSM to get their second chicken dinner of the day, which is big. I mean, 2 chickens, their position here, walking away with 21 points. They're going to be very happy with that. GNL, on the other hand, has got to be happy. Pulling 22 points and 16 kills out of that game is big, big news.
I mean, I think that this is probably going to be about 2/3 of their total points because it was a pretty quiet Erangel coming in for them. And so now managed to find themselves into a position, and this is a lot more of what I think that the GNL fans were expecting, is to be a little bit more, I guess, proactive in the firefight section. This is a squad that we know that has some capabilities to get the kills in it, but we're having a lot of trouble navigating position as we're looking in GNL. 28 points overall, so 22 points off of that one, 6 points going into the 3 rounds before that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's talk about Cerberus, though, for a second. They're tied up here with TSM. It seems like Cerberus's lot is to be slightly behind but tied with the first-place team right now. But this is a team. Cerberus has not finished above 4th place so far in our first 4 games. They're getting lower placements, but those guys don't care. They came for fighting. They got those knuckles warmed up, and they're treating it like it's a battle from start to finish. And to see them up there without a chicken dinner, tied with a team that's got 2, speaks volumes to the 3-headed dogs.
I mean, if you're going to name yourself essentially after something that's the guardian of the underworld, you better be a kill-heavy team. That is what they are doing right now. 34, as it's going to be closest up back behind them at 25.
Absolutely. So it's been strong performance. But you know what? Not unexpected. I think if you asked any of you watching at home and anybody here, what do you expect from Cerberus in the grand final? Everyone's going to say top 3, and duly so. I mean, Mass is playing very well. Let's call a spade, probably the best in the world right now. But the rest of his team is stepping up. We're used to the old days when Tycon was the man, but now we've got Sololzi playing one of the best events of his life, Tycon being in a support role. Cerberus is unstoppable, but so looks TSM. We're going to find out more when we get back from this short break. 2 more games left to play. Don't go anywhere.
A brand new win streak challenge, a zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to an old classic. All this and more as we dive into the Update 29.2 patch report. Been a while since I said that. First up, we're taking a trip back to a fan favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Erangel Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days. Erangel Classic will be around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, The Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zipline back to the past. Because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
Your money, just give me respect. Told you before this, you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah, in other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. Yeah, we outside. Yeah, we out. Looking at the view from the top. Get into the bed, don't stop. Get into the bed, don't stop. Better catch up, cause we outside.
Cameron Davis and Saga back here on PGS4. And now, Saga, I have a big question. Hot Drop Watch, how are we looking on that end here? Is it going to
I've got great news for Armory Gaming and for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah?
and bad news for anyone who enjoys gunfights, because things are looking actually pretty mellow over on those dusty dunes of Miramar. No expected hot drops, but hey, these teams have thrown curveballs at us in the past.
That's true. We could see someone be called on the fly. We'll have to see what the playing path is as we see the nice, beautiful faces of a bunch of our different teams. If you guys are just now joining us, we came off of TSM's second win of this Day 1 group stage, A versus B, putting themselves not even that far in the lead. They're tied with Cerberus with the placement point tiebreaker because Cerberus have just continued to frag out of their mind, looking really, really good.
Yeah, TSM have come in. I mean, PGS 3, sometimes they had a bit of a difficult time forcing the advantage when they have a solid position. And this time they've proven they can do it, whether they're hard-fed, they can do it, whether they have to rotate for 50 kilometers throughout the game. And we're about to rotate ourselves over to Miramar for game number 5.
2 games left, at least, with these set 16 teams. Some teams looking really good for qualification, some not so much. As cheers throughout the entire arena. Teams getting ready, players getting ready, whether you're in the lead and you're feeling happy, whether you're in falling behind and you need to find a way to pump you and your team up to make these last 2 rounds as successful as possible.
A lively hustle and bustle of a marketplace. We've got a whole lot of lively hustle and bustle behind us as older players. Let us know it's time to begin, to hop in the plane, and we will keep a very, very close eye just to see anyone come up with any sneaky shenanigans for a hot drop. It's not expected, but it could always be anything could happen in a game like this.
Yeah, and with a plane path this aggressively southwest, it makes rotations towards the north, towards water treatment, towards Tierra Bronco, towards El Azar, like looking just really, really not that great to get to. So that could force some fights. We could see some fighting for vehicles. Observers nicely pointing up. But hey, look, there's 2 vehicles here. They can split, easy.
Couple honks of the horns just to say you are lucky that there was a non-hard spawn vehicle there. But they will go their separate ways, and no one will be any the worse off for it. Looked like there was a potential chance that there might have been some sharing going on down towards Los Leones, but Bleed are forced further south. TSM staking the claim on the entire city.
Yeah, I don't know, but look at Cerberus. They're all dropping here towards the south, sharing space with Howl, and yeah, it's looking quite tight around this area. Zone towards the west, really good for E Arena to get pick of the litter. We have seen this position of Miramar be decided actually quite early sometimes off of initial positioning. But yeah, that collapse from Los Leones teams going that direction could be some early game fighting.
Yeah, especially with Cerberus being in that position. Typically they want to be up over by El Azahar, at least here in the internationals, but that sort of highway road out of Los Leones heading south towards the Partona Bridge, that's going to be dangerous terrain if Cerberus are there to set a trap.
And E Arena have been playing, I would say, well over this entire PGS set. A really good performance in PGS 3. They ended not towards the top, but they were in the mix. They were dealing some damage. They were a nice surprise for a lot of players, a lot of people rather, a lot of audience members, and they're keeping up the form relatively well so far. They're not up there with the TSMs and the Cerberuses, but regardless, looking good.
Yeah, and if you want to be looking good, you know, good at looking.
Good at looking, yeah, looking in a good way, yeah.
We'll workshop it. But make sure you head over to the PUBG Esports website where you can watch the POV streams from 6 different teams today, including many of the ones who have been hot dropping. So if you've got the chance after this, definitely go back and rewatch. But some of them were over pretty quick. This time around, everyone will be surviving until at least 2 minutes and 53 seconds as Orkarin gets caught out along that very road, not expecting Cerberus to be there, and Sololzi claims the first blood from Bleed.
I mean, I do feel for Orkarin. I do feel for Bleed here because with all the teams that we called out stacked around Los Leones, you cannot keep an eye on every single parachute and then successfully track all of them. And when you're trying to salvage loot, scrap loot around the so many small separated compounds, and everyone is doing the same around you, you're going to lose track of people. But TSM quickly leaving Los Leones. It's 3.5 minutes, but they're moving even a couple of seconds faster than I would have expected, but they are out of there.
So this is potentially the one thing that works against E-Arena as well. Like, look at the speed that TSM is leaving from Los Leones. 3.5 minutes, that's it. That's all they get. They got a chance to get in zone. You got to go. This zone, it's all about priority positions. You have to get there quick. E-Arena yet to really make a move. Zizzy is up on this hilltop alone. They're a team that typically plays very slow from the edge, so now they might just be losing priority because DK have just rocked up and taken it from under their noses.
Zizzy's leaving, and it's a smart choice. Do not commit to this fight. You are alone. No one is around you to trade, to give some covering fire, but by doing so, looks like Zizzy's going to be grouping up with Tigger on the west ridge line.
They're so split still.
Yeah, that's the problem, and also, unless this goes towards that direction, a hard shift towards the west on phase 2, I don't know how strong of a position they're going to be in.
It does depend. Jacob has taken control of the warehouses, so they could still be on for a potential 9 zone. Now, Sonic's starting to make a move. Petrichor Road not a million miles away. They've already got entangled on a hilltop once, just coming out of the southern side of Pachinki on a wrangle. But now, on Picado, it's looking like Shrimzy might be the first to find some line of sight on towards Pero, but a sandstorm conveniently spawns in and might just give Pero a chance to get out of there without coming to any sort of engagement.
Check them again with TSM's rotate. They're getting close to E-Arena as well. Thankfully, it looks like E-Arena have actually grouped up towards the south rather than the west, so they're continuing to find out where exactly they want to land. I do wonder what E-Arena's loot looks like, considering it from our eyes. It does seem that they might have just been caught with their pants down, not really ready to stop their loot cycle.
They might get caught out again, though. TSM have pulled up on the ridge right alongside E-Arena, who are over in the compound. Lyrics trying to put some shots in just to dissuade any aggression. Petrichor Road made use of the cover provided by that sandstorm to just go straight up the hilltop and take a fantastic position that if this does continue to shift back north, back up towards maybe those power grid rocks that we saw so prevalent in PGS 3, this is a power position.
Whoa, Chewy. Okay, sorry, for a second, the Blues look very similar to me. For a second, I thought he was sending it into Sonics. Those two teams still very close to each other, but finding their positioning, there's still this very initial footsie game. Miramar is a very explosive map once we hit the mid-game, once we hit the end game, but the early game can be a lot of just almost the political game of like, oh, okay, you want to go over here, we're going to go over there, we'll figure things out. But then when the fighting starts, it's beautiful to watch because of the way that the terrain works here. It is unique to any other map.
So vertical in this area of the map.
Oh,
it's so much fun to watch. Basically means that you have to use the guns because the grenades ain't going to reach if you're pushing from the low ground. We saw a little bit of that in prison earlier on, but Cerberus, they were trying to maybe set some sort of trap once again down on that road out of Los Leones, but Howl go further towards the coast and avoid any potential threats from their fellow dog logo havers. A wolf's kind of a dog, right?
Some would say it was the original dog.
Yeah, it counts.
Yeah.
It counts.
It does.
I'm
do we know that it is actually a wolf and not just like a husky?
Their old logo's a wolf. This one could be anything. Well, we've had a bit of an accident. Day Trade Norins has tried to back up into a position for Flash to hop in the back of the buggy. I did wonder what was delaying Day Trade. They were held. They had to drop onto Chumacera. They could have been up on those rocks and getting so much information for free, but yeah, that's an unfortunate one for Flash.
Yeah, hopefully Flash can get out of that. Hopefully Day Trade can all get out of that as Bleed trying to recover from losing Aquaman very, very early on. And because even though similar to the teams around them, they've had a nice trajectory to get into the zone because they lost a player, they really just have to concede a lot of space. If any other squad rolls on up, unless they get the drop on them, unless they get an early one or two knocks. Oh no, Flash!
No. Your own twin brother catching you with your pants down, getting stuck on the barrels and saying, no, you're not allowed to get rezzed. And now E-Arena's committing to the push. That's so unfortunate for Day Trade. They had perfect chance to take position, and it's just been ripped away by their own flesh and blood.
Tears streaming down his face while he pulls the trigger, while he hits mouse number 1.
Tears of laughter, I'm sure. Like, you get a chance to do that to your twin brother.
Of course. What'd you think I meant?
Yeah, of course.
As a twin myself, if I had the opportunity, I would absolutely, I would be yelling at him right now.
Oh, that's painful.
You get knocked to me? You do this to our family?
Their booths are right next to each other as well, so
are they?
They've got some choice words for one another, I'm sure, on this. But oh no, E-Arena Well, they've made the push up towards the north, and they're getting crept up on the south. I think they've definitely got some vision on towards Tycon, an exchange of shots. But Jacob might just get crept up on, has to drop down through the warehouse roof, but it's a wide open wall. Himas still has an angle to get that knock, and the remainder of the arena are split once again.
There was not an early game fight that Cerberus does not like, and they have yet to get punished on these aggressive maneuvers. Their placement points are low considering where they are on the leaderboard, but it doesn't matter because they keep dealing so much damage and they keep getting away with it.
He just walked up the hill, and Jacob had no idea. He knew that Tycon was in the buildings to the south, but that close range, 3x spray from Himas, he's not going to miss those.
And the petty, just slow dropping of items across the way to make looting that much more difficult. It's one big, giant middle finger on the way out into the lobby once again. But it's insane. This is what I was talking about at the very beginning of the show. The reason why split positions are not seen that often anymore, or they get punished more often, is because teams are that much better at finding gaps, finding opportunities, being able to pull the trigger to get just those small little advancements, small little bonuses of kill points, dealing damage to your opponent. And Cerberus showed us another use of that just there. It wasn't even a split that E-Arena were necessarily in. It was just a blind spot that Cerberus called out.
Well, TSM have made the push in towards Chumacera, and Puchil says that Day Trade ain't done yet. He's got one knock. The grenade doesn't quite find its target, but the zone has gone all the way over towards the west.
Potential fights that we see on the edge of that, Cerberus and Bleed, as well as TSM and Sparking. But speaking of TSM, we do have an interview with Sparking on the way as they try and recover from the damage dealt.
Now I'm here with Sparking from TSM. Congratulations, Sparking. Well, you are off to a great start here at the PGS 4, similar to your PGS 3 start. How do you maintain this momentum?
I think we just gotta play game by game and adapt our play style to the game and take the right decisions and, of course, shoot our guns, right?
Well, congratulations again and great luck for the next match. Okay, well, thank you so much.
Stock media answer there from Sparking. Yes, we will play our game. We will adapt our play style. We'll shoot our guns. What more could you possibly ask?
Well, okay. So, to be fair, he is right. It doesn't matter how good or bad that you're doing. The best way to play this game is to just treat each round as its own independent thing. Just because you won the previous game doesn't mean that you somehow have some advantage in the next one. You don't want to get ahead of yourself.
And we can't argue that they didn't adapt. From the way that they won the two games, could not have been more polar opposites.
Whether they rotate 50,000 meters or only rotate 4,000 meters, they know how to win.
Same amount of points. Zizzy once again gets punished as E-Arena just hold that spread a little bit too wide for the second time now. And unfortunately, what could have been a massive zone for them has not paid off. They are an edge-heavy team that like to play slow, so maybe just not being used to holding down a home circle at this global international level, just catching them off guard as Hal makes the send straight to the center.
Catch phase number 1 and start panicking.
Yeah, basically.
Just start screaming, ah!
Oh no, how do we emergency parachute out of this circle? At least he got to prank his twin brother.
That's true, that's true. That's worth it.
That's worth it.
I'd throw a game for that.
Yeah, 100%. Armory Gaming had a chance to take a bit of a scrap with 4 AM earlier on, but they've made their way in very, very wide. Legacy all the way down south in Val del Mar now. Just about out of the line of sight of Himas, who once again is just slow pushing, walking up hills with
Even
his
auto was auto running.
Yeah.
That run uphill. That's how confident they are looking at these gaps, finding these openings. I mean, 47 points, first place.
Yeah.
Group stage, it would have to be an absolute disaster if they somehow don't qualify top 16 for the grand finals.
I mean, yeah, another 10 points over this game and the next one, and that's like the cutoff point for PGS3 already that they've got on day 1.
Yeah.
It's crazy how they're just continually doing it, but they're not the only ones. E-Arena are not too far behind, although this game has slipped through their fingers somewhat, but TSM right up close, putting the pressure on Cerberus as well.
Bit of a zipline move. Don't often see this mechanic used, but this is probably one of, I'm going to say it, this is probably one of the only useful zip lines on the map as far as on the competitive level. So many of the other ones are in very vulnerable positions. This one, though, if you're coming on the edge like this, the same way that Salute is using it, can cross over pretty easily, but there's a lot of teams around this area. And the shift pulls away towards the north, not too much. It's looking good for Petrichor Road, though they are on the low ground there. Looking good for DK as long as the rest all continue to group up on Americano and Starlord's position. Howl also looking pretty good, finding center again.
Good. It is low ground, so they're going to have to just hunker down for a while, but they're comfortable with that. That's entirely fine. But, oh man, what is going on the Val Del Mar, the ocean, the seafront? Kizera doesn't know.
No! Not quite. Still alive. Has to heal on up, but there's Shen on the counter push. It recognizes he has the damage advantage, and that's going to be it. LFP's also gone down to cold. A really, really decisive strike. But watch for Salute, who's trying to catch opportunities from this area, but with the nature of this approach, of these kills, despite, you know, LFP being stolen away by Bleed, but still the nature of that damage being dealt by Weibo. KDF don't have the opportunity. VHZ, RBN pulling away to the north. Eric's Integrity sending some shots out. Good knock there. It's only one left standing for Legacy.
It's a little unfortunate. They just got caught out by Weibo doing basically what Himas did to E-Arena earlier on, just creeping forwards, Augs in hand. They get the knock where it's needed, and they have no choice but just to bail, find a shack, and just hope that the door will survive long enough for you to get something out of this game, but that's going to be a long time. Still, 16 teams left standing. KDF now making their move over from the prison island. Going to have to try and find a way to get into this zone. They will just about get ahead of Weibo to claim the building that's all the way on the southern edge.
Shots are landing pretty well for Cerberus here. They're not getting the knock on a KDF just yet. There it is. Bean has gone down to the last bullet from Himas' magazine. Looking to the confirm. Bean dropped very, very low. There should be a defilade.
There's no way.
Oh, it's a bit of a clincher of a revive there, because you never know how one of those final bullets can curve trajectory of the earth, and you know if you twist the barrel enough, you know,
if he was shooting a VSS, the bullet drop would work in his favor there.
Or a Dragunov.
Yeah, that's crazy how not only does he hit that knock with the final bullet before he turns away, but almost secures the flush too.
Yeah.
Crazy. But again, Cerberus just doing what they do the best. They're holding onto their space on the edge. They're making it extremely difficult for anyone to put pressure onto their side. Yeah, struggling to get up the hill. They've already lost one on the back line. They're so slow. And Tycon preparing a grenade, probably a spray as well.
Good, the grenade bounces a little too slow. It doesn't quite catch Mamu either. But can Himas finish off what his teammate started? Gets one into Shen, goes for the full confirm.
Wow, was that a rhetorical question? Because there's an obvious answer, Himas. Yes, he can secure the kill. Of course he can. This man cannot be stopped.
James also gone down in the kill feed. Raleigh Ty, they were quite separated. They grouped up a lot closer to each other. They get a couple of kills, at least in the moment for now. We still have 6 teams alive. Hard shift southwest. Howl looking good, but again, still on the low ground. We'll see how much agency they have throughout this game. 4AM do need to push into the zone from the northeast position at Brickyard, but do they try and fight for the high ground in the northwest? Do they go for what little high ground remains on the east, or do they just try and send it to Petrichor Road?
Give Welly Tai a pretty good chance as well in this matchup with the high ground that they were able to swipe from under the nose of E-Arena when they originally started their regroup towards the southern side of the zone. DK as well, but it's more likely to shift away from them. Just less landmass on the eastern side of the zone. Hammer receives a headshot from Ike's left. Will be sat down. The rest of GNL is going to have to make a swift breach if they want to try and grab that revive.
Sonics arriving to put themselves in between the 2 separate positions by DK.
Yeah.
And it looks like the northern pair, they do not want to come to this fight. This is not in the zone. So instead, finding an angle, finding some blind spot. A headshot to Q is going to make it a bit difficult. And the slow move up this hill could be an opening for GNL if they were not in the middle of their own revive. I say that a little too soon. Another point of damage. Another bullet lands.
Guyon almost got taken down. A headshot. He did get taken down. It's Ike's left to take him out, get rid of him. And now KDF, they've been left with very little opportunity, very little choice, but to try and make a push into Cerberus from the low ground. The grenade getting the knock onto Sololzi is a good opening, though.
It's a good opener. Can they finish? What gets started, the confirm from another grenade does give KDF the man advantage, or at least evens it up, because I think KDF might have lost a player earlier on, but Hisaki and the rest of Cerberus still holding onto the high ground. Himas is on a flank angle, could be in a blind spot for KDF as Hisaki pulls some attention his direction as another frag grenade gets prepped.
spray off on the side. Himas can't quite land it for once. For once in one of these tournaments that we've had, Himas doesn't land the spray, but Taikon and Haisaki pick up the slack. And KDF, who started off the grand finals of PGS 3 with their best day by a wide margin, are looking like they're going into the final game on single digits.
Taikon has hit 150 kills throughout all of PGS, starting from #1 in Malaysia last year. Still has a long way to go before contesting Himas' scoreline, but again, it just shows that everyone on Cerberus can pull their weight.
Yeah, they're all just contributing to the fragging now. Sparking, actually, from the opposite side of the valley, gets the final tag onto Salute and will take the point. More than happy to claim it because it keeps them once again within 3 points of Cerberus at the top.
And TSM also just wiped out Day Trade while we saw the Cerberus KDF fight. So they are all still playing it out, also fighting it out. TSM do not want to give this top spot on day #1.
Oh, a new challenger approaches, and Cerberus back up once again as Bleed now are going to try their luck. The zone, once again, doing them no favors, going to force them fight to move to the north, but not before Himas gets the drop on Happy and a headshot to sit him down. Trick with a trade.
A really good answer back, puts it into a 2 versus 2 in this fight. Wait, were those mortars in the air? I saw some sort of stream out, but it might just be some blue zone grenades looking to confirm Himas. The stack doesn't quite land at TSM's third-party angle. Looking to deal some extra damage to Bleed, but great grenades coming out. It's Taikon left standing. Haisaki Bleed on the ground. Himas has been confirmed. So Cerberus, their run might be stopped a little short here, but still, 7 kills. Still, if this is their worst game...
Weibo, you can't be flipping your car there. VHC gets him down to a single hit point, and Code Marco does the rest. Weibo, this is what happens when they don't have the position in zone. It's a send.
Puts it to a 1 versus 1. Health advantage for Chimoy. But Taikon is not going to go down easy. Could still commit to the res, but now Chimoy's pushing up on the ridge line. Taikon peeking, but Bleed come out on top. Cerberus are eliminated, but Bleed are limping into the zone. They are, dare I say, bleeding into phase #5.
If there had to be a team to do it, of course it had to be the one that came into this game in dead last. Finally getting the better of Cerberus, but it's such a costly endeavor every single time. 8 kills on Cerberus. They hold on to first place for now, but TSM still have 4 alive and an opportunity to claim first place spot.
Sonic's making their way up the hill, avoiding the line of sight from GNL. But do not be confused by the similar colors on the minimap. TSM are also collapsing from the opposite side. DK could be in a rough scenario here. They do have the hard cover of this building, and it's one of the hardest buildings to breach. But Americano on a flank could catch Sonics off guard. They are using so much utility to make their way into this first garage.
They're getting peppered from the opposite side of the valley. GNL and Wally Tai just stabbing TSM, putting shots from long range. And Sonics just... Yeah, they just can't find a way to get through safely. They do manage to get themselves into the garage. If Americano had a grenade, this would be horrendous, but thankfully for Sonics, he doesn't.
Jiggleton is aware. He's looking this direction. Americano's position is not going to catch anyone off guard, at least not yet. Grenades coming out from TSM. Kurt's inside. They've taken, I believe, the west set, the west tower of the double piece. Americano's spray comes through. Shrimsy tries to turn it around, but it's going to be Luke that finds the trade onto that. It's a full-on, dare I say, battle royale as TSM and Sonics collapse onto DK at virtually the same time with the blue zone. Dealing some damage, forces TSM to approach from a different angle, pushing through a molly. They think better of it.
Oh no, H-Win gets the final tick of damage onto Star-Lord. If it had to happen, they were getting sandwiched from both sides, pushed, and despite all the opportunities to third party from across the valley, nothing would stop these teams from pushing forwards and taking the fight to one another. H-Win with headshot after headshot, not enough. Luke 12 will finally put a stop to the Sonics' run.
Sonics have not had a good day today. They just need one good game, and TSM are making sure that this one is not going to be it. TSM still in the game, still in the match. 7 kills for them so far. 1 behind Cerberus. They are likely going to take the lead, but this hardship towards the west, where we still see teams fighting over this high ground. Wally Tai, Armory Gaming, the one remaining player from Bleed, trying to hold point, but TSM's cross over the valley could stop their own run here. Oh, it's the zipline cross!
Oh my god, there's no chance. There's no way!
He makes it!
That's incredible. They're so distracted by the fight against Armory Gaming. They've allowed 3 to get across. No, Luke barely doesn't make it. Oh, he drops off just at the final second, but TSM getting away with absolute criminal activity, and now they can stab Walitai in the back as they push to the south.
I don't think Walitai are aware of this. I don't think they
No
spotted
way.
any of that at all. This could be some free points, at least as free as you can expect, as free as you can get here in PUBG. High ground for TSM. And they already have some good information from their previous position. This is great. Walitai are just focused on Bleed, on the last player of Bleed.
That is absurd. If Luke 12 made that, that would have been the most absurd thing we've seen, at least this year in PUBG Esports for sure. And Walitai just still not even considering the possibility that there's anyone behind them. They've been holding that spot for so long. How could there be anyone there? But there certainly can't be anyone there anymore. There's not enough cover, and Young finds out the hard way that Axleft has an angle.
VHD steals that kill, so Legacy still in the fight.
Oh,
still trying to
grenade.
find points where they can, despite it's only a solo venture at this point on. Good grenades coming out from Petrichor Road. Extra damage, further damage onto GNL. Roy's the last one up. The kills get confirmed. TSM is also striking onto the high ground, the Walitai.
Yeah, they've sprung the trap.
That's going to be it. GNL Esports are eliminated in 8th place. We have hit placement point territory. They at least got one before they went out. But who is going to be collecting the rest? At this point, kills become that much more valuable.
Right. Every kill is basically worth 2 points if it eliminates the team as well. Petrichor Road, they've took the opportunity now with no pressure coming from the east to push out and clear out GNL from that spot, but now it gets tricky. You can't really push up the hill towards the west. It's very, very dangerous. Oh, no way they get away with this. They're having the time of their life riding that thing all the way across the valley. Oh, but Alo goes down to the blue zone. It left them with very little space to work with.
Yeah, trying to really keep that angle solid onto Walitai. At least it's down to a 1-versus-1. Latte has been knocked. Megvalos teasing the revive. Kurt waiting to see what actually gets activated. Also waiting for the zone as it does continue to center up on Howl.
Not bad. Not a bad compound to have found themselves in. They made one of their classic Howl sends in towards the valley, and we said they were going to have to keep their head down. They've managed to get 5 kills in the process. Purdy Curty steps up again, sits down Megvalos, but finally he will be taken out. Latte picks him off. When all's said and done, though, that's 2 players from Walitai and the position that were costed by that ridiculous rotate from TSM.
Zipline send. Is that going to be the new med? It's not going to be the new med. I'm not even going to joke about that. It's not going to
Surely
happen.
not.
They had no other options. The only reason they went for it. And it's one of those things that, like, no one ever does it, so no one ever looks, no one ever checks, which is what cost Walitai to lose those players, because they had no clue someone was going to be behind them. And it is the one advantage is that it's a silent entry. But regardless, 5 teams remain. 1 solo left to bleed. Sorry, 2. There's a second. There's a Walitai solo as well. Both solos next to each other, so not the same situation that we've seen previously of solos being threats towards other full squads.
Right. And both of these kills worth 2 points apiece to whoever can get hold of them, so especially as a solo, extremely valuable. Simoy definitely has the info. He'll hear the steps of Latte. Not sure whether Latte is aware that Simoy is this close to him, though.
They should be, because they were looking towards this direction while TSM arrived. So it was only the distraction from a few minutes ago that pulled their attention off of Bleed.
There's no way they're getting down the hill.
Right.
Howl is turning their attention this way, and Pero is starting to flex their position, their stronghold out of the compound, feeling no pressure on the north whatsoever. So one of them is going to have to die. Hopefully it's not to the other and giving over 2 points.
Probably will be. Probably will be. Chima goes down. Axleft finds the angle. Latte should see that in the kill feed. That could be information that there's a little bit more space, but again, space is irrelevant when there's no cover.
Absolutely.
The real question is are Howl looking that direction? Are Petrichor Road going to continue to look that direction after finding that first solo? Are they aware that there is the threat of the second? They should, if they were kill feed tracking appropriately, but you never really know. 4v4, v2, v1 as we enter Phase 7, about to hit Phase 8. And it's going to be on the open. There's going to be a lot of open space. Can Howl confirm this into the win? They only have 5 kills right now, but an opportunity to pick up a lot more. A great grenade. Tigger last one standing. The car is about to blow.
Wow, utility from Howl. One of their strong points from last year as well. With the way they combined utility and a triple nade is enough to get the job done. E-Arena dealt with. Now they can focus their attention up towards the north. Petrichor Road starting to make a move out from their compound, while Ketper is still keeping an eye out for that sneaky solo on the side of the hilltop.
In Phase 8, this is about as hard of a shift as you can get in Phase 8. It keeps Howl's compound in play. So this should, I mean, with Petrichor Road 4 up, I don't want to say that it's going to be that easy of a win, that sure of a win for Howl, especially also, as you mentioned, with the solo. Latte able to even just get one knock to open things up for Petrichor Road, but regardless, Howl will still have a big advantage here. They just need to make sure that they do not give openings.
Can't wait till we get the little overlay that tells us exactly how many smokes these teams have, because that would be a big factor for Petrichor Road and their chances. They've dropped one. They're going to have to try and make some kind of send, but Ketper with the Dragonov on the moving vehicle takes out Summer.
But still, 2 members made it to this position, and Chewy on the north to set the crossfire up. They spot the solo. Axlef finds that kill. Again, Petrichor Road getting the points themselves, but Howl in the lead on that front with 8 themselves. Ray comes out. Axlef gone down. Mean goes for the trade, but just a moment too late. Now Code Marco trying to put a stop to this solo on the south, but Chewy on the north. Last one up. Petrichor Road catches the mad, but cannot get the knock. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Second win for Howl of the day.
Wow, the Mad almost got caught off guard, but the quick flick with the Groza gets the second team their second W of the day. Howl replicating the success of TSM with another win on day number 1.
Petrichor Road don't look too happy with that. That was an okay second place. Should be pretty appropriately celebrating that.
Not too bad, not too bad, but holding themselves to a higher standard, certainly, and losing out on that gunfight, especially when Ruin gets that opening knock and then milliseconds later he gets traded. If they could have just got that final shot, it might have been a different story. But it's another win for Howl, their second of the day as well.
They're looking happy. They had that first win. They struggled, but here's their second. What can they do on the final Miramar, the final match of the day? A few minutes, we'll be back with the last match.
Comes out with the win. You heard them howling at the end. Code Marco howling right now as he walks out of the arena. They came in Wolfpack mentality and a second chicken dinner to go with it.
All or nothing. That feels like Howl all day today. They have just very focused on
Howl or nothing.
Into it. Oh, yeah, there you go. This was a very chaotic game, mainly just due to how the rotations had to come into play in this very southwestern circle setup. But it led to a lot of very high ground shenanigans and probably the best rotation that we'll see this whole event.
You know what? Zipline guns are very, very specifically used in the game right now, and ziplines on Miramar are rarely used in competitive play, but we got to see it.
I'm just mind blown by this because look at this firefight that we can see that's been going on over here. Everybody that was on the western side of this knew what was happening, but look at this cheeky, sneaky little rotation.
Look at them.
Sure, only losing one in that. There were 2 different teams in Petrichor Road as well as Howl that knew that they were going to be making a rotation, just didn't expect the zipline.
Nobody expected the zipline assault, least of all Valley Tai, which needed to be holding that down. Ultimately, they do come out after that fight. They stop Purdy Curdy from the push down, and they're able to make it into the top 4. But it comes down to Pero and Howl in this final shot, and it was just beautiful shots. They tried to make those transitions. Rourke was watching, and there were just no options for anybody but Howl to win that once we got to that end game.
Yeah, there was, you heard the casters talking about it. There's just so little cover on the area that Petrichor Road was kind of holding down. I love the fact that they did have to just kind of clown car in the vehicle and rotate. They almost got away with it. Rangers was hitting some great shots on that one, instantly dropped Summer out, and that was just, you can see after that was like, okay, look to the hills. Can we get at least the solo?
Absolutely. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toppies. This is Match'em. We are 5 games into this thing. It's almost the halfway point for our teams who opened this thing up. Tomorrow, 8 more teams join that rotation, have to fight for their chance to go to the grand finals. some teams that have made great statements so far. Howl coming in with those big points, and TSM, keep in mind, already looking good going to this game with 2 chicken dinners, and then here they walk away in third with 9 kills from a salvage. Salvage. That fight that we saw with the Sonics, them, and I believe it was another team up there. It was DK. They took the fight because they said, hey, nothing else is going to happen. We're going to try to get as many points as we can, and then somehow they slip across the zip.
I mean, they did a great job in navigating, getting that point, had the high ground for a long time, and then just read the positioning. So on opposing side of that one, you can see that Howl was going to be playing on the opposite, I guess, plateau, whatever you want to say, that's going to be over there, and just had a ton of control inside of it, but most of the fighting was going on in the hilltops.
Yeah.
So that's why we don't see the high damage numbers, given the fact that while they had a great control point to play from, they just didn't have the vision because everything was just going on up above them.
Code Marco going to be named the man of the match. 4 kills, 3 knockouts, but a copious amount of damage. And Howl did, again, what they have to do. I think Saga said it best when he said they used that utility that they specialized in their division. They brought it here. They made some great plays, and they locked down the strongest position in that final circle. And to be fair, there wasn't much Petrichor really was going to be able to do in that end game, especially once that headshot, I think it was the Dragunov, sort of sealed the deal.
I mean, there was a way that maybe Petrichor Road could have snuck that if somehow Howl hadn't just had a strong and offensive line and wasn't paying attention, but they'd known where Petrichor Road's position was for so long. It would have had to just be a near miracle in timing. But Petrichor Road, you can see, walking away with 13 points. TSM, 9 unstoppable today, still going to pick up 11. BLTH going to be back behind them with 10. BLD with 9. They've kind of started to come alive with the tail end today. I wouldn't say it's
a blood transfusion, but things are starting to pick up just a little bit.
Hey, they're not at least transfusing points over to everybody else, though.
They're in 13th, so that's something. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard right now. TSM does hold that lead at 56. Cerberus still very close to 53 because it doesn't matter how many placement points they get. They're going to crack those kills, 42 in total. E-Arena on the opposite side, only 25 kills, but they're playing good, consistent PUBG, coming out with 45. And then Howl, very happy to end the day up in this high-level position. Valley Thai, however, 4 AM, a team that has struggled really in the group stages last time around, is a night and day performance, sitting there at 30 and 30 respectively.
It's getting a bit more problematic. If you're looking at like TSN, Cerberus, probably E-Arena, you're starting to feel pretty good. Howl as well, maybe. That you're pretty much qualified, right? It provided the fact that you can keep up a decent points per game going into the next day that you're going to be playing. That 30-point mark, though, is where everything is still like, okay, no, we still have to have our game. We need to make something happen. And it's getting more and more compacted in that range right now rather than separating out, mostly due to TSM and Cerberus just kill some points all over the place.
Sponging it up at the top, and I think that's a big one. Teams coming in tomorrow love to see that. They love to see a team or two that's sort of sponging up there and playing so gosh darn well. There's one more match today, and I think TSM and Howl both would love nothing more than to be the team that goes home with 3 chicken dinners out of 6 games and makes a statement.
I mean, 2 repeat winners in 5 games.
That's impressive.
Pretty wild right now. So if they can manage to pick up the 3rd one, that's a statement in and of itself. I mean, just 2 in a day off of the opening day is absolutely amazing.
In a lobby that is incredibly strong. We're looking at TSM because they're leading right now. But remember, Cerberus, Sonics, 2 of the top 3 teams from the grand final of PGS 3 are in this lobby, though you might not remember that Sonics is in this lobby because, let's be honest, you know, I think Saga said they had their run stopped in the last game. Well, I wouldn't even call it a run. It feels like a limp right now. I don't know what's going on with them.
Oh, man. It's just...
I'm not counting them out, to be clear. It's the Sonics.
They have the capabilities to explode. We know that one. It's just navigating the situation. We talked about this, right? If you're one of the teams that did really, really well on PGS 3 just a week ago, essentially, you're having to make sure that you made all of the modifications off of it. Everybody is now going to be looking at you if you're one of the top qualifying squads and said, okay, how do we stop this and then benefit off of it on top of that? And it feels like Sonics might have to make a couple of adjustments off.
And look, everyone's looking at these guys right now. You saw TSM. Can they do it? Will Howl do it? Or will a new competitor step up? It's time for our last match of the day. Let's head to the Dusty Dunes with Saga and the Cammy D.
Game 6, baby! Here we are at Miramar. This is the last game that these 16 teams will be playing together. Likely the last time some of these teams see each other.
Yeah, I mean, there's a very good chance that a lot of these teams are going to be going to the grand finals, but there's also a good chance that a lot of them might just miss out. Those that have really struggled today are seriously struggling. Single digits, barely into the teens after a day of games is not good news when we're talking 56, 57 points as the hypothetical cutoff looking back at PGS 3.
That being said, if you can end today 20 or so, if you only have to hit top 16. This isn't a top 8 to go to winner's bracket or even being in losers top 8 to go to the finals. This is top 16. Some of the teams have said themselves that if you can't make it, even if you get unlucky circles, all 8 games that you play, or rather 12 games that you play, if you can't make top 16 with that, you're not going to be doing damage in the grand finals. One of the teams that said that happens to be the Sonics, who I thought were like, yeah, you're totally right, but where they are on the leaderboard right now, not looking too hot. But again, we know how good they are, so I think as long as they can get an okay game to end the day, reset, going into their next series, should be able to hit top 16. They might not be at the top spot, contesting with Cerberus, contesting with TSM. We'll see what Twisted Minds do when they hit the field, but they should at least be able to hit top 16. But it's still a vulnerable position to be in regardless.
Sure. I mean, you got to look at PGS 3, the caliber of teams that didn't make it to the grand finals. Falcons, we saw what VP are capable of when there's no pressure on their shoulders in the final day of groups. And right now we're seeing Sparking with a PP Bison getting the drop on Happy. The flight path wasn't too kind to them. Had to stretch a little bit to get to Los Leones. That's enough time for him to boot up the Bison and get the first pick of the day for Bleed.
The Bison's a good SMG.
It's not bad.
Yeah, I don't know. It could just be personal feel, because we all know in any sort of shooter game that personal feel can trump stats. It's the same reason why people still use the M4, even though the AUG is objectively better. Sometimes it just hits better. And for me, the Bison, I don't know. I like it. Something about it. It's nice. It feels nice.
Yeah, we've seen a decent little bit of 9mm usage today, a bit of micro Uzi. We got a couple of bullets fired from an MP5. That's exciting.
We got a threat of the VSS. It was pulled out. It wasn't pulled. The trigger wasn't pulled, but the weapon got some airtime.
Yeah, and that's probably all it's going to get for the rest of the tournament. So we'll be happy for that. And, of course, Sparking getting it in the kill feed as well. Love it.
What's that one SpongeBob clip of pointing to his hat in the background of a photo? That's the VSS.
Yeah, for sure.
God, how millennial of me fucking
Mike Wazowski, I think, is the reference. That's... I mean...
kids, exactly. These are all dated references regardless. But anyway.
The best kind.
Yes, the only kind, really. So Phase 1 goes towards the north. A couple of teams are already in the zone. Armory Gaming and 4AM looking good position. Howl, however, really far to the north. A good position to get some loot. They dropped early from the plane, so their timing not as punished as teams that dropped later on. They have a nice trajectory with timing and all of that to get to a good position past water treatment plant.
And this might actually be a better zone for E-Arena, considering that they can actually play slow and go late. But you can go right now over to PUBGesports.com to watch the POV streams of the 6 selected teams today and every other day. You'll have different teams to listen to the comms from, and I tell you, it's a lot of very good content, a lot of very insightful stuff to be picked up on in there that sometimes we just miss out on these kind of things. A solo emergency parachute for H-Win. Doing a bit of forward scouting. It's very hard to get information from the low ground up towards the power grid plateau on the rocks. So I really like this. Good adaptation, and maybe just trying to keep themselves a little bit safer as they make a move towards the zone.
I've seen people try things out like this during practice sessions, during scrims. You haven't seen it get translated into official games all too much. Even regionally, didn't see it happen because of how vulnerable those players can be, but in this specific position, it makes perfect sense. As you say, getting scouting from the low ground onto the high ground, you want to make sure that you have that information, especially for a team like the Sonics who are currently sitting in 12th place. They need a good final game, and if they get cut off on the cross on phase number 1, that's just going to ruin whatever confidence they could potentially have had left.
And it also gives H-Win freedom to hop up on top of the mountaintop.
True.
Fortunately, Ming doesn't get to keep hold of his high ground as Riz has rocked up underneath and swept it away from him. The rest of Petrichor Road forced to make a bit of a wider move now, just towards the north of Armory Gaming. They didn't have too far to go, just hopped out of San Martin, claimed the position, and got a free point.
Yeah, good hold on the center for Armory Gaming. Contrast that to what we saw E-Arena previous match.
Yeah.
Armory Gaming are well prepared to defend this from other teams rotating into the area. They get a nice little free point. Gets information as well. They know Petrichor Road have pushed to the north away from them, and you can just play off of that information.
Yeah, they got to go fast. That's it. Once you get the chance to get the center of the zone, sometimes your loot's going to suck, but you got to get those positions.
Right.
You got to lock them down early on, and Armory Gaming did a great job of it there.
DK now rotating. Where are they coming from? Montenuevo, cutting through that road that goes to the northeast of that. Rotations are in play for, I want to say, everyone who is not already currently in the zone, even E Arena, even Bleed, all the way down towards the south. Some good open area for DK at the moment, but they could just be getting closer and closer towards Armory Gaming, and we've seen that they are ready to hold their position. Sonics have now arrived in that spot as well, just ahead of this road, but it looks like D+ instead stalling short, holding onto those rocks. It's a free position, and it's not that far from center, so honestly for phase number 1, a good enough position. Yeah. No reason to risk going further forward.
If you're looking at the plateau just to the north of San Martin, where you've got the warehouse compound and the long buildings, it's a pretty solved area of the map. It's like, if it goes there, you better be in one of those compounds, because if you're not, your game's going to be quite a short one. So no surprise to see that the teams have just full sent to get there as quickly as possible. Howl holding a very wide split, though. Ruining Code Marco under a bit of pressure, but H-Win just getting all the info for Sonics from that position. They've started to make a move into San Martin itself.
Yeah, they're pulling as much value out of that E-pickup as possible. Not just the scouting for the rotate, but also, as you said, finding that top position to get the Overwatch set up with the crossfire. There's an air jump for Sonics as well. That's a good from us to get picked up by for Shrimzy. The best player on the Sonics at the moment. I have been a Tickleton fan for years.
Right.
But in PGS 3 especially, Shrimzy has just completely leveled up.
I think they've been quite vocal as well and quite open about there being a shift of roles in the team. With losing out Mime, Mime can be a very selfless player. He's always happy to be the one just to full send in and be the bait for the team to trade. So someone on Sonics has to kind of fulfill that role for things to work. And yeah, maybe it's somewhat of a transition period, but I mean, it can't be that bad of a transition. They got second place at PGS 3. It's just it's not worked out today for whatever that reason may be.
You're allowed one subpar day, as long as they can turn it around the next day. But we'll see Weibo try and turn it around to Legacy as they arrive. But I think Legacy got the memo that there was another team here, so instead they back away, they turn around, but they have been rotated not too far from TSM coming from Los Leones. So Legacy, they might have lost out any opportunity on finding a place to hold, as the game of musical chairs around Minas Generales, they could be ending up with a butt without a seat.
They're going to come into a pretty similar predicament to what Sonics could have had they not found that emergency parachute of, should this zone go anywhere towards the high ground, up towards the west, it's pretty much impossible to scout that from their current positioning. But there's so much more space up towards the north as well, so a team like E Arena more than happy to wrap wide in towards it, and now it's Weibo, who actually might just be driving into danger. Right up close to TSM, Alo with the off angle, catches Shen, heading up the steps just before he can get into the church. Kurt's grenade, though, should get the flush, but it's the Org Spray instead, and Spaceman is now stranded.
It was unintentional by Legacy to do this, but by Legacy backing away, Weibo focused so hard on that one team didn't realize that TSM had gotten into this position as well, and so the chase from Weibo onto Legacy just puts them into an easy kill for TSM to pick up. But Legacy, they're getting involved in the mix here. They want to get involved in the fight. They see potential kills on the board. They want to get those points here, so they got 9th place. They've had a couple of okay rounds, but a couple of other stinkers as well, and they want to put themselves in the best position as possible at the end of day number 1.
This is a pretty isolated area for the fight to take place in. The only real third-party threat is Flash all the way over on the power grid. Rocks just watching over, putting some shots in from a distance. But between the three of these teams, there's not really much opportunity for anyone else to come flying in. And now that Legacy are back in the vehicles, they've said, look, we took a chance. We almost got a knock or two, maybe got a point, but we're going to prioritize our positioning. I fully respect that call. There's no point in taking a fight for the place that, even if it does get hard shifted into, there's better options for that zone.
They spotted a free compound. It's on the low ground, similar to where we saw Howl win from on the previous game, but it's phase number 1, and it's available, and it's free, and Gizera, VHZ are both extending it further up onto the high ground, so this is giving themselves a little bit of extra room to play around with, though perhaps not wanting to go too far, as we see the circle continue to center up on San Martin. We have Valley Tide versus GNL versus Howl on the north, as TSM and Weibo could also continue to fight things out. the spacing of different teams around this area is all looking quite spread out. We have a lot more spreads than we've had so far. I mean, that's just the nature of Miramar, but that could cause some early game fights.
Slipped down. He's knocked himself coming down from the rock, and Armory Gaming are actually looking to get the flush from miles away. The smokes are blooming, but it's slow. It's not quite in time, or is it? Oh, he gets picked up. Fortunately, Tiggleton was already there. 7 HP. That was extremely sketchy.
Very, very close, and this could be an opening that gets coincidentally capitalized by other teams that push into San Martin because only Kickstart and Shrimsy holding it down there, but Armory Gaming now rotating in high ground northwest of this zone. Naturally, they're going to want to shift their direction as everyone is usually want to do, but even if they don't, they still have some good high ground to deal some damage, try and gain control of the zone. But with a city in the dead center, that's always going to be a bit of a sweat because we know how difficult cities can be to play around.
For sure, especially when it's surrounded by high ground. It's very much the same as prison in that aspect, where if you're going in there, you ain't getting out.
Right.
So you got to make sure that you're confident in your position and you're confident that the zone is going to favor you, or at the very least, you know that you're going in for a TDM, you're ready to get those kills, whereas a team like Armory Gaming is more than happy to sit on those rocks, just be maybe a little bit cautious of a team wrapping around late in behind them, like potentially GNL or E-Arena, who now for the second time are going past Crater Fields on a wide wrap, this time coming south though, the first time they went up towards the north, but the western side of the zone is way less congested than on the east.
Yeah, absolutely. Cerberus Esports, when do they start fighting? When do they get activated? 0 kills so far, and we're quite deep into the game. We've hit double digits on the minute, so they are thirsting to get involved in the action. They have Weibo right in front of them. Hamas is looking for an opening, looking to get some information, maybe get a nice little knock to start things off.
Is this the first MK14 we've seen all day?
Ooh, it might be.
Yeah, that's, well, if it had to go to anyone, of course it's this man who has been just an absolute demon over the past, heck, 12 months, maybe even longer. But yeah, the turnaround that he's had has just been unspeakable. But thankfully, we do get to speak about it, and we get to speak about it often because he's done some fantastic things for Cerberus. And now he's on his foot push arc once again, sneaking his way into the compound.
The audacity. Just the run across the road, ready that if anyone spots him out, he is going to win the fight regardless. Tycon gets a knock on Loot 12 elsewhere in the fight. But oh no, that's going to be an actual collapse from TSM on to Tycon. He's running around, but the footsteps should be heard. They're getting into the vehicle, going to be driving away, needs to get out of there. I think avoid some utility as we head back onto Himas's angle. And again, just running out in the open. No, not a fear in the world. Nice grenade finds Cold. Spaceman looking to peek out in the open.
There's no way that they just solo one-man pushed 2 teams' compounds at the same time, and Himas once again takes down 2 of Weibo, who are ready and prepared. They're peeking into him, and he just takes off their heads instantly.
Spaceman was holding the angle. Spaceman was holding the angle, but Himas still wins. Delosely arrives, and that's going to be it. Weibo are eliminated. Cerberus, they are unstoppable at this moment.
Weibo Gaming, they had 18 points on Erangel. 8 of those were from the hot drops.
Right, yeah.
And on the rest of the day, they got a grand total of 4 points. It started off looking promising, but maybe they just have to start hot dropping on every map.
Right.
It's working out for them.
Please hot drop on us, please.
Since then, wow, they just got rolled by Cerberus.
Ooh, the storm is causing, or allowing rather, GNL to get into this building with Howl and Petrichor Road all collapsing around the same trajectory, the same angle. Krepa holding a sneaky rat spot, finds Stella, wants to use the molly to confirm that, but Ixlef strikes, the Mad strikes, everything's happening, shots are coming in, GNL die within half a second from that initial knock, but Petrichor Road are not done with the fight. They know Howl are here, but Chewy with the Panzer available, ready to go.
Not even sure Howl knew about the third party coming in, but, well, GNL did not know what hit him. Completely wiped out. 2 knocks on either side. Petrichor Road now looking to commit to this push, and they came prepared. Chewy still holding the backline with the Panzer. If he just sent that through the open door now, Ketpa might just have gone down, but he doesn't want to waste it. Wants to make sure it's effective. That's your teammate. Be careful. Relax.
High tension, high pressure. Howl, 3rd place, looking good for them so far.
Stress of global events getting to them. And yeah, sure. So they had a little bit of maybe a disagreement on the stage earlier on, but that's no reason to shoot your teammates, Cat, but there's enemies about.
Yeah, shoot Petrichor Road first. Then you can maybe duke things out in a 1 versus 1 in the middle of a live game. I wouldn't recommend it, but it's an option. But Petrichor Road not able to find the opening. Summer takes a lot of damage. 24 HP, has to hop inside the hard cover as we check in once again with the forever pushing squad, Cerberus.
There's no way he can do it again. Surely not.
Are you going to stop him? I'm not going to tell him no.
Someone at some point will just unplug his mouse. It has to happen. There's no way. This spray was disgusting. A quick peek around the side, angle being held, and it's still not enough to stop Cerberus. And Weibo just left flabbergasted, shock and awe from that push out of nowhere from the east.
Listen, we have Cerberus that are still in the fight, that they're always in the mix. They're looking for combat, they're looking for engagement, but TSM are doing the same thing. 3 kills for them, still maintaining 1st place. They have a teammate knocked, as we do have phase number 4 coming to play. Petrichor Road have left Howl behind. They do not want to play these silly games on the edge for a position that is not even going to be in the zone further. Hacienda Del Patron is going to be close enough towards the center, but Wally Tai getting mortared down.
The wrong dip, though. That one got dangerously close. Megvalos did get taken down by the initial mortar, but where's he got this from now? This is just getting silly. 300 meters, that might just be aimed at the exact same spot towards Wally Tai. Oh, but it's just slightly off target, but this is a stressful position to find yourself in. But at the very least, they've got a position. Petrichor Road have nowhere to go but into the line of sight of Shrimzy.
Sonics lost 1 player just now. H-Win has gone down, but they picked up 2 kills. So they're trying to maintain their position, holding on to an edge spot with 3 of them just off the side of San Martin. They take Petrichor Road out, and they have their sights set on that dip. All is trying to desperately hold on to E-Arena. Shots on the high gun, trying to take TSM on the rotate away, but Daytrade also in the mix.
Just lacks the information. He was taking the spray, sending TSM about their business, but Daytrade rock up from behind. Another team who have struggled on day number 1. Zizzy doing what he can to keep them down in the depths of 15th place. 2 opening knocks and Norin's holding the angle. They've got a very good chance of coming out ahead.
Let's clear up for Arena. Revive likely to come into play, but the stall from this last lone player could keep Daytrade from finding a better position to fight in from the edge, with the blue already overtaking half the squad so far. Norin's holding out in the blue. Phase 4, starting to hit phase 5. That's when the damage really increases to quite dangerous levels. And Norin's is already down to 3 first aid kits. Gonna have to go on the move, but Zizzy is being a complete nuisance. Headshot into Poo Chills.
Really just going to have to commit to take him down. If he can't peek up over the top to hold Norin's, then they've really got to move him and move on quickly. Belmoth has already made a push towards the blue zone, but Daytrade, it seems like a problem they have is just committing to fights that are on the edge of the blue zone, and it will cost them players every single time. Happened on Tago. They will finally take down Zizzy, but will Norin's get out of there? No, Poo Chills has gone down as well. Armory Gaming have made the push out and found an angle that deep into the blue. That's not getting revived.
Clash of Titans potentially here as Cerberus Gaming and TSM. They rotate into dips just across roads from each other. No one seems to have third-party sightlines on them just yet. But we'll see where phase 5 goes in 15 seconds. Does it keep both of these positions in play? As we see some mortars in the sky, as well as a replay of Sonics defending their position and eliminating Petrichor Road. Not happy with that send.
Oh, not again. Wally Tai, not again. Tiggleton with the mortar. He does not miss with that thing.
It's called trigonometry for a reason. Vatai could still potentially get some revives there, but they keep losing resources. Bleed out timers are an impactful thing, especially when you hit later in the game. Daytrade now rolling on up onto Legacy's position. They take out a lone player of Gizera. The rest of Legacy are still inside the next zone as phase 5 stays mostly center.
And Bleed, they do exactly as the observers suggested. They identify there's a lot of scrapping going on the hill, and they start pushing for that high ground that not only gives them freedom to look over the zone, but maybe freedom to third party the fight on the edge. That's not going well now as Gizera has been taken down. Daytrade down to 2. They did lose Norians and Poochills, and they've still got a terribly difficult fight ahead of them, and maybe even more so now that Bleed are on the move.
And you can tell that Day Trade know that they're in a super vulnerable position. They can't even commit to shooting those tires because they don't want to get peeked from the high ground of Armory Gaming. Back onto Cerberus. Shots damage onto TSM. Sparking has been killed by Tycon. Marco also goes down to Tickleton, so Sonics are still staying in the fight. And Bleed versus, well, TSM. They're just trying to find some place to hide out in, but Kurt's the last one standing still. First place for now, but this is an opening for Cerberus to take over that position as they still have 4 up.
Oh man, I'm being transported back to 2017 with 4 AM just sitting in Hacienda. TSM doing what they can to escape from them. Face first into the compound though. Purdy will go. He sees the smokes, but he just has to drop a grenade and hope for the best. It's perfectly placed. He just needs the timer to run out, but no, it takes too long. Trick disappears. They got the revive, and Kurt is just holding the angle from the blue.
Almost got taken out! Runs out in the open. No time for a first aid kit. TSM are eliminated. I don't think Trick is going to get revived. Timur has to hop into a vehicle and just make a desperate send into the zone. But Day Trade, as weakened as they are, could potentially cut them off on the pass.
They caught Orca in as well, who pushed up to the high ground angle. Day Trade bought themselves an opportunity to make it out of there. Simoy went down too. Oh, and Bobo's grenade finally getting pushed in Hacienda. They've got something to do, and Howl, fortunate recipients of yet another grenade. A grenade from Bobo.
There it is. Howl are eliminated. Bobo, again, getting a bunch of kills for 4 AM. Only 4 for the squad so far, but they're looking like they're in a good position to even secure this win. We'll see where Phase 6 goes. We still have 9 teams alive as Himas. Still, Cerberus want to go for the push. It's either KDF or this south angle, and they're going towards the south because there are more victims here.
Belmoth gets the better of him with the initial spray with the headshot, but Tycon dealing with Flash leaves Belmoth alone. 1 versus 4 against Cerberus, and Himas switches weapons from the red dot spray. He was just practicing there, like there was no need to go for the red dot spray. And finally, when it looks like it might not go his way, he says, all right, let's get this over and done with. MK14, they claim the hill.
Had 2 HP on that final peak with the MK14. So, like, they're really just cats playing with their food at this point. We do have a little bit of a call-out on Legacy defending against potentially Cerberus, though I think with this shift, Cerberus is going to go back towards the east, but also Sonics versus DK on the exit of San Martin as 4 AM from the north could try and take control, but I don't know how much cover they're going to have from that angle. Still looking at KDF and the full 4-man squad of Wally Tai, despite the knocks. Still 4 up, but Sonics versus D plus Kia. So with the grenade sending forward, goes a bit past Shrimsy. Deals some damage, but not too much.
Wally Tai have really been in the trenches this game. Mortars flying in from all angles, but now they might have a chance to finally get some payback, as whoever survives this engagement, the fight between Sonics and DK, their only real option is to go straight into Wally Tai immediately afterwards, and Tiggleton will not be making that push.
Soul finds a great angle there. Kickstart takes some damage, and Soul again keeping the pressure on. It's all down to Shrimsy, best player on Sonics at the moment, but can he go up against the entirety of DK? The grenade's going out. They seem to know a general idea of where Shrimsy is playing around. He has level 3s. He has it from us. But it's still a 1 versus 4.
It's, so difficult from this position. He actually climbs up the burning vehicle to get a cheeky angle onto Star-Lord. That is ridiculous. And he almost gets a second as well. A headshot onto Soul to buy a little bit more space and time. He's going for the flush, but he can't quite make it work. Sonics, 21 points will be all they get today.
Hard to line it up, trying to shoot through that fire. Made it difficult to really spot where that player is. Put up a good fight at the end there. But it was too much to ask for one lone player. Cerberus 6 kills so far, trying to put an end to Legacy. RBN avoids the stun, avoids the molly, but Haisaki swinging around the opposite side. Himas gets the knock on that. VHC, LFP, all confirmed, all killed. It's just RBN left, stuck in the corner, hiding behind a smoke. Spray comes through, but RBN gets a knock on Himas, trying to look for the confirm, but Haisaki is there to make sure that they keep their star player alive.
Just swarming over everyone like mosquitoes in a Shanghai hotel room. It's ridiculous how they keep getting away with this, and still, they're going to be 4 players alive. They've got 9 kills already. This is their 4th time this game. They've just walked into someone's compound and started a fight, and they're still going. In the meantime, Wally Tai did get, for the most part, cleaned up. There's 4 AM committed to the push out from Hacienda, but it's D plus Kia who will fall first.
Even though they were able to take out Sonics, Shrimzy stalled them enough that they couldn't get a good position before 4AM took over their spot. So now it's a 4v4, v3, v1 here at the end game. Are Cerberus going to take their first chicken dinner? They're going to be first place no matter what. They have so many kill points. Placements are secondary, tertiary, fouriary. Doesn't matter, but if they get a chicken dinner here, it will only cement their power.
Well, 15% of Twire Fantasy pickers are fingers crossed right now that Himas does not get flushed in any of these engagements. That is a ridiculous stat, by the way. 15% is crazy when he's literally the max cash. But oh boy, being expensive doesn't save you from heaven. Up on this angle, the line of sight across the road might just be too much to deal with.
Still get some revives there. KDF can't stay here for too much longer. And Heizaki needs to get inside the shack. Just barely hanging on by a thread, that HP bar, but the rest of KDF is going to be on the push here.
They got blue zone grenades, surely.
They better. Or mollies. Let's hope. They need to get it inside, and I think that's Tycon off on the wide angle. Could potentially get some covering fire, but I think 4AM is going to put too much pressure onto that. Tycon does go down to Godfrey. 10 kills for 4AM.
It's been a very good game for them. They haven't had to move all too much, but they're not going to complain about that. They got all the points on the board. The grenades go a little bit wide. Just checking there's no one behind the shack. KDF are fully committed to this push with Bean holding the back line. 4AM can take control of all of the ridges. They secured the point. Himas has the sawn-off shotgun and gets the response onto Heaven, who knocked him earlier.
I know Heisaki's playing around the opposite side here, looking for the peak. But is that a grenade he's standing on? 35 HP. Not knocked, but another follow-up has to run around the side and at least confirms that kill onto Heaven.
How, man?
I don't know how he's still alive. I do not know, but 4AM, they are like sharks in the water. They are swimming around. They could be pushing more aggressive if they wanted to, and I think the grenades are coming out. Heisaki does go down. That kill is stolen by Guman. Himas also goes down, so it's not going to be a win for Cerberus despite their action, despite their activity, despite the kills that they got here. But 4AM, 12 kills for them, 3 versus 2.
You really can't blame KDF. They spent everything they have to dislodge Cerberus from that position. There's barely any ammo left on Bean. He's got the P90 though, which is certainly more than capable. If he can get that close range engagement against Bobo, maybe give a chance for Guman to deal some damage onto the backline.
Guman is just dancing. Happy feet right now. Staying alive. Waiting for Bean to get that crossfire, get that flank, but Bobo's waiting for it. Bobo's ready with the P90. Comes out on top. Best weapon in the game. Bar none. Trying to go for a second. Goes for a third. So much damage. The knocks now falling through. It is only God V left. The esports legend himself in a 1 versus 2 to secure this win. They're going to have the points advantage, but can they get the chicken dinner?
How on earth did I say he only has a P90? He's got a P90! Of course he gets those kills! And Godfrey might just be the next target as well, not even using the 2x scope, and he can't escape. Guman activates, and KDF from their position dead last finally found themselves something to clutch onto for day number 2.
Not too many kills for them. They're going to be very, very happy that they could at least get the 10-point chicken dinner. But still, 4AM, what was that? 13 kills, 12, 13 kills, plus 6 for second place, almost making 20 in a game. You will always be happy with that no matter what. But guys, Cerberus Gaming, I was the one that said there was no way they could keep this up. This form that they showed throughout PGS 3 in group stage into finals was so powerful, so threatening, and they're doing it again here 2 weeks later.
Now, I could understand thinking, you know, they can't keep it up. They can't keep this level of consistency, but they definitely can't keep walking into people's compounds like this. It's crazy, but a big win for KDF, much needed to round out day number 1, Groups A versus B.
can never count a team out when it comes to PUBG. They started this match in a struggle bus position, but made a freakish rise to the top of the boards as they come out with a very big win.
I thought for certain you were going to make a freaky joke about freaky shots coming out from Bean, because, man, he was absolutely beating people off that. Yeah, okay, it is the P90, but remember, the Freaks made such an aggressive play after Cerberus. I thought that they'd left themselves vulnerable for 4 AM, but Bean managed to sneak in, get into good position, and really hold it down. Cerberus, though, it's just like casters talking. Idiot. They're just dominant.
They're monsters. They are an aberration, a situation where they don't care. They're so far ahead. They're pushing fights solo, and the problem with this team for everyone else is that the first dog bites and the rest of them show up. We saw that as Hamas pushed a compound by himself. Moments later, his team is rolling in there to back him up, and they don't need 4 guys. They only need 2 to win a fight in general. But here at the late game, as we get to it, my question for 4 AM, if I had a chance to talk to him, is why didn't you push during that fight? There was a moment when the Freaks were head-to-head with Cerberus and everyone was limping.
I mean, it just looks at this stage. You can see the oppression that starts to come in, and notice the Freaks down on the mini-map moving in. This dance that's going on, they just thought, 4 AM just thought they had control over all of this, and Bean just denies it, steps in, gets the drop onto one, almost drops the other one, then just flips back over, aim on point the whole way.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of it came down to Bean holding that anchor spot and playing out of his mind. Welcome back. This is PGS4, co-hosted by Crafton and BSPO. My name is Toffees. This is Matchup, and we want to give a big shout out to our sponsors who make this thing possible. We'd like to thank our official tournament gaming chair, On to Seat, for their great support of PGS4, and of course, Zowie monitors, the Zowie 2546X gaming monitor, which is the choice of pros when it comes to making sure you can see every single detail in the match. And I'll tell you, in that last one, we saw a lot of teams having to deal with that detail. There wasn't a lot of space to play. At the end, Cerberus was fighting for a shack, but to me, the crazy part was that Cerberus was still there to be fighting for the shack. They make diamonds out of dust on a regular basis.
And doesn't that say something in and of itself whenever there are 2 other teams in pretty good position and they're willing to kind of sacrifice that just to make sure that Cerberus dies? There were 2 different squads that were essentially just kind of like looked at each other and were like, we'll get to it in a minute. Let's take out Cerberus first. And the amount of time that Cerberus managed to just survive in that situation is insane. Walking away with, 2 nades going off next to you and 1 HP, just narrowly squeaking around the corner to avoid it. That's crazy to me.
I thought he was going to get away with that craziness, but, you know, beautiful grenades, great play by the Freaks to sort of lock him into that position, to send 2 forward, leave Bean in that anchor spot to make sure that 4AM couldn't get involved, ultimately results in them taking home a chicken dinner. And a much-needed chicken dinner, because I think when we get to the leaderboards, you're going to see Kwangdong Freaks was in a situation where this was do or die going into day 2.
This is at least some momentum going into their next day of play, which is going to be very, very important. Whenever you're looking towards, I would say, like the bottom 4 spots, you know that the pressure is specifically on for your next day. You have got to make at least 2 big games to at least have a chance, and then aiming for a 3rd or a 4th.
Absolutely, and that is what it's all about, setting yourself up for what is coming in the next 2 days, because the top 16 out of 24 advance to the grand finals. It doesn't matter at the end of the day if you're 1st, 2nd, or 16th, because we wipe that slate clean. So teams like Freaks have to go, okay, listen, it started weak. Let's have 1 big game. Let's get ourselves set up for that next 6. My worry is some of those teams at the top, are they going to pull the strikers and stack the goal and try to play defensively as they come into tomorrow? I hope not.
I mean, we have kind of seen that. So one of the things that what Twisted Minds was talking about is, okay, no, we're gonna keep the gas going. We're not gonna ever just idle off of it. And I'm hoping that whenever we see teams like Cerberus and TSM howl in their performances, TSM is a team that we know sometimes can be a bit more comfortable with, hey, we've got a lead and that can come back and bite them. I'm hoping that now a lot of these teams have learned, based off of history, no, we keep it going, we punish everything, we eat every single point, we make it to where everybody that's just trying to qualify is fighting for 1 or 2 point difference.
Right. Now, I think there's a chance, like Howl, TSM, maybe that's something that's in their vocabulary. Cerberus, I don't believe that that's even a possibility. There's no chain that can slow this dog down even if they wanted to. Let's take a look at the top 4 teams, though, Matt. 4 AM coming out very strong in that one. They end up with 12 kills despite not getting that chicken dinner and walk away with a great spot.
VLTH has also been in this top 4 really
Yeah, good for
regularly,
them.
picking
Good
up
for
a
them.
lot of good placement points off of it. It hasn't been a massive reward, but it
Right.
still kept them in a really good spot on the overall leaderboard to where they're still within striking range of a lot of different territories.
All right, let's take a look at the Freak stats at the back end of that game. And again, it is going to be a respectable kill count. 4AM almost, I think actually did double it. But what we saw from the Freaks is they played strong. They protected each other. They got decent damage counts, particularly Bean with 627 damage, making sure his team stayed in it there at the end.
Salute sacrificing himself for the chance to take down Cerberus. But yeah, I mean, it was just Bean off on that angle. Keep in mind, he was also having to look through all the smokes that were being thrown out by Cerberus. He was having to make sure that he was dodging out 4AM's positioning. That's a very difficult position to play from, to pump out that amount of damage and give your squad the win.
True.
Well done.
But if you want 2 firearms to take in to
Yeah,
that end game,
okay.
the P90 and the Dragunov set him up for just an insane end game. Because if you're new or maybe you're not as familiar with that Dragunov, that thing in the end game, it's sort of mid-range, is brutal.
I loved Saga's self-correct. I said, it was just like, I said he just has a P90. Oh, it's just a P90.
It's never
I mean,
just a P90.
Put in some work, but 4AM also putting in some work, picking up some really big kills in that one, means that they're going to be overall #1 with 18 points. KDF back behind them with 16.
Cerberus again showing up in there. You just can't get rid of these guys. But again, shout out to Valitai, DK. Both of them have been hustling to try to put those points on the board. And I think when we get to the overall leaderboard, we're going to see that Valitai might actually be benefiting more than we sort of expected. Let's take a look at where everybody stands right now. These are the leaderboards after 6 games today. Cerberus walks away in first position with a massive 68, TSM 61. Those are the point sponges. After that, it gets a little bit tighter.
Yeah, drops down. You can see it's compacted in the next 3 with 4AM, EA, as well as Howl. Then it's VLTH, who again has been consistently making it into the late game, but with the lower kill count has made it a bit more problematic for themselves. They're sitting at 36, just 1 point ahead of Petrichor Road.
Yeah.
And this is where the compacted area that makes me nervous. If I'm trying to qualify, I know that I need to start getting distance from these other squads.
Now we're back tomorrow with a bit of a flip-flop. We're going to start on Miramar and end on Erangel, but other than that, it's all the same work for these guys. Yeah. But that does mean 6 matches, B and C, and for B, it is time for them to put the pedal to the metal because they're not going to get a statement that they can make on the last day. You got to be ready.
Yeah, and this is going to be a lot of eyes drawn over into this as well. I know that's where we're going to start seeing Twisted Minds, a lot of these other squads moving in, who have been watching performances coming in today, and I'm very curious to see, because that was kind of the theme whenever we came in, right? With just the 2 weeks differential, how much have you learned? How much have you corrected based off of yourself? And this is a group that even got an extra day to watch everyone.
Here's the thing, though. I think B needs to take advantage of tomorrow, because the thing that we don't talk about so much, with the exception of the Chinese teams who sort of live here and have access to computers a little more, some of our C teams haven't been able to touch those keyboards in almost 2 days. So will they come in cold on game 1 or 2, and will the teams from B be able to capitalize on that sort of quote-unquote warm-up from our C team? So I'm hoping you got to make the most you can if you're a B team going into this next
And
one.
I believe that it is TSM playing again tomorrow, which is going to be very, very interesting given the fact that they're coming in with a lot of dominance, a lot of gusto. Now you're going to have to navigate around that. Being the squad that's coming in whenever other people have points can sometimes be really complicated.
One more time, we want to say thank you to Onda Seat. We'd like to thank them as the official tournament gaming chair of PGS4. And a big shout out to Zowie for providing the 2546X gaming monitors, the pro's choice when it comes to seeing everything in the most important moments. Without them, none of this would be possible, so a big shout out to those guys, as well as the players. I have seen some incredible games here today. Everyone really putting their heart on the line in every single match.
Yeah, I mean, even the squads that, let's be honest, are a little bit suffering have been able to find a couple of ways to get some points out of it. And I wouldn't say there's not the victories that you want, but at least getting something out of the day.
Well, we got more tomorrow, so make sure you guys come back and don't go anywhere right now because we're going to check in with Lydia as she catches up with a few of our players. This is PGS4, day 1 and done.
Now we're having Code Marco from Hell. Hello, Code Marco.
Hello.
Good to see you. Well, you secured 2 chicken dinners today and were named MVP in both matches. It looks like you were in great form. And how would you evaluate your performance today?
Kazandığımız 2 maçta da doğru kararlar verdik takım olarak. Bu kararları da doğru hamlelerle uyguladığımız için ben de ekstradan güzel hamleler yaptım takıma katkıda bulunmak için. Bu da bizi kazanmaya götürdü.
We have made the right decisions in the matches we won, and we have fulfilled it. And I played very well individually, so we won the match.
Well, that's an impressive match. Well, you finished 12th in the PGS 3 finals, and did you make any special plans for the PGS 4 final during the break?
PGS 3'te beklediğimizden kötü bir performans sergiledik. Bu yüzden PGS 4'e daha sıkı hazırlandık, daha sıkı çalıştık, iletişim hatalarımızın üzerine gittik, takımca yaptığımız hamleleri konuştuk ve PGS 4'e daha sıkı hazırlanıyoruz, daha iyi geleceğiz.
We found our problem in the PGS3, so we did a lot of practice in the break and more than the PGS3, and we enhanced our communication and played well in the PGS4.
Okay, we're looking forward you guys getting better at the next game. Well, did you go anywhere for fun during the break, and have you tried any of Shanghai's local cuisine?
Daha çok çalışmaya odaklandığım için çok fazla gezemedik ama her Türk'ün yaptığı gibi biz de burada bir Türk restoranı bulduk. Orada güzel bir ziyafet verdik. Onun dışında genel olarak çalışmaya odaklıyız.
We didn't go to Shanghai. We didn't visit Shanghai because we want to prepare more for PGS4. We need more practice, and we went to the Turkish restaurant like every Turkish.
Well, okay, maybe next time we can try some Shanghai local cuisine. Okay, well, thank you, Coach Mako.
Thank you
so much. Please take a rest. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for Coach Mako for today's interview. And now let's invite Bobo from 4 a.m. Bobo! 有请. Okay, well, Bobo, it's been a long time since we saw you last time in the match, and you secured 7 kills in the second game today, and it looks like you are in great form. How do you feel now?
那其实，在赛场上也非常久没有见到波波了。那今天的第2局中，其实拿到了7杀的这样一个好成绩，有没有什么感想想说的？
感觉就队友给我创造机会吧，然后我自己也发挥好吧，感想就比较激动嘛，因为那把拿了挺多分的吧，因为我们那把圈是挺劣势的，一直顶着我们切。
So I really feel like I'm grateful for the teammates. They've given me a lot of opportunity for me to like give out my best performance. And actually, back to that match, I got like pretty much scores. So actually, we were previously at a position that is not that advantage to us, but like my teammates and I go together to turn it like into more advantage one.
Well, Bobo is so humble. Well, 4 a.m. didn't make it to the final in PGS3. Are you confident that your return will lead the team to the finals this time?
那其实 4M 在 PGS3 中没有成功进到决赛，那么这次 PGS4 有没有信心能够拿下这个总决赛的这个入场券？
有肯定是有的，因为我们今天是单日积分第3嘛，只要明天我们表现的像今天一样，就应该是很稳的。
Yes, of course, because today we ranked at the 3rd place on the leaderboard. So if we continue to perform this great way, we're gonna like go and have the tickets to the totals.
Yes, let's look forward for it. Well, tomorrow you'll continue to take the stage. Is there anything you'd like to say to your teammate?
那明天的话，波波也会继续上场。那有没有什么想跟队友说的呢？
跟队友说，这次我们一定会成功进决赛的。
Yes, we're totally gonna make it into the finals.
Yeah, we believe you. Thank you, Bobo. Thank you so much. Please take rest. 谢谢。Well, guys, that is a wrap on day 1 of the group stage here at PGS4 held in Shanghai, China. It's just the first day of the incredible 6-day journey ahead of us, and it's only going to get better. Join us again at the same time, 6 p.m. Chinese Standard Time for day 2 with Groups B and C. I'm Lydia, and from all of us here at PGS4, thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.